Hello everyone, welcome back to another special video. This 10 hours video is going to be all about CSS. Now, if you want to become a front-end developer or web developer, then CSS is something that you must learn. Now, before even start to watch this video, make sure you have watched my HTML and Git and GitHub videos from this full stack playlist. If you haven't watched those videos, then you are not going to understand maybe many things from this video. Now, HTML is something really important. If you don't watch the Git and GitHub video, then okay, but HTML is something that you must need in order to start watching this video. Now, as I said, it's like a detailed video, and I'm going to start from the basic and then I'll move to the advanced part of CSS. Now, in the basic CSS, you will learn about selectors, combinators. You are going to learn about typography, box model, and many more basic things that you must know in order to understand the CSS fundamentals. And then we are going to move up for the advanced CSS, such as media queries. Then we are going to learn about animation, transition. From the layout design, I'm going to talk about positioning, Z-index, flex layout, grid layout, float, and many more things. Also, I'm going to teach you about one of the coolest, architecture about writing CSS classes, which is called BEM Architecture. And then also we are going to do a project at the end, which is going to be a detailed project from where you'll practice everything you have learned from this video. So this is going to be a really cool course for you, I believe. And I have put a lot of effort for this video. You can understand 10 hours video is not something you can make very easily. And I tried to make everything kind of organized. So if you have learned something, let's say if you have started with counting 1, then I moved to 2, then 3, then 4. So everything in a sequence. So make sure you are watching this video from start to end with the sequence that I created. It's not like something you can start from the middle and then you can go in the advanced. So you have to start from the beginning and then you have to go slowly as the way I went. Okay. And in this video, I have also organized at least 10 tasks for you. So make sure you complete those 10 tasks and then you can feel that your CSS knowledge have increased a lot. Now, after watching this video, don't forget to share your comments, share your thoughts, and share your opinions about this video. How was it? And if it is like a good one for you, then maybe I'm going to create the JavaScript one. So don't forget to make your comment, just down below the video. Thank you very much and start watching the video. Let's go and learn together about CSS. First of all, you need to know what are the things you are going to learn related to CSS in this video tutorial. So here is the course plan and I have divided into 3 important categories. First one is the fundamental of CSS. Second one is the advanced CSS. And finally, we are going to build a project in the third category. And then each category can have some subcategories, just like this. You can see introduction to CSS, selectors and combinators, and the third subcategory is typography, and the final one is box model, and then we are done with this fundamental to CSS category. And then from the advanced, you can see there are some other subcategories, and we'll be going through one by one, and we'll know why we need to learn these things and how can we implement these things practically. So let's just start with the first one, the fundamental one, because we are new to CSS and definitely it's going to be a very easy journey for you. Trust me on this. So stay focused and practice with me when you are learning this CSS thing from here. First one, introduction to CSS. So we need to know what is CSS and why CSS. So if I say very simply, CSS means cascading style sheet. So you got the word here, styling. And this is the thing you need to know. First of all, CSS main purpose is to style your HTML element. So we'll have some HTML elements and then we can style those HTML elements with CSS. Now, if you don't have knowledge about HTML, you must watch my video related to HTML, or maybe you can go through some documentation from Google. But let's just start with a HTML file and then let's see how can we start styling HTML element with CSS. So here's the file I'm going to create and the name is going to be index.html, just like always. And then we are going to create the basic structure, and these are the things, of course, not something new to you because you have learned HTML and this is the basic requirement because CSS is all about designing HTML. So first of all, you need to know HTML and then you can design. Okay. So here I'm going to create an H1 tag maybe, and then I'm going to say hello from Bangladesh. That's all. And then I'm going to run this file. So this is the VS Code that you've been using for a long time, I guess, and you can use any other text editor. Everything is fine. So I'm going to use VS Editor here, and then I'm going to run this project or run this file with the live server extension. And I'm sure that you have already installed live server extension. If you have not done it, then you can go there and search for a live server, just like this. And then you'll see it will pop up here, and then you can install. Now I have already installed it, so I don't have that install option here like other extension, as you can see. Okay, that's all. Fair enough. Now our file is running, the HTML file is running here on the browser, and I'm using Google Chrome. You can use any other browser, there is no problem whatsoever. Now you can see the output here, it's saying hello from Bangladesh, and this is something I typed inside this h1 HTML element. Now h1 tag can be designed, can be stylized with CSS, and that's why we use CSS. The purpose of CSS is to style our HTML elements. Now the question is here, how can we style our HTML element? So let's go to our course plan. We'll learn what is CSS. It's basically cascading style sheet, and why CSS, it helps us to style our HTML elements. Now the next question, how can we style like our HTML elements? We know that CSS helps us to style elements, but how? So let's see the syntax now. So the syntax of styling, it's very simple. I can show you something like this here, just for your notes. It's not the official one we are doing here. First of all, you need to know what property you are going to use. And before even that, I could say something like this: select the element that you want to style. So select the element, and then start with this curly brace maybe, and then end with the curly brace again. And here you can use the property, and then finally you can give a value to the property. Now this is the basic syntax of styling. First, you need to know what you want to style. Maybe you want to style h1, so you will say here h1, and then you'll start like this, end like this, of course, with the curly brace. And then you'll say the property that you want to say here for designing. Maybe you'll say color property here, so that you can colorize your h1 tag. And then you can give a value here. For an example, it can be green color, it can be red color, so you can use different value for styling. Now let me show you how to style now that you know the syntax. So first of all, now there are 3 different ways you can add CSS. It can be inline CSS, it can be internal CSS, or even it can be external CSS. We'll learn all of them, and later on we'll see which one is the best one. So the first one is the inline CSS that we are interested here. And then inline CSS always start in the opening tag. It's not going to be like, you are not going to use inline CSS at the end tag, but it has to be always in the starting tag. So here I want to use inline CSS. Now whenever you want to use inline CSS, you have to use a property called style. It's something that you have to follow, of course. So that's the property name, style. You cannot use any other name here, so be sure about this. Use this property called style. Now here you don't need that curly brace anymore that I showed you earlier, because it's inline CSS. Here you are going to say the property name and then value, that's all. So what property of CSS you want to use, and then give it any value that you want. So let's say I want background color. So this one is the CSS property, and as you can see, when I type background even, there are lots of options here. These are the CSS property, and VS Code is giving you here some suggestion which one you want to use. For an example, I want to use this background color so that I can style the h1 background color. And now here you have to give some sort of value for this background color. Now it's totally up to you what color you want to use here. I will use here green color, as you can see. Okay, fine. Now if I save it and come back to this browser, you can see the output has been changed, and the h1 background color right now is green. Why is this? Because we have set it here with the style property. We said the background color needs to be green. Now you can add here multiple properties, CSS property, so that you can do something like this. You can if you want to separate this each CSS property, you have to use semicolon. Now that I want to add one more CSS property, that's why I have separated it with the semicolon. Now I can say something like this: I want the color property this time and want to change the text color. So you can see first you have to say property name, then colon, and then you have to specify the value here. So this time I will say the value is red, and you will see the changes here. So the background color is green and the text color is red, something that we mentioned here, and it's working completely fine. So I hope you get some idea about how to do inline styling already. I'll get rid of this color red at this moment and we'll go through. But remember, I should not miss the double quotation, otherwise it's not going to work. So style property is something that you are going to use, or attribute, something going to use for styling element inline CSS. This is the structure of inline CSS. And then you'll start with a property name, you'll give a value. Remember, don't forget this colon anyway. So now we can do the same thing for other HTML elements as well. Let's say I have a paragraph tag here, and the paragraph I can put some value here. Let's say lorem 20 here. Now I have some text, as you can see, and here is the output. Now how can I style this paragraph tag? It's going to be the same. So the inline style is always same. You have to start with this style attribute, and then you can use any property that you want, any CSS property. For this reason, I'll be using the background color again, and I'll be using the same value, which is the green color. Now you can use different color here for sure, but I'll stick to the same. So this is the green color I'm interested. And you can see the output here is completely fine. Everything is working fine. But there is a problem, of course, you notice. So if I want to make the background color green for H1 and for the paragraph tag, I have to do it twice. I have to say the style here. I have to say the style here as well. So it doesn't matter if I want to create more paragraph with the same background color green, then I have to do it manually every single time. So it's kind of something we are repeating. Now, is there any way we could do it like more easiest way and more efficiently without repeating the style and again? So maybe you are interested to make the H1 and all the paragraph color, background color as a green. Yes, there is a way, and for this reason we are going to learn about this internal CSS this time. So how can you create internal CSS? This is very easy. Remember, inside the head tag we can create the internal CSS. For this reason you have to use this tag called style. So now we have something new, style tag, and this is going to help us to make internal CSS or use internal CSS. This time we are not going to use this style attribute, but instead of this we are going to use style tag inside head, and here we can do whatever designing we want to do with our HTML tags. So now I'm going to remove this part so that you see it goes back to the normal. So I'm removing all the styles from here, and let's just save it and see what's the condition. Now you see there is no background color green for any one of them. Now I want to select all of them like H1 and P paragraph tag, and I want to make their background color green at a time, not separately, not with inline CSS. With internal CSS we want to do it. For this reason you could say H1, and you are selecting H1 and then start with the opening curly brace and with the closing curly brace. So this is something I showed you earlier, and then here you can specify the property of the CSS that you want to work. So I want to work with background color property, and then I want to give it a value. So now you can see there are different colors that I could use from here. Now I'm interested about green color, so I have chosen the green color. Now you'll see the H1 color has turned into green. That's nice. Now if I want to do the same thing for the paragraph, I could just copy paste down below and I could do it here. So now all the paragraph you will see, even though I have used just one time P, and I'm selecting it, making its background color green, you will see my all paragraph colors background has turned into green. And this is the beauty of internal CSS here. because with the help of internal CSS, you can select all your paragraph inside the body tag. And now that you have seen how this inline CSS work very nice, internal CSS work very nice, but this is something we won't be able to use here, to be honest, because it's not something recommended. Inside your HTML, you don't want to mix the CSS code, and that's why we're going to learn something new called external CSS. So we'll see how to work with external CSS and how it makes our code looks better. Right now there is nothing wrong, everything is working as we expected, but you don't want to mix your HTML CSS together. Maybe later on you'll have JavaScript code and you don't want to mix any one of them together. So let's just separate our CSS from here and use the external CSS. Now for the external CSS, which means you have to create a separate file for your CSS. Now you can name it anything, it's totally up to you. I will say index and then dot, but extension needs to be here .css. Remember, you can name the file anything, but the extension has to be CSS. Now that you have created a different file and you can use your CSS here, but it's not going to work if you just start using style your CSS. Let's say I want to copy this thing or cut this thing from here. Remember, we don't need this style attribute tag anymore because we are not using internal CSS. This time we have a file and that extension has like .css. So now our browser knows that this file is for style and we don't have to specify those style attribute tag here. I can do it here, as you can see, and I just want to show you. You don't need this one anymore, of course not. And why you don't need this anymore? Because you are already inside a file called CSS, so your browser knows these are for only style. You don't have to say it like manually. Now if I save this file, you'll see no, it's not working as we expected. Why it's not working as expected? Because even though we have our HTML file, we have our CSS file, we have our design, but we didn't make any relation between two HTML and CSS. So how can we link our HTML file with CSS? For this reason, we have a tag called link tag, and you can see there are a lot of options here I could use, but I'm interested about linking my CSS. So I'll just select it and you can see the ready-made code is here. It's saying link tag, as you can see, and the relationship is the style sheet that we are trying to make a relation. And this is the file name. Your file source should be here. The CSS source should be here that you want to use. Now my CSS file name has index.css, but it's saying here style.css. So I need to change it. I could say here index.css. This is the file that I want to link to. So that's all. Now that I have saved it, you will see the output is here. Now we have all our style and it's working fine this time. So external CSS is something you will be using a lot, and this is something recommended. You are not going to use inline CSS unless it's very, very much important to you. And internal CSS, of course, you are not going to try, but maybe for learning purpose, you will try it 1 or 2 times. But external CSS is something highly recommended, and I'm sure you'll be following this recommendation. Now that you have learned about what is CSS, why CSS, what is the structure for CSS rules, you remember, I can repeat it again if you don't remember. I will say it again here. You have to select something. So select an element, maybe anything, you can select anything, and then you can come with property name, any CSS property name that you are interested. Like in our case, we used background color, and then you can give that property some sort of value here. So I will say property value, that's all. So this is the syntax for CSS rule. First you have to select something, start with the curly brace, end with the curly brace, then give a property name of the CSS available properties, and then specify a value for the property. That's all. And then we have covered how to add CSS. There are different types of CSS policy or methods that we can implement in our HTML. We could use inline CSS, we could use internal CSS, but the best one is the external CSS that we'll be using throughout this video tutorial. But I wanted to introduce you to those things so that if you go and watch other videos, or if you try to build project and maybe you are copy pasting some codes from other project, you will know what is inline CSS, internal CSS and external CSS if they're using these kind of CSS things. But anyway, we are done. Now we can move to the next and most important part of CSS, which is selectors and combinators. Now you have seen how could we select our HTML from CSS. This is called selectors. We have select our H1. So here element is the selector, and then we have done something. Now there are other kinds of selectors and combinators that you need to know, because not every time you are going to select directly just like this your H1. There could be many things involved. Maybe in your body tag, or maybe in your HTML you'll have a lot of paragraph tag, but maybe you are not interested to design all of them with the same style just like we did. Maybe for the first one you wanted to have this background color green, but not for the second one. So there will be lots of issues, lots of complicated things will be happening in your CSS, and you want to manipulate as the way you wish. So for that reason, you have to learn about selectors and combinators. You can see there are different types of selectors here, and we'll be going through one by one. There is no need to worry. We'll go together and everyone will be on the same page. Now let's move on to this topic, selectors. Before I'm going to discuss about the different types of selector, I would like to go through one more time what is selector and why they're so important. Now let's think about this. You have an HTML element here. You want to select the HTML element first, and then you'll be able to design. So first thing first, if you have some HTML element, you have to select those elements from CSS, and then you can think about designing. So selecting the elements are very important here. Now there are different ways you can select elements, and we are going to learn about those selector. For an example, you can see this is a HTML element here, H1 element. We have selected first, and then we start designing. We could add more designing here for sure. For an example, I could say the color may be white, and like this you can use multiple properties, CSS properties, and you'll see the style is here. But if you wouldn't select anything, then definitely this one is not going to work. So selecting is the first step that you have to do here in CSS, and then you can start doing your design with the CSS properties. So I'm going to remove everything from here, and then we are going to start our selectors topic. Now that you know why you need selector and why they're so important, now we can go one by one. First one is the element selector. This is something you have seen already. Basically, you are going to select an element by using its name, and then you can start doing your designing. So if you look at this index.html file, we have H1, then we have P, these are the tag, these are the element, and you can select this element by their name from here, just like this. I'm selecting H1, and now you can start design this one. So this H1 is the element selector, which means you are using its own name from the HTML. Now I could say here something like background color. This time I'll be using a different color. Maybe you are already bored with the green color. Now we have this blurry wood, and you can see the difference here. Right, as I said, you can add more properties here for sure. This time maybe I'm going to use some other color here, maybe this one. Let's say this one, dark gray. And you can see it doesn't look that much good. It has some visibility issues, so probably it's not good to use that one. But the default one is the black color. So if I remove it from here, you'll see this is the default color that we can see from here. Now same goes for these paragraph elements. If I want to select them, I just can use their name. So let's say P tag here, and then we can use some sort of background color for them as well. So this time I'm going to choose a different color, which is aquamarine, and you can see the output here, it is selected. So before doing any like using any CSS property, first thing first, you need to use the element, you need to select the element, and then you can start applying different CSS properties and make your things look more better. So that's all about the element selector. Now we can move on to the next one. But before moving to the next one, I want to show one more extension here that can make your things look much better whenever you are using especially these colored things. So I'm going to this extension one. I'm going to click here, and then you can see the search option here. From here, I want to choose an extension called color highlight. So let's just use this one, color highlight, and install it. And when you are done, this is the good time to use it. So what does this one do? You can see the difference already here. Now you can see the blurry wood color, it has the background color here already. So you know what this color is going to give you output. So now it's colorized here. So for an example, if I say red here, you will see the red color here. So this is the extension is doing for us, the color highlight. Whenever you write some name, it's going to highlight that color. So the name is highlighted with that color. That's all. So that's all for this extension, and I hope you'll find it's very useful for you, and you know what color is going to be implemented there anyway. Now that's all about this extension. Let's go to the next selector, which is grouping selector. Now you know that, let's say I'm going to use here blurry wood, same color. So this is the color I want to use again, and I think it's not blurry wood, it's called burly wood. I typed it wrong last time, or maybe pronounced it wrong, so I'll just use the same thing here. Now you can see this style, all of them are having same background color. How about this? We are repeating the thing. We wanted our h1 and paragraph tag to have the same background color. Now here we can group multiple elements, just like saying h1 comma then p. So now this paragraph and h1 tag is going to share the same property, which is the background color, and we don't have to repeat here. So even though I have removed that p from here and just use this part, you will see the same output if I even reload. So this is called grouping selector. We could add more things here by separating them with the comma. So you could say a tag here or many things here, just as you wish, maybe table and other stuff. So this is called grouping, and we are grouping our selectors here, which is h1 and p. That's all. Now remember, their names should be separated with comma here. That's all. Fine. Now that we realize about grouping selector and element selector, now it's a good time to move on the next one. Move to the next one, which is nested selector. For this one, I have to create some HTML structure first, so I'm going to do that. I will move everything from here, and then I'm going to create some unordered list here. Inside the unordered list, I will have a list. Inside the list, I will have a link tag. That's all. That's all I want. And then I can, for now, I can use a hashtag as the attribute value, and then maybe I can say here Google. That's all. Now you will see the output here. As you can see, we have created one unordered list. Inside the unordered list, we have list, and finally inside the list, we have a link. Now maybe let's say I'm going to create one more link tag here. Okay, and this time I'm going to say visit my web page. That's all. And if I save it and show it here, you can see this one is the unordered list, and then inside the unordered list we have list, and inside the list we have link. So this one is the first link tag that we used here, and then maybe outside this unordered list, let's say you want to create another link here. So this link is outside unordered list. Remember this structure. Now let's say you want to change the color of the link. Remember, you have two links. One is inside unordered list, another one is outside unordered list. Now if I do something like this, let's say selecting the A1 or A tag, I'm going to make it a little bit bigger so that you can see it better. So this is our link tag. So we are using here element selector, and I want to say the color needs to be maybe black or maybe brown, for an example. Now you'll see the difference here. Of course, now it's selecting all the anchor tag that we have inside the HTML, and turning that color into brown. So the text color turn into brown for all the anchor tag or all the links. But maybe you are just interested about this one, not about that one, the outside of the unordered list. Maybe you are not interested about that one. You are only interested about which one inside the unordered list. Now, how can you select the link which one only inside the unordered list? For this reason, you could go like this, saying unordered list, then I want to go the list, and finally I want to select the link. So this is something called nested selector. So you can nest your selector like this. So first you are saying I want to go to unordered list, then you are saying I want to go to list, and finally you are saying I want to go to link tag. That's all. Now if I save this one right now, you see the changes only made to the link inside the unordered list, not outside the unordered list, because we have selected link tag which one is inside unordered list and then inside the list tag. That's all. Now I believe you have understood the concept about nested selector. I could show you one more example here. For an example, I'm taking one div and a paragraph inside the div. Now let's say I'm going to say it's called maybe some text here. lorem 10 is enough for this purpose. So this is the paragraph tag, and maybe I'll put one more tag, paragraph tag here, and I'll say I'm the first paragraph maybe. Okay, so that's all. Don't worry if I type wrong, because that's not our concern here. So we have two paragraphs. One is here, which is you can see it's very clear here. Inside the body tag we have this paragraph tag, but the other paragraph inside a div, remember. Now let's say you want to select just this one, not all the paragraph. Now how you're going to do this, that paragraph is inside div, so you will say div then p. So this is nested selector, and then maybe you can use any color that you wish. So this time I'm going to use the aqua color, and you can see the output has been changed, or the text color has been changed for paragraph only which one inside the div, not the first paragraph. But if I wouldn't use this one, then this p means all the paragraph inside your body tag or inside your HTML needs to have the same color, and you can see this, the result, it's saying the same thing that I just explained you now. Now that you have covered this topic, which is the nested selector, let's go for the next selector, which one is the universal selector. So what the universal selector does, actually, it helps us to select all the HTML elements inside our HTML file. So this universal selector is something very important, and you'll see quite often we use this universal selector at the top of our CSS most of the time. It doesn't matter top or bottom, but how does your CSS work basically? It starts with the first line, and then it's a second line, then it goes to the third line. So it goes like this. For an example, if I say something like this, color now green, so I have two color here. Remember the same property. Now what color is going to be applied for the link? What do you think? So your CSS will run from here, and then you have this color brown, then again in the next line you are saying color green. So maybe the color was brown earlier, but now finally you are saying the color needs to be green, and therefore this green color will be overridden. So the brown color will not be applicable anymore, and the link color will be green, and you can see it from here. So this is something you should remember. Color or same property if you use, then the last one will be applicable. Now that we're talking about the universal selector, let's see how the universal selector works. So maybe for all the HTML elements you want to say something similar. So for this reason you'll use universal selector. This is the structure, and it is denoted by this asterisk symbol. As you can see, this is the notation for universal selector. We are saying we want to select all the HTML elements, and we want to style something common style for all of them. Now maybe I could say here something like this, background color for all the HTML elements, whatever we are going to use inside the index.html, we want to turn them into aqua color. And you can see like the entire HTML has this aqua color now. So this is something you could use for all of them. Like let's say next time I want to say the color for all the HTML elements should be red. And if you come to the output here, if you want to see the output, you will see everyone has the universal color, which is red. And this is something you'll be using quite often at the beginning, and you'll set a common style for all of your HTML elements. Now you at least know what is the universal selector and how does it work, and this is something we wanted to learn here. That's all. Later on we'll see how this is really useful and how do you use in your project. So this is something we'll see later, but first now you are trying to learn all the selectors and how they work. That's all. Okay, then now it's a good time to move on to the next selector. Let's see which one is the next. Here we can see ID selector is the next one. So let's see what is ID selector. I'll make it a little bit smaller again so that you can see the screen well. And here we are going to learn about ID selector, as I said earlier. So for ID selector, and why do you need ID selector? Okay, I'm going to remove this thing for now so that you have an empty body and we can learn from this scratch. You don't see any output here, but still you see this background color that we have used earlier for universal selector. Now I'm going to remove this part as well. Okay, now inside this body I'm going to add two div. So this is the first div, or maybe I could use some section here as well. So for an example, I'm going to use section tag here, and let's say this is the first section. I will say section 1 inside h2. So this is section 1, and then I'm going to add one more section here. This time I'm going to say section 2. Okay, cool. Then I'm going to add some paragraph here. So it's lorem 20, and I'm going to do the same thing for the second section here. So I'm going to say lorem 20. That's good. Now you have two sections, remember, and each section has h2 tag and a paragraph. So as you can see, the output is also showing the same thing. We have one section here, another section here. Inside the section we have h2 and a paragraph, h2 and a paragraph. Now let's start designing those sections. So I can come here and I can say this is the section selector or element selector I'm interested about, and maybe for this one I want to say the background color needs to be, let's say, green. And now if even though maybe you wanted to do this background color styling for only the first section, you see both section is getting the same color, background color here. It's because both of them have this section common things. You know, it's saying section here, also here it's saying section. So whenever you are saying section, basically you are selecting both of them. So there is some way you want to select them uniquely. So you need something unique here so that you can identify them uniquely. Now, how can I make them unique? I could use ID selector, and this is very easy. All you have to say the attribute ID, then give it a unique name that you are not going to use for others. So this one, probably I could say section 1, something like this. And for the next one, maybe I could say ID attribute again, and then I can give a name here. It can be anything. I'm saying here section 2. Now I can identify them. This one section 1 with ID sec1. This one is section 2 with ID sec2. Now let's just use this ID. Now how can you select an ID and then style? So we are learning now how to select an ID. Again, it's very easy. All you have to remember, what was the ID name? The ID name was sec1. So all you have to say here the ID name, but before the ID name you must use a symbol here, which is the hash symbol. And this is how you select your ID. Now with this, the ID, you have selected the first section and you are saying it is background color needs to be changed as a green. And you can see the output this time. This time we are only selecting this one, section 1, and we have a unique name for this section 1, or we have a unique ID, which is this sec1. That's all. Now I can select the next section, which is sec2 with that ID sec2. I could give a background color different one. So let's give a different background color, which is brown. And you can see the output already. You can see how can we identify them differently. So in your project, maybe different time, you have to use different kind of ID to select them uniquely so that you can work them independently, work with them. Okay, right, that's all about ID selector. Now you know how to select your HTML element more uniquely. Let's move on to the next one, which is a very important one, I will say, which is the class selector. Let's come here. And for this example, for this class selector, I'll be using button. So let's see how this class selector works. So here I'm going to move everything from here again so that I can help you to understand more easily. So there is nothing going to be inside the body tag. Again, it's empty. And I will remove this style again so that you can start from the scratch to learn about this class selector. Now here you can see this is the index.html. I'm going to create some button here. Maybe this is the button 1, I could say, and then I'm going to create few more buttons here. So button 2, then I have, let's say, another button which is button 3. Now we have 3 different buttons, and let's say you want to style them, and all of their style needs to be similar. Now we could do it many ways for sure. Let's say I can come here and I can say button tag. I could select the button tag and I could design it as the way I wish. So I could say the background color, it needs to be any color that you want. I would say orange color maybe. And now you can see all their background color has been changed, which is very nice. But how about this? Let's say you have one more button inside a div, and this time let's say inside div button, something like this, give a text, that's all. Now we have this button inside the div, and I don't want the color should be, background color should be orange. I don't want that, you know. So if I say button and select all the buttons inside the HTML and give a color something like this, then this should be applicable to all the button inside index.html. Now maybe this is not something we're expecting here. I want all these 3 buttons have same background color, but do not want to touch this one. So I don't want the background color of this button turn into orange. I don't want that. For this reason, we could create something similar so that we could use those similar style for all the HTML elements wherever we want. So this time I want to create something similar for everyone. So let's say this background color orange I want to apply to the first 3 buttons. And this is something you could do very easily. All you need a class selector. Now let's come here and use this class selector. How you're going to use this class selector? You have to use the attribute called class, and then again you can give any name. It's totally up to you. I will say button, so btn, that's all. Now this is called class attribute, and you are giving a name. Now if you want to select this button, you can use this class name and you can select this button very easily. So how you're going to do it? You have to say dot. So for ID it was hash, but for class selector it is dot, and then you're going to say the name of the class. Now if I save it, as you can see, this background color orange is only applicable to the first button. Why is that? Because we added the class name only to this button. But how it's different to the ID? It is different than ID because ID is something unique. It should be unique for each of this button. But now I know I need this exactly same design for this one, second one, and third one. So I want to use the same design for all this button. For this purpose, if you want to share the same design with others, it's better you create a class and put all the design you want to use. That's all. And then now this class is something you can use in any place. So let's say class button, you will see the second button has the same style of button 1. So what the class is doing here, you are creating some sort of common style, giving a name for the this style. So we are naming it button, btn. You could name it anything, but remember the class selector needs that dot at the beginning. And now wherever you want to use this style, all you have to say class, then the name of the class. Now let's say I want to use this class inside the div. So the button inside the div needs to have the same background color. We could just say button class and btn, and you can see the difference here as well. So class is something that you want to share with others. That's all. Fine. So remember, you have to use dot notation for selecting a class. That's all. Now that we have covered few selectors already, element selector, grouping selector, nested, universal, ID, and finally the last one was class selector, we can move to some advanced selectors like attribute selector, pseudo class selector, pseudo element selector, and then we'll go through those child, descendant, and others. Okay, but let's just start with the attribute selector. But before I'm going to talk about attribute selector, here is something I want to say so that you can understand. Maybe let's say I will add one class here, and this one is going to be first div. So I'm giving a class name here, first div. And now let's say I want to select this class name, first div. How I'm going to select this one? From CSS, I can say first div dot, and then now let's say I have forgot the name whatever I given there, so I have to come back again here and see, okay, the name was first div. So now I'll type again FIRSD, and if you are someone like me, then you will forget here again and you will go back and check, okay, that there wasn't like hyphen, so let's put the hyphen. Now something you can notice here, if you don't remember the class name, every time you have to come back to the HTML file, check the class name, and then come back here in the CSS and name it properly. This is something you could avoid with an extension here again, which is called HTML to CSS autocompletion. So it will tell your class name, whatever you have used inside HTML file. You will just type here the name, will start with the dot, and you will see all the class name appears here, and it gives you some auto suggestion. Now let's use that extension. Let's install that extension. For this reason, I have to say here HTML to CSS autocompletion. Okay, and it should be here somewhere. I'm looking for the autocompletion, so let's type the entire one, completion. Yes, I think I got it, almost there. Yes, this is the one that I was looking for. So HTML to CSS autocompletion. I'm going to install it, and after we're done, we can close this one, and let's see the magic now. This time, how does it work? So this time I'm going to come here. When I press dot, you can see all the class name that I used in the HTML file are here now. So I could say first div, and then I could do anything with that div. Maybe this time I will use background color, something like basic. So it should be working for that div, and yes, it is working. That background color is working here perfectly. Now you know how to select your classes from here quite easily without even looking to the HTML file and checking out what was the name, and then come back here and use the name. You don't have to go through that sort of hassle anymore with the help of this extension called HTML to CSS autocompletion. All right, we're done with this extension. Now let's go back to our selectors, which one was attribute selector. Now, how does this attribute selector work? Basically, we could have a look on this attribute selector. And for this reason, I have to create a basic structure in HTML. So let's see how can we create the structure. I'm going to remove everything from here again, just like before, so that we can start with the basic thing. Okay, and here I could use, let's say, input tag. This could be a good example here. Now I'm going to select one more. I'm going to create one more input tag here. Now we have two input tags, as you can see. They are side by side, but I want to identify them, so at least keep some sort of text here so that I know which one is for what. So this placeholder is for name, and this placeholder maybe is for address, for an example, or some other things, let's say age. Okay, so now you can see this one is for name and this one is for age. Now let's say you want to select this one and you want to style this one only, not the age one. You don't want that. But if I would use, let's say, let's go to the CSS file, and if I would use just the input tag, which means I'm selecting both of them, well, I could say the background color is something here for sure. Let's say basic, and all of them have the same background color, which means I'm selecting all of them at the same time. But this time we're learning about attributes, remember? So we are trying to select this input element based on attribute. So how could you do it? Maybe if you know HTML well, then you could tell me this is input tag, this is type attribute, this is placeholder attribute. Now based on this attribute you could select something for sure. Now if I use this type attribute, then you know input tag this has this type attribute, and this input tag has this type attribute, so both of them have same, you know. So maybe this time I just want to remove this one for now, or comment this one for now, so that you can understand how type attribute or attribute selector is working. Now how can you select this input tag with the help of this attribute? It's very simple. First of all, this structure is something like this. You have to tell the element name that you are working, and then here the attribute name, and then the body start. So our element is the input element that we are interested, and here the attributes I want to play with, or the attributes I want to use for selecting, is the type attribute. So I will say type here, that's all. And now I could say here background color or anything. For now we'll be using the same property again and again. Later on we'll learn more CSS property and then we'll play more. Okay, so let's say it's basic color again, and you can see, yes, we are able to select this one with the help of the attribute. So the input tag we selected with the help of attribute. Now let's say this time maybe I can use another maybe input tag here. Now if I save this time, you'll see both of them have same style. Why it is? Because you're saying you are trying to select those input tag that has this attribute called type. Now what would be happen if I wouldn't use this one? Let's say for an example, now you don't see that color has been applied. Background color is not applied here. Why? Because we selected all the input tag that has the attribute called type. Now let's say, let's come back here and again get back to the type. This time maybe I will say email here, because maybe I'm interested to get the email. So now the type may be same, okay, both of them has type attribute, so both of them have similar attribute named type, and that's why their background color is same, but they have different value. So if you want to do something like this, hey, based on this attribute value I want to select the input tag, yes, you can do it. Maybe there will be some sort of situation where you want to do it. You want to select the input tag that has type attribute with the value of text. So only text input field you want to select, and you want to style them. So for this reason, you have to be very specific here. So inside this, the square bracket, you have to say type and then assign the value of the attribute. So the one you are interested, you have to say the name here. I'm interested only about the text value. Those type attribute has text value will be selected here. Now what will happen? You will see the background color only applicable to the first one, not the second one. And why is that? Because you said you want to select all the input tag that has attribute called type with the value of text. So you are trying to be very specific here. That's all you are trying to do here. All right. Now you could select more attribute like you can learn more about attribute selector, but I'm not going through like more details because you can spend some time and you can work out by yourself how the attribute selector works. But my intention was to introduce you with this attribute selector, and I have done it. Now I can move on to the next one. And where is the next one, and which one is the next one? Is the pseudo class and pseudo element selector. Now let's talk about this pseudo element and pseudo class selector, and let's see how they work. For this reason, I'm going back to the index.html, and here I can remove everything. For now, I'm going to use the link tag, and here I'm going to say maybe something, let's say Google, or visit my website. Visit my website, that's all. Fine, now we have an HTML element tag here, as you know, and this is the link tag. Okay. Now how this pseudo class and pseudo element things work, let's talk about this. Now pseudo classes are very common, I will say. Let's say what will happen if you hover over this one. So for this reason, you could use a pseudo class. So if something changed, if the state changed, then the pseudo things will work. Let's say this is the A tag, and right now I want to set its color as a black. You can do it. So this is the element selector that you are using, and you can see the style is here. Now let's say you don't want this underline, you could say text decoration, something we'll learn more later on, but for now we could say text decoration none, and this will remove the underline. As you can see, it has removed the underline. Now for an example, if you hover over this link, you want to create some style, you want to use some style for that. So if someone hover over, I want to see the link color as a green. This is something I want to do here. Now if you want to change the states and change its behavior, then you could use pseudo class and also pseudo element, something you will learn later. So let's first see how the pseudo class works. For pseudo class, let's say this is the element that you are interested. You want to do something with state change of this one. For this reason, you will use this colon, which is basically means you are trying to use some pseudo class. Now you can see these are double colon. That means this one is for pseudo elements. These are for pseudo elements. These are pseudo elements, but these are pseudo class, which one has only one colon. So you could use active, you can use different types of pseudo classes. But here we are interested about the hover one. So if we hover the link, then we want to do something. So this is an example of pseudo class selector. We have link, pseudo class selector, visited, hover, active, many things you have seen already. So when you'll do something like this, let's say a colon, then you'll find out all the pseudo selectors, pseudo class selectors here, current, decrement, default, disable. You could go through one by one and explore by yourself, but I want to just introduce. So that's all I'm trying to do, and I'm trying to show some important pseudo class selectors. Okay. Now here we could say, let's say the background color this time I want it to be different, or maybe I want to change the color. So maybe initially we said the link color should be black, but when someone hover over this one, I want to turn that color into green. Yes, we can do it here. Now, even though we use same tag, A tag and A tag, and you know the first one will be applied here, the color black, and then later on it should be turned into green, but only when we'll hover, only the state, the hover will be applied, and then you will have the color green, not before that. Now let's test this one. If I hover over this link, you can see the color is green and it's working fine. So this is an example of pseudo class. You could like use more HTML tag and apply this pseudo class thing and see how these things are working. I will say visit my website 2, visit my website 1, and then I will create one more, visit my website 3. Now I have 3 tag, and you can see for all of them we applied something like this. We said if we hover over their color should be green. Now I could say maybe the active one. So if any active, you know, if any link is active, so again we are using another pseudo class, then I wanted to turn this one color as red, maybe. Okay, so here we have 2 different selector. Now all of them are class selector. No, not at all. These are pseudo class selector, remember. So 1 colon is something referring to pseudo class. If you have double colon, then pseudo element selectors. Okay, now if I select this one, okay, it's working, but you don't get the style of the active one. Now if I just remove it from here to, if I bring it here, now if I select something, you see immediately you can see the red one. So this one is the active one right now. Now this one is the active one right now. But anyway, this is something I wanted to show you. You have different class, pseudo class selector, and then maybe I will say click me here, that's all, and you'll see the output of this button tag. And now let's say here disable. So I want to make it disable. You can see the button tag is disabled now, so I cannot click it. And why it has turned into red? Because this time I said the button here, let's say if I say here button, if the button is disabled, then its color needs to be red. So here I could say its background color should be turned into red, you know, and that's what you can see, its background color turned into red. I could say the color is black maybe. So now you can see how this disable pseudo class selector is working. So if the element is disabled, then you want to add this style maybe, and that's why you have to say the element name and then use the pseudo class selector, which is the disabled one. Okay, now you have good understanding about this pseudo class selector. Maybe this is a good time to look at how the pseudo element selector works. For this, maybe I can create a paragraph here. Let's say this is the paragraph, and I'm going to add some text here, at least maybe 20 words, and you can see the output here. Now pseudo element basically try to select something at the beginning or the first or the last, something like this. And let's see what are the pseudo elements are available here. So P, and then you have to say double colon, you remember, and now you can see all the pseudo element selector are available for you. Now you can see we can change the state, maybe at the beginning or maybe at the end, first line, first letter, and then you can see placeholder. You could select the placeholder and do something with that placeholder, and here you have many other things. But of course, you remember I said you could use one more pseudo class selector, so maybe it's a good time before even going to that example. I will use this input tag again here, and I want to show you one more pseudo class selector, which is something maybe a common one. So let's see how does this pseudo class selector works. For this reason, I have to say, let's see if I focus on this one, what I want to do. So when I'm here, which means I'm focused, now what I want to do. So for this reason, you could say input tag, and then you could select this one and then use the pseudo class selector. If you select a focus one, you can see there is a class selector called focus. You could select it, and then you can apply style. So what will happen now if you give some style here? Whenever I'm going to focus it, then you will see the style. Otherwise, you won't be able to see the style. So I will say if the input tag is focused, then I want to turn as a green. That's all. So this time, maybe you can see at the beginning, it's not a background color. It doesn't have the background color green, but when I have the focus here, it turns the background color into green. And this is because of this pseudo class selector called focus. Okay. Now we have a good understanding about pseudo class selector. Let's get back to the previous one, which one was like pseudo element selector. So for the paragraph, we are going to use a few pseudo element selector, and we'll see how they work. Now the first one I want to show you here, let's select the paragraph, and then we are going to use maybe the first letter pseudo element selector. Of course, you already know how to differentiate between pseudo class selector and pseudo element selector. So if you have 1 colon, then that's pseudo class. If you have 2 colon, then pseudo element. Remember this thing, it's very important to remember. Now that we have selected this first letter, and this is a pseudo element selector, you could give any color here. Let's say I will say it's red, and you'll see this style is only applicable to this paragraph tag and the first letter. That's all. And this is what we told here. So we are selecting the paragraph tag and the first letter specifically, and then we are giving some style there. Now this is something you could do for any other tag. Maybe inside a div you could have some text and you could do the same thing. But let's move on to the next one. What are other things we could do here? Let's say if I select the paragraph, and again if I try something with the after and before, there are a lot of things here as you can see. Let's select this after. So after the paragraph tag, what do you want to have? You could use this one. And here maybe you want to say something like this. After the paragraph tag, I want a border. Let's say something like this, border 1 pixel or 1 rem, and I want it solid. I want it as a green. Now you don't see that one here. You don't see this border at all, even though you are saying after paragraph you want to create something like this. Maybe it's because we haven't used this content, and initially the content needs to be empty. But how about this? Even though after content we added, can you see the border that you wanted to see? Of course, and it's working fine. Now you know if you use this after or before thing, remember you have to use this content, this property of course, and then you can do whatever you want. It's totally up to you. At least I want to show a few more things here. Let's say this is something you created. Now you can add height, width, and many things here. Let's say I want to say the height is 10 rem for this one, this border, and you'll see it should have 10 rem. The border should be 10 rem. I could say here 50 rem. Let's see whether it does work. You don't see that thing is applicable here. It's because maybe that border doesn't have any display block. Now if I add more thing, maybe you'll get confused, And I don't want to make you confused right now, but at least I want to show you how these things work. So I could say inline block here, and now you can see the shape has the height that I wanted. So this after thing is working fine. There is no problem whatsoever. But let's say I don't want to add anything like that, so I'll leave everything just like this. For now, maybe I'll say after the paragraph tag, I want to add this content called A. That's I'm interested about. And you can see after the paragraph tag, you have an A here, and it's working fine, exactly the way we wanted to display. So you could say before here, and now before the paragraph, you'll have a content called A, and it should be working, you can see. And this is the first letter of this paragraph now, and that's why it's color as red, because we said the first letter should be red, and it's working fine. Now here you could use any symbol, it's totally up to you. Now you can see that the symbol I have used, and it's working fine. So now you have idea about this pseudo element thing. Let's move on to the next one. But before even moving to the next, let's say we could add one more example here. So let's say you have another list. Inside the another list you have list, and let's say this is the item 1. So here is the first item. At least I want to type it correct. So item 1, item 2, then let's add few more here, item 3 and item 4. Now inside this another list we have 4 lists, remember, and all of them are child of this another list. Now let's check out something here. So another list is something that we want to select. Inside the another list we have more lists. Maybe I could say something like this, another list and then list, and make their color something as a green. Yes, this is something we learned earlier, and you can see all of them like have the same color green. But maybe I'm just interested about the first child, not about the second, not about the third, not about the fourth one. So can I say something like this, first child class selector here, pseudo class selector here, and it should work for the first one. Of course it's working for the first one, as you can see. So you can use something like this, first child. Now do I have something called last child? Let's see. Yes, we have something called last child, and it works perfectly, of course. Now let's talk about something else. Maybe we could say nth child here. So now you can be more specific with the child number. Let's say I'll say child number 3. Let's see how it works. It works fine. You can see child number 3 we have selected, and then maybe we're doing something here. So it's working fine with this first child, nth child, last child. So everything works fine. Now you can play with this pseudo class and pseudo element selector more and more, and you can explore more things, you can learn more things. But I wanted to show you how these things work. What is pseudo selector, what is pseudo element selector, what is pseudo class selector, and you have all the idea about them right now. Now let's move on to the last one, which is child, descendant and adjacent selector, sibling selector maybe. So let's see how they work, and what is child selector, what is descendant selector, because these are important thing in a like complicated project. You will have this type of selector. So let's check them out. I'm going to remove everything from here so that we can start with the very basic one. And here everything I have removed, I just selected and removed it. Okay, fine. Now let's say I have a paragraph here, and let's say this is the paragraph 1, and then I will create one more paragraph. I'll say it's paragraph 2. Finally I will create a div here, and inside the div I want to create a paragraph, which is paragraph 3 maybe. Okay, something like this. That's all. Now you can see we have 3 paragraphs. Now let's say for an example I'm interested to select this one and change this one's color as a green, and you know how to do it already. You have learned something like that. So you could use this nested selector. First you could select div, and then you could select this p tag. That's all. So let's do it. I could say div, and then I could say p tag, and then I can give any style that I want. So this time I'll use the color green style, and you can see we have this style already here. Now this is something that we need to know the term here. It's called a descendant selector, because inside the div, if I add more paragraph, you'll see all of them have this same color, because we said whatever inside the div, like as many as p you have or how many p you have, doesn't matter, all of them will have this same style, because this is something you said here. So inside the div If you have P, then its color should be green. Doesn't matter how many P you have there, its color needs to turn into green, and that's what you said. So this is something we have learned right now, and it's called Descendant Selector. But let's be honest now, and let's try something more better here. Let's say I want to make it a little bit complex here and give you more better example. So inside the div, I have created one more div, and I have like put this paragraph 4 inside the div. Now what happened here when you said dp, basically by this dp you are selecting this one first, because this is the outer one. So you are saying dp should have like all of them should have green color. So div, this one, the P for this div, but even no matter how much inner you go, this P also belongs to this div. You know, that makes sense, and that's why you have this color green. So all the descendant P will have the same color, and that's why it's called Descendant Selector. But if you are only interested about child, then you can be more specific. I could add one more ID here and make sense more to you. So I will say this time div1, and even though if I say hey hash div1 and inside the P, so they should have the color green. So basically what you're saying, the div1 ID, if it has some descendant and if it has some P tag, then they should have the same color as a green. And that's what you can see. This div1 is the ID, so this paragraph belongs to this div1, and that's why its color is green. This paragraph also belongs to this div1, and that's why you can see the color as a green. But let's say maybe you are interested about the child of this div1. So this is the direct child, but this one not a direct child. So how can I select only the child, not the maybe grandchild or others? So for this reason, we have another one called, child selector. For that reason, you have to use this symbol. So now you're saying this ID's child P should have this color green. So if I save it now, you can see the paragraph 3 has only the color green, but not this one. And why? Because this one is not a direct child of this div1. But this one is a direct child of this one. Maybe it's a grandchild, you could say something like this, because div1 has a direct child P, div1 has a direct child called div, but this one is not a direct child. That's why that style didn't apply here. So this one, remember, this is the descendant selector, this is the child selector. Now that you are familiar with descendant and child selector, it's a good time to move on adjacent selector. So this is the one I'm talking here, adjacent selector. Now let me show you how this adjacent selector works. So maybe after this paragraph, I could just maybe I'll take them out from there and I'll rename it paragraph 1, paragraph 2, and I'll remove this as well, so I can make the example more simpler, So now you have a div, inside the div you have a paragraph, and then you have 2 paragraphs as well here. So let's say if I say div1, then I'm trying to select the child only. Definitely it has one child, and that child should have color green. But how about this? This time you are trying to say, so this is the div, and after the div, if I have any paragraph outside the div, so the first paragraph I want to select. That's all I'm trying to say. So after the div, if I have any paragraph, the first one I want to select. So for that reason, you could use that adjacent selector. You could use this plus one here. Now you can see what you are trying to say here. So after the div, if I have any number of paragraph, I am interested about the first one. And that's why you can see the first one has a green color. But now if you are saying, hey, after the div one, if I have any number of paragraph, all of them I want to select and I want to turn their color as a green. So for that reason, you could use the general selector, and this is the symbol you could use for general selector. Now you can see after the div one, you have few paragraph and all of them turn into green because you have used the general selector. But if you're interested about the first one, then you can use this adjacent selector. So that's all about the selectors and combinators, that we made some combination here, and we are done with selectors and combinators part. Okay everyone, I think you are doing well so far. We have covered introduction to CSS subcategory, then we have learned about selectors and combinators. Now it's our time to learn about typography. Now with the help of typography, we can style our text, our font, and also icons. So let's dive into this subcategory, the typography one. And here, first thing first, we are going to start learning how to style the font. And for this reason, we have many CSS properties that we can use for styling our font. And you can see font size, font weight, font style, font family. But anyway, let's see how they work in real life. So let's go to the index.html and let's remove this thing. I will use here only one h2 tag, and I will add some dummy data so that you see how the font properties help us to style our font. So here I'm going to say just maybe hello, or I will change the text, of course, like this: hello from Bangladesh. Okay, currently I'm living in Finland. Currently, maybe something like this. So it's going to be a paragraph then. Okay, currently I am living in Finland. All right, fair enough. I have given some dummy data here, and you can see the output here. But I wouldn't mind to use this one as a paragraph because it's a kind of a text, long text. All right, now let's see how can we apply the font properties here and make it more better. So let's go in the CSS section and let's select this paragraph. I will make it more bigger and bigger so that you can see well. Now, first one, I want to talk here about the font size. So of course the paragraph has its own default font size, but we could use larger, medium, smaller. You can see many different values are available here for us. We can use any one of them. We could use percentage, we could use centimeter, inches, many different units are here available. We could use pixel, we could use rem. By default, if I give you some idea about these unit things, then 1 rem equals 16 pixel. Or I could say 100%. So these are equivalent. If I say somewhere 1 rem, which means 16 pixel, remember, and it goes another way. If I say 32 pixel, which means basically 2 rem. So remember this, okay? And when I say 100%, basically it means it is 16 pixel or 1 rem. Now let's see how these unit things works in our paragraph. So I could say the font size is basically right now is 16 pixel. Now I could say 32 pixel here, and you'll see the size gets double. As you can see the output here, it gets double here, even though I made the browser a little bit bigger so that you could see. But of course you can notice the changes here. When I said 32 pixel, it makes it double. Now instead of pixel, I normally use rem relative to the screen maybe. So that's why you could use the rem here. You could also em here as well, but I normally prefer rem, okay? So let's make it 1.2 rem, so not that big, but fair enough so that we can see it. Okay, now we are familiar with one font property, which is font size. Now the next one is the font weight. So basically it makes your font looks more bolder, stronger, something like this. So you could say 100, it will make it more thin. You could use 900, it will make it more bold. As you can see the output here, it is now more bolder, I would say. So you could say here the text bold, bolder, something like this. There are a lot of options. Instead of those things, you could use value as well. So maybe 700 is for bold, 900 is for, let's say, extra bold, not maybe 800 is for extra bold, 600 is for semi medium, 500 is for medium, and 400 is normal. So if I don't say anything here, let's say if I remove this one, so basically this is the normal one, which is 400. But I could show you with the help of the number. If I say 400, basically it remains same because this is the normal one, normal value. Now instead of 400, you could use the normal text. It is same basically. So you could use text or also the value here. Now if I want to make it like medium, then I could use 500. And then if I want to make it semi-medium, I could use 600. If I want to make it bold, then I could say bold or 700. it's going to work like that. If I want to make it extra bold, I could say 800. Then if I want to make it really bolder, then I could say 900, and it is working perfectly, as you can see. Now here the value and maybe the text can be like can be different that I explained, but at least you know if you want to make it bold what you have to use. Instead of number, probably it's better if I go for like something like this, bold or something like this. So this helps. I think bold, this sort of text helps rather than number. All right, now let's go for the next one. Now if you want to make it like italic kind of, then you could do it with the help of font style. So let's say this is the font style and it has some value, as you can see, italic, normal, oblique. So there are different types of values is available here, but I'm interested to show you the normal one. Currently it's normal, but I want to show you the italic one actually. So the default one is the normal one that we can see right now, but if we make it italic, you will see the text is like a side, you know, it is kind of curved, I will say. So this is the effect of italic font style. Now let's say, what about the font family? This is something we want to see, so I will say font family. Now we have a lot of font family available here. We could use Google font as well, but let's say if I want to check a different font family from here, I want to try this one. Now if I save it, please look at this one and keep focus on this one. You will see a difference here. The difference will be shown here when I'll be saved here. So I have saved it, and now you can see the font has changed its style. So the font family has been changed here, and because this time we're using something different than the default one. So here, as you can see, let's say maybe the default one was maybe Times New Roman. Now we have changed it into Korean New. And this is the something you need to remember here. This is the first one will be applied, the Korean New will be applied, and then if the Korean New is not available, then maybe Courier will be applied, and even if the Courier font family is not available, then maybe monospace will be applied. So these are something called fallback. So this style is known as fallback. If the first one is not available, second one will be applied. If the second one is not available to the browser, maybe third one will be applied. So this is how the fallback things work. Now we could use any Google font, and for this reason you can go to the Google font website, and from here we could choose any Google font that we like. So I'm here selecting the fonts, and let's say I want to use this Roboto style. So I'm here now. I can download this one, but let's say I want to select it in a different way. I want to get the font in a different way. So here maybe I'm not interested about thin, I'm not interested about light, I'm interested about the regular one, so I'll select the regular one. Then maybe I'm interested about the medium one, I will select this one. Then maybe I'm interested about the bold of this font, so I want to select the font weight as bold for this font. And then finally I want to select the 900 one. So I have this font family called Roboto, and it has different weight, as you can see I have selected. Now there are two ways you can import this one to your CSS, with the help of the link or maybe import. So I will show you both so that you know how these things work. So let's go with the link first. I need to select the link, I need to copy the link. So I have copied the link here, as you can see, and now I'm going to paste this link inside my HTML file, inside the head tag. Now about the style.css, that our custom CSS that we are using, I want to paste it here, that's all. And now if we reload this CSS, if you reload our browser, you will not see any difference. It's because you have imported the link font family, that's okay, but you didn't set this CSS rules, and you didn't say that your font family needs to be Roboto. So this is something also you have to do. So not importing the link will work here. You have to say the font family here. So maybe this time we are not going to say something like this, but this time we'll say font family should be Roboto. And now our, you can see the difference here. Of course, we have now different font family. And let's say if you go to the inspect this time, and let's see what we have here. So let's go to the body and let's select the paragraph tag. You can see what we have here. We have font size, we have font weight bold, we have font style italic, we have the font family Roboto. Now if I unmark one of them, so let's say I have deselect this font family, you can see this is the default one we have. Now if I select the font style, deselect the font style and font weight, you can see this is the output we have right now. Again, if I deselect the font family, you can see this is the default font family here applied. Okay, now fair enough, you know how to play with this thing and you know how to add Google font. I want to show you the other way maybe this time. So not adding the link, maybe importing this style into your CSS file. You could do this. You could just select this one, you can copy, and then let's go to there and remove the link that we already imported. So I'll remove it from here and I'll remove the font family so that it goes back to the normal situation, and you can see this is the normal one. No font family is applied here. Now we copied this one, and right now what you have to do, you have to come to your CSS and you have to import that link, the font family link that we copied from Google Font. And even though if you imported it, it's not going to work. You remember, you have to say the font family here, and we have it, the instruction is here. So let's just add that font family here, and this time Roboto will be applied. But if some cases, if it is not working, then of course sans serif will work, and this is something called fallback that you have learned already, and you can see it's working fine. There is nothing wrong at all. Now for an example, if I remove this one so that we don't have access to the Roboto font anymore, now the sans serif will work for sure because of the fallback properties, and it's working like that. Now let's go and check. I'm going to check the body again, and for this reason let's go to the paragraph tag. You can see even though it's saying Roboto, but Roboto is not applied, the sans serif is applied. So if I remove it from here, you can see this is the sans serif is working basically, okay, not the Roboto font family, it's not working. Okay, right, so far you have understood well about this Google font thing. I am going to remove it from here and I will go back to with my previous one. So I basically like to do this thing. I want to add the link to my HTML and then work from the CSS. That's all I want. Okay, so I'm going to add the link. So the Google font link is above my custom CSS. That's all. I'm going to save it, and if I reload it again, it should be working fine. So the Roboto should be applied. Yes, it is applied. Great. Now that we covered this part, I think we are done with these font properties, how to use Google font. Let's go with the color now, how to use color in your CSS. So there are a few ways we can apply color in our CSS. We could use this property called color for sure. Then we could give a color name or even RGB name or value, or even we could use hexadecimal value. So let's see how this thing works. So let's go there, to the CSS file, and let's add this color property here. Now, as I said, I can straightaway say name of a color here, which is completely valid. Now we have a lot of name, but maybe there are not enough name, maybe there are like limited number of name. So yes, we can use name and it's going to work fine. As you can see, it's working fine, but there are limitation of color name. Now for this reason, maybe you can you want to select more colors, and you can select more colors without name using this RGB syntax. Now you could say RGB, this is for red, green, blue. So R refers to red, G refers to green, and B refers to blue. So with the combination of this RGB value, you can create many colors. So maybe for the first one I will say 0, so red 0. And the value could be here from 0 to 255. So minimum can be 0, maximum can be 255. So for the green, I'm putting 255, and then for black, I'm putting 0. And you can see it's going to give us a color, something like green maybe. Now you can change the value here, of course, and you can choose the color you want. Now you can see I have changed the RGB color. I can do it here quite easily, and you can see the effect is here. And then the next one, maybe we could do RGBA. So here I can add one more value here, but for that reason I have to say RGBA, that's the thing. And here I could say the density maybe, so I could say 0.3, so something I can manage here. I can make it more light, I can make it more bright, maybe something like that you could think about. So it's now more bright. So the value start from 0 to 1. So you can start from 0 and then go up to 1. So I could say 0.1, this is very light. Then I could go for 0.9. So kind of opacity thing I will say here. Okay, fair enough with this RGBA. Now let's move on to the next one, which is the hexadecimal color, something that I use a lot maybe. So let's say here hexadecimal color always start with hash, then you have to use normally 6 character. Now again here RGB combination is important. The first 2 character is for red, the next 2 character is for green, and the last 2 characters are for blue. So I could say here the first one is something, you know, I could start from 0 and I could end with F. So every single value needs to be in between 0 to F, you know. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then it goes like A, B, C, D, E, F. So something like this. It works like that. So first one I could say maybe something like this. Let's say 0, 0, and then for green FF, and maybe for blue it can be 0, 0. Okay, so basically RGB was for red, green, blue, even though I said earlier maybe B for black. That was my, you know, I did a mistake. It was a sudden mistake, even though I didn't expect. Now here I wanted to say FF, that's all. Now you can see the output here and it's working completely fine. Now I can put different value here and you'll see the different output for sure. Now I could say here 0, 2, maybe I can give AA here, and you can see the output. Then I can change here a little bit, maybe here 2, 2, or maybe CC. You can see the difference. Now one more thing I want to tell you here, if you have same value like twice, you know, for red I have 2A, for green I have 2F, and for blue I have 2C. So I could make them short like this. Instead of 2A for red I could use 1A, and instead of 2F for green I could use 1F, and instead of 2C for blue I could use 1C, and it's going to work fine. So this is something you can do. You can short it, you know, that's all. Now that you know everything about coloring, how to use color, I wanted to talk about few important tools. The first one I want to talk is the color picker. So let's see how this thing works, the color picker one. And you can pick any color from here. You can see their option for RGB. Then you have something called CMYK, you know, even though you don't need that. And then you have hue, saturation, and light things here. Maybe you could use that sort of thing, but I prefer the RGB color or even the hexadecimal color, which one I prefer most. So you can choose the hexadecimal color from here. I can make it a little bit bigger so that you can see, you know, this is the hexadecimal color. You can copy and then straight away you can use it. So let's say I want to use it here, I'll just paste it here, that's all. And this should be applied to our web page, and you can see it's working fine. So anyway, now you know how to use this color picker. I want to see you one more source of you know, choosing your colors, and that can be maybe flat icon, not flat icon. I think that's called something like this, flat UI colors maybe. Okay, flat UI colors. So flat UI colors. And let's go there. You will see there are different of colors that you can use. They are like good combination of colors you can use for your own purpose. So I do recommend you to go and have a look of these things by your own and explore how to use these sort of colors in your web page. Now we could use the Color Hand website. This is a good website and they have a combination of colors, as you can see. So maybe for header you're going to use this color, maybe for your main part you are going to use this color, or maybe for navbar you wanted to use this color, and for header you can use this. For main you could use this color, and for the footer you can use the last one. So these are some good combination you can apply in your web page or website. Okay. Right, so that's all about color. Now let's move on to the next one. Let's see what we have in it for the next one. We have the text properties. Okay, now we are going to learn how to format our text. You know, what are the options we have for formatting our text. Let's check out them. So for now, I'm going to move everything from here except the font family. So I'll keep the font family, and I'll remove the next things from here. So whatever I had, I removed except the font family. Okay, cool. Now, the thing I wanted to show you, everything will be now related to text properties. So most of them will start with text. So I can show you here, you will write text, and now you can see there are lots of properties are related to the text. So you don't have to memorize this thing. You can come here, type text, and then you'll see a lot of options and you can use them. But at least you need to know how they work and which one is for what purpose. So I will say the first one here is text align. So I want to align the text in the center maybe. And this is a good time to change this paragraph maybe into maybe H1 and remove the text, maybe currently I am living in Finland, and make it a little bit short so that I can show you how the text center aligning things work. Now, with the help of this text align property, what you are trying to say, you want to move your text maybe left, right, or center in your screen. Now, by default, you can see they start from left. This is the default one. So your text normally start from left and then goes to the end and then again start to the next line. But now I want to move it to the center, and for this reason I could say text align, then center. Now remember, the default value is here left. Just remember that. Now, is it working? When we set text align center, it's not going to work because we have used H1 tag here, and we are trying to select P tag, which is not something right. So we need to change it. And now it's going to work for sure, and you can see the output. Now our text is in the center of this page. Now, if I say left, which is the default one, and it will start from the left, and this is something I didn't want it. So maybe I want it from the right. So yes, I can do it. And now you can see the text start from the right, and it goes like this. So I start from right, and then it's going to the left, which is the opposite of the default one. Anyway, now you know how to use these text align things. Then there are a couple of other things. Let's learn about the text transform. Now, maybe you want to make your text capitalized. Maybe you want to make your text as a lowercase, all of them like lowercase. Now, right now I have some uppercase and also lower cases involved here, mixed up things. I could make them totally lowercase. So I could say text transform and lowercase. Now you see all of them are in lowercase. I could say all of them are in uppercase. Let's convert them into uppercase, and you can see the change here. And also you could use capitalize here. So each word start with the capital letter. That's all. Now you know about this text transform. Let's move on to the text decoration. And this is something you have seen earlier. If you want to work with underline, overline, that this is something you can use. So it has different values. As you can see, it has dash, dot, double, line through, none, overline, solid, underline, and a lot of things going on here. So this text decoration can help us to create underline, overline, and even can remove underline. So let's say if I say overline here, you'll see there is an overline above the text. And then if I say underline, then you'll see there is a line under the text. Exactly, it's working just like that. Now think about a hyperlink tag. Normally when we create a hyperlink, just create one here and put hash as the default value here. I'm going to say home. Now you can see hyperlink tag has by default underline. Now if you want to remove that underline, what you have to do, you have to select the tag and say text decoration none. That's all. And you'll see the underline is gone from here. And this is how text decoration is an important property, and you should remember this one. Okay. And then what else we have? Well, for now I can remove this one. Just for now, maybe I can delete it instead of commenting, so let's do it here as well. So I want to keep things simple when you are trying to understand the things. That's all. Maybe later on we'll use everything in the project, but right now I want to keep separate actually, and make it understandable to you. That's all. Fine. So now you have already known to few text properties: text align, text transform, and text decoration. Let's see what else we have here. So we could use text intent, something like this, text intent. And for this reason, I could go back to the left one, which is the default one, or I could comment this one. Right. So you can see it start from the left for sure, by default, but with the help of text intent, you could make the intent like more bigger. You could increase it from here. So if I say the text intent, what are the values are available? Let's see it here. So text intent, there like you can see many different values available. 0%, we could use percentage, we could use maybe, you know, 0 centimeter, we could use EM, something like this. So let's say I want to say 10%. I want to increase the intent 10%, and you can see the indentation start not from the default one. Now we have increased as a 10%, and it's working like that. What about the REM? If we use REM, is it working or not? Yes, actually it's working. So we could use the REM value here as well. So from the left, from the default place, it's taking 5 REM space, and then we are starting the text. That's all. Right, okay, good. So now that you have idea about this one as well, let's go for the next one, which is maybe letter spacing. I could show you here. So letter spacing, with the help of letter spacing, you can add space between the letters. So let's say I want to say 0.5 REM space should be between all the letters. Now you can see all of them have 0.5 REM space between them. So here you can see 0.5, here also 0.5 as well. So it's totally up to you how you want to put, how much space you want to put. I'm going to say 0.1 REM so that they have some space between them. Okay. Right, and the last one probably related to text, maybe I could show you here text shadow. So we could add some shadow with the text, and for this you have quite many things you can put here. I could say x-axis value, y-axis value, and the color name. So let's say x-axis value should be 1 REM, y-axis value should be 2 REM, and then the color should be green. So this is the text shadow I'm trying to create here, and you can see the shadow here. So it's coming out a lot, the shadow is coming out from the text, and it is like too much shadow there. So I could say 0.1 REM maybe, and the y-axis value could be 0.2 REM, so that it does look like a shadow. Okay, it's working now perfectly. So this is the value for x-axis, this one is the value for y-axis, and then you could add a color name just like me. Right, well enough. Now the last thing I want to discuss here is the line height. We could add line height and make our text looks much better. For this reason, I'm going to add 2 paragraphs here. So this is the paragraph, and 1 paragraph is okay. So I'll add 30 words per paragraph, and this time I'm going to remove everything. I will just select the paragraph, and I will say the line height, I want to change it. So this is the default line height, as you can see, but we could increase or decrease it with the value of like REM or whatever the pixel things, you know. Now we have 2 REM space between each lines, and they're working perfect. All the text properties that I wanted to discuss I have already done. Now let's go what we have next. We have here how to style icon and emoji. Now let's look at how we can use icon in our project, and we can style icon. So for this reason, I'm going to use font awesome icon, and then we'll style that font awesome icon. I have already shown you how to use font awesome icon in my HTML video, but if you haven't seen that HTML video, then I do recommend you like watch that video and then come back here, because if you don't understand HTML, then you won't be able to understand CSS. It's a very basic thing. Okay, so let's see how the font awesome thing we can use. First of all, we need the CDN. So I will say font awesome CDN, and then we have to use the font awesome CDN to link our web page to font awesome. So this is the CDN I'm going to copy, and you know where you have to put. Whenever you get any link, first of all, you need to put that inside your head text. So I'm going to put this one just above our custom CSS, and here we are done. Now that we have added this font awesome icon, I could say something like this, you know, I'm making it more smaller so that you can see. I can add a comment here and say this is the font awesome link, so that I know which link is for what. So this is font awesome CDN, that's all. And the above one is basically for Google font. So here I'm going to say this is for Google font. Okay, good. Now we have the CDN, so we are ready to use font awesome icon as well. So where is the font awesome website? Let's find out that website, font awesome website. So here is the font awesome website, and we are ready to use icons. So select icons, and then let's select any icons that you want. But first of all, you need to search that icon. So I'm going to select maybe, let's say, trash icon. So let's search the trash icon. You can see that there are lots of options here available for us. So I'll select this one, the trash icon one. And from here, we could just copy and paste it. So this is the HTML1 we want to use. So I'm just copying it and let's paste it anywhere in our project. So inside the body, I can paste it here and I can make it a little bit bigger so that at least you can see this is the one we copied from the Font Awesome website. And the output should be here and the icon should be visible, but I haven't saved it. Now I saved it and you can see the output. So this is the icon. Now you can use icon from any other website, from any other place, doesn't matter. But first of all, you need the icon, then you can style it. Okay, so how can I do styling, add styling here? Now Font Awesome website itself, or for all the icons, they have some common classes that you can use. So you could say Font Awesome, then 3x, which means the icon will be 3 times bigger. And as you can see, the output is changed already. I could say 4x and it's going to work like that, you know. Now it's more bigger. But let's say we want to add our own styling, which is perfectly possible. Now for that reason, let's say you want to create your own class. You are going to say icon maybe here. So I'm creating a class called icon, and this is something I want to use here. Now this icon class is not created yet, so let's create it in our index.css here. So here is the icon. Now I can add any style that I want and customize my icon the way I want. So here maybe I'm going to say the font size, I want to make it like 2 rem. So now exactly I can change it the way I want. Then maybe I want to change its color, so I'm going to say it should be red color, and you can see the red color is there. Now this is the way you can, you know, add icon and style your icons, or even you could add emoji and style the emoji as well. So for an example, let's say add an emoji here, and which is the heart symbol maybe. So this is the entity that we are using, and something I already talked about, it has to be hearts, not heart. Now you can see that hearts symbol is here. Now maybe you want to style this one, and how can you style this one, because there is no tag here. What you can do, you can put this one inside and span tag, and now you can style with the span tag selector, or maybe you could add one class name here and then you can style it. So let's go with this span tag because we don't have any more span tag here. So I'm going to use the span tag, and then I'm going to say its color should be red, and you'll see the output change here as well. Now I could change the font size as well. I can say the font size needs to be 2 rem, and of course you'll see the font size is now 2 rem. So this is the way you could work with icon and emoji and style the way you want. That's all I wanted to say here. And you have also learned how to use the Font Awesome icon. This is something probably I have shown you earlier in my HTML part, as I said, but if you haven't seen that, now you have seen it and you know how to style that Font Awesome icon. Now this is a good time for us to move to the next one, which is the box model, and if we complete this subcategory, then we are done with our basic thing, or the fundamental of CSS category will be done if we just complete the box model subcategory. So let's move on to this box model category, subcategory now. Well, I have formatted all the contents of this box model title, as you can see here, and now I'm going to start one by one. First of all, I need to say here that every HTML element acts like a box. Now, if I say something like that, probably you are not going to trust me. So I'm going to give you some examples so that you can see that it's real that HTML elements act like box. For this reason, I'm coming to this index.html file, and you can see it's just empty index.html file. And also I have removed the thing from index.css. Now let's start from the scratch. First of all, I'm going to add one h1 tag here, and I'll make my screen a little bit bigger so that you can see properly. Okay, now here I'm going to say this is heading 1 for an example, and then you can see the output is here. That's fine, but how do you know this element act like a box? For this reason, we could add one background color with this h1 tag, and then you'll realize by it yourself. So here, background color, I could add any color. It's totally depends on my wish. I will add maybe this brown color. And now you can see the background color is brown, but it is acting like a box. And if I add one more element, then it will be more easier for your understanding. I think I will add, let's say h2, and I will say this is heading 2. All right. And then let's style this heading 2 with a background color as well, so that we can identify that yet it is acting like a box. So this time I'm going to choose a different background, maybe green, and you can see this one also act like a box, and you can see that box here as well. Now, okay, how do you realize that yes, it is acting like a box without setting the background color? Of course, we can check it by the inspect here, and then if I go to the element h1, when I select it, if I scroll a little bit, you can see, well, this is the h1 and this is the box model we are talking about. So all the HTML elements, they have this sort of shape, kind of a box shape. And what we have inside this box shape, basically there are 4 important things. Now this is the content, this is the text, or this can be an image, it can be anything. So this is basically, this is heading 1, this is the text here. So this is the content part here. And then we have padding, and then we have border and margin. So these are 4 important things to notice here. First of all, this is the content, whatever you are going to write or whatever image you are going to display. And then you will have padding just after the content, and then top of that or above of that you can see this is the border, and finally top of everything you have margin. So this is the outsider one or outer one, I will say. And now let's see how can we manipulate this box model more, and we can play with this box model. So right now, let's say I want to set the width of this box model. I want to say the width is 100 pixel maybe. So this time I'm using pixel so that I can explain things much easier way. Let's say it's 200 or maybe 400 pixel. Okay, that's enough. Now you can see the box model is currently taking 400 pixel width because this is what we have set here. So the element or the content right now has 400 width, 400 pixel width. Now we can add padding, we can add border, and we can add margin, and this will change the width of this content. So let's say if I say padding 5 pixel or maybe 10 pixel, what happened when I say padding? Padding basically adds some space to the content as well. Now if I say padding left, I could say something like this, so it will add some space to the content on the left side, and it will be 10 pixel space. I could say padding right, I have this option. I could say padding top, I have this option as well. I could say padding bottom. So these are the 4 things you could say. So how does it start or how does it work? Basically it works clockwise. So first start from the top. So I could say something like this, padding top, and then I can say something like this, padding right, and then I can say something like this. Maybe I can just copy paste, or I could a little bit go back before. I'm going to remove this one so that you realize what I'm trying to do. So now I'm saying padding top 10 pixel, padding right 10 pixel, and then I'm going to say padding bottom 10 pixel, and finally padding right or left, actually 10 pixel. Now this is how padding normally works. Start with top, then it goes to the right side, and then it goes to bottom, and then it goes to the left. And this is something very important for you to understand, because this is the same way margin and border things work as well. So first, whenever you are doing working with the padding, you remember always you can start with the top, then you can go right, bottom, and left. But you could do like individual one. You could play with the individual one. Let's say you just want to set padding top. Of course, it's possible. Now, if I save this one, what's going to happen? We had a width 400 pixel for this element. Now the width will be changed. Maybe not because of top, not because of bottom, but we have added some space to the right and to the left. And this matter for width, And because why? We had 400 pixel width already. Now we are adding 10 pixel on right and 10 pixel on left. So totally it will be 400, 10 and 10, 20. So 420 pixel. Now here you can see, even though the content is 400 pixel, but we have padding 10 pixel left and 10 pixel on our right. So total width will be 400 plus 10, which is 420 pixel. Now we can add some margin as well. But before going to talk about margin, I could write this one in a shorter hand. I could say padding everywhere 10 pixel. this is something very much possible. So this time I don't need to say anything like this because one line is enough. Basically it's saying padding to the top 10 pixel, padding to the right 10 pixel, padding to the bottom 10 pixel, and padding to the left 10 pixel. That's all. Still it's going to be same, as you can see the value here, 10 10 10 everywhere. Okay, cool. Now what I was saying, you could use one more shortened policy here, or structure here, syntax here, and this one you could say something like this. Now this one will be for top and bottom, this one will be for left and right. So you could think like this one is for y-axis and this one is for x-axis. So this one is going to work for top and bottom, this one is going to work for left and right. So this time we'll have 10 pixel top padding, 10 pixel bottom padding, 5 pixel left padding, and 5 pixel right padding. Let's check this out. Is it working? Yes, it's working perfectly. Everything is going so smooth. Right. Now that we know how the padding things work, let's add the next one, which is the border. As you can see, after padding we have border. Now we can style the border as well. So let's see how the border things work. Now here I'm going to say border, and for this border you could say the same thing, border left, border right, border bottom, border top. So these things are allowed here as well, but I'm going to use the shortened method and I'm going to say border, just all. And this is going to work for top, bottom, left, right, all the sides. Okay, here I'm going to say I need 10 pixel border for all the sides, and then you can say some style here. There are a lot of style. I'm going to use the solid style, and then you can use any color for the border. I'm going to use green color for the border. Now when I have done this one, you'll see the changes here for sure, and you can see this time we have a border, green border, and this is something we have mentioned here, that I want a green border, and like every side should be like 10 pixel, and this is the style which is solid. I could use here dotted style, and you'll see the difference of this border, of course. So you could use different style here. I'll keep the default one, which is the solid one here. All right, now you can see it's working fine. But what will be the total width this time of this element? So we have the content with 400 pixel, and then we have the padding 10 pixel to the left and right. So it was like, I could write it down here. So 400 pixel was the width that we mentioned at the beginning for the content. Then we added padding to all the sides. This one is for top and bottom, but this one is for left and right. So we added left padding 5 pixel, right padding 5 pixel. So we are just calculating the width, that's all. And then we added border to all the sides, top, left, right, bottom, every side is now 10 pixel border. So that we can say, yes, 10 pixel is for the left side, and then 10 pixel is for the right side. So what is going to be the total width now? It's going to be 400, 5, 5, 10, so 410, and then here we have another 20. So total it's going to be 430 pixel. So this is the current width of this box, that's all. Now I'm going to make it a comment and then run our program again. I'm going to make it comment here. Okay, so let's see, this is the comment, that's all. Okay, fine. Now that we have everything here and it's working really fine, we are able to understand this box model for sure. And here you go. Now you can calculate the width of your content. Now the last thing I want to add, which is the margin. So what does this margin do? It's basically create some space out of this element. So outside of this element, I want to create some space, add some more space. Let's say I want to create some distance between this content or this element from the other element, which is this is heading 2, and we can use margin for this reason. Now padding is basically creating or adding some space from the content, you know, inside the border, but what the margin is trying to do, it's going to add some space outside the content. So outside the border, it will create some space for us. Here we could use margin top, margin left. It goes the same, just like padding. So I could say here margin bottom, and I could say 10 pixel, and it's going to add some margin for sure. Let's see, if I say here 200 pixel, you'll notice it very well. And now you can see, where is that? This is heading 2 gone. It is here basically because we added lots of margin here. You can see the margin things, how it works. But let's say I want to add the margin on every side, so that's for a reason we know what to do. We have the shorten policy or shorten method. This is something we could use, and I'm going to add 10 pixel on every side. Now you can see left side it has 10 pixel, at the top it has 10 pixel, at the right it has added 10 pixel, and also at the bottom it has added another 10 pixel. Now if I inspect it, you'll see the difference now about this box model. So now the total width of course has been changed. Let's go to the H1. This is something we are talking about. Now what is going to be the current width? 400 pixel, the content width, 5 pixel padding on left, 5 pixel on the right, so it will be added as well. And then we had 10 pixel border on left, 10 pixel border on right, so that is going to be added with the width total. And then we have 10 pixel margin on the left and 10 pixel margin on the right. So we are going to add again 10 and 10, which is kind of 20 pixel. So I'm going to add 10 pixel and 10 pixel here for the margin on both sides, and it will be this time 450 pixel. So this is the total width of our content, which is the H1 one, or the box for the box model. Okay, and I believe you have understood everything about box model now. It's all about content, it's about padding, border, and margin. So these are the 4 important things in the box model. Now it is a good time to talk about this box sizing thing. This is something I really want to talk here, because maybe you wanted to say the total width of this H1 should be 400 pixel. Doesn't matter whatever I'm going to use padding or not, it has to be always the same width, so 400 pixel. And this is something I really wanted to talk, because maybe you have created an HTML element, you have created the element, and later on you realize, hey, I added some padding and it just messed up my things here. It is not the same width I was expecting. So for this reason, I could give an example here. Let's say I will say the width is 100%. So H1 should have 100% width of this page. So you can see the total width here. It's taking all the way from here to there. Even though you cannot see, I think I can remove this padding border for now. Okay, and explain it much better way. So this is the element we have here. Now what will happen if I add some padding this time? So maybe I want to add some padding, let's say 200 pixel this time to the all side. Or maybe just left and right. Let's say just left and right. Okay, it makes more sense. So I'll keep the top and bottom 0 and the left and right 200 pixel. Now you can see it's just outside the page. I have to scroll maybe a little bit, and yes, but this is not something I wanted. It's kind of like this, whatever space I have, it should be always 100%. Doesn't matter how much padding I'm including or not. So for this reason, we could use box sizing, and I'm going to show you how to use this box sizing property. So box sizing, you could say many things, many values available here, border box or other stuff, inherit and other stuff, but I'm going to use the border box. And now what will happen, you'll see we are still on the same page. It's working fine. We don't have to scroll on the right hand side, because box sizing work like that. If you set up a width here, if you add padding, doesn't matter how much padding you are going to add here, still the width of this element will be same, 100%. But it will take space from inside. It will not add any extra width of this content. There will be no extra width will be added here to this content. So what it's doing, I have added padding. It's completely, you can see something here, but it's not going to add extra space here. Whatever space you have, it's going to take space from that content space. That's all. So let's say if I say the width of this one is 200 pixel this time, let's say, or 400 pixel. Just for an example, I could say 400 pixel, and I'm going to remove this padding again. I'm going to remove this box sizing again so that I can make it more clear. Now this is the total width. You can see if I check the inspect again, and if I show you from the body, I'm going to go to this H1, and you can see the total width is 400 pixel. Now, no matter whatever I do, or no matter whether I add padding or not, I want the width always same, just 400 pixel. I don't want to change the width because that I added padding. So how can I do it? If I add some padding, what will happen? Let's see. It will add some extra space to this element. So let's say it's this time maybe 200 pixel, or maybe 100 pixel, 50 pixel, let's say. And now you will see when I save it, there is some change. Of course you can see the change here. It has added 50 pixel to all this side, especially to the width. And now I want to say top, bottom 0, but left and right is 50 pixel. And of course you can see the width has been changed. New space here, 50 on the right side and 50 on the left side. So these are 50 pixel added on the both side. And also you can see when I like hover over this padding, you can see those extra padding with this yellow shadow. I think you can see, or maybe different color. I don't know what's the color name actually here, but you can see it clearly that we have added extra space here. Now, if you want to avoid this extra space, even though you want to use padding, that's not a problem. You can do it. And this padding can be like within this own width, whatever we specified here. So we want the width should be 400 pixel, doesn't matter whether we are going to add padding or not. For this reason, you could say, hey, use the box sizing, border box. And now if you use padding, it's going to take space from here. It's not going to add extra space. So whatever width you had is going to take space from there inside the component. Now you can see the width here. I can make it a little bit bigger for you so that you can see much better. I'm going to come down here. Unfortunately, I couldn't make it bigger. Now I can make it bigger. Okay, it's working fine. Now you can see, even though we said our width should be 400 pixel, but what happened here, it shows 300 pixel because we wanted to add 50 pixel on the left and right. And yes, of course we did, but it just taken space from the content width. So this is something important. You should know about this box sizing because this is something people use a lot inside the universal selector. So when they set their page, common styling, they always do this sort of universal selector, and they say for all the HTML element, I want the box sizing property should be allowed. So it should be border box. So it doesn't matter whether I'm going to add some padding or not. It should not take any extra space. Now, what will happen if I add some margin here? Let's see, how does it work? So I'm going to add some margin this time, and the margin is going to be 10 pixel. And now let's see what is the width of our element. So the margin, it doesn't affect our content width. It doesn't affect. So only the padding affect the width of the this box model. So I'm going to tell you again that padding, when we do padding things, when we work with padding, it does affect the content width. It add extra space. But if you use box sizing, that it's not going to take extra space on the left or right or top or bottom. It's going to take whatever space you had already from there. It's going to take some width. That's all. Now let's say what happened if I add some border here. So this is the border. I'm going to say 10 pixel, and I want to see whether this takes some space, extra space, or whether it takes space from our content. So now we can see still, if I reload it maybe, or maybe I haven't saved it here. I think I did it this time, and it should be seen here. Where is the 10 pixel border? I don't see the border because I didn't use style or any color. So let's use that style, solid. And you don't need to add color, but you can add some color as well here. So I'll say the green color. And now if I come here, I can see now the width has been changed. So the border takes space from the original space or width that we provided. So padding and border, these two things matter here. If you don't use box sizing, they will add extra space. So padding and border, they take extra space for, to this with whatever you already provided. It will add extra space if you don't use box sizing border box. That's all. That's all I wanted to tell here. We have covered content, padding, border, margin, and box sizing property. It's a good time to move on to the next important one, which is display property. Basically, it helps us to set up the layout for the web page It has different values like inline, block, table, flags, grid. I'll be discussing about those display, flags, grid, layout property like in details later on. But for now, you have to understand inline block and inline block values, how these things work for the display property. So let's start, and for that reason I already removed some of the HTML things, so the body is empty and also the style is empty nearly, you can see, but we have this universal selector and the box sizing border box. And now you know where we are going to use this, so that we don't want to add extra space when we use padding or the border. Okay, now let's add something here. At least for now we are going to add h1 and we are going to say this is heading 1. Okay, fine. And we know that it will show here, as you can see it. This is the heading 1. We can see it here perfectly. It's working. And now that we can add one more element here, we can say this is heading 2. But I really want you to focus more carefully. You know, we had some space here for the heading 2 text. So this is heading 2 could be placed here. But why did it start with a new line? It's because they are called block element. And all the block element, they always start with a new line. It doesn't matter whether there's some space available for them like already, but they will always start with a new line. So this is the behavior of block element. Now let's see something else, something different than block element, and let's add some link here. I will say this is link 1 and the next one will be link 2. Now what do you think how they're going to act? Whether we are going to see them like one after another, like in a different line, or they will be in the same line. Let's see it. Wow, it is working like differently. We can see they are side by side. They are not acting like h1 or h2 tag. They are not starting with a new line. Basically, they are starting in the same line. If they have space, they're using the space. But block element, they don't use extra space even though they are starting with a new line. These are called block element, and this link tag is an example of inline element. So inline element doesn't start with a new line. It takes whatever space it's need, but the block element takes all the space it's available for the width of the page. So I can add some background color and we can see it more easily maybe. So h1 background color, I can say it's a green background color, and I want to add the same background for h2 as well. So I will use this group selector, and you can see they're taking all the space or all the width of the page. Okay, but for link tag, let's add some background color as well. Maybe I'll add different background color for link tag. I will say it's a basic color. So this one is the color I want to use. And now you can see how much space they are taking. So it's a good time to know more about block and inline element, and W3 School is a good place for getting all the web related information. You can see in the HTML section, you can learn more about many things here in details. So if you have time, why not? After finishing or after watching this video, it will be a nice thing if you come to this W3 School site and learn more about HTML and CSS from here. Now you can see there are a lot of elements called block elements, and they are here. So all the block elements are here, as you can see, address, article, aside. So all of them act like a block element. And inline element, there are a lot of inline elements also available. A tag, then image tag. These take as much space as need. They don't start with like new line. Input tag, beer tag, and there are a lot of other tags, as you can see, button as well. So you can spend time and you can learn more about this thing. Now that you know about inline element and also the block element, this time I'm going to show you how to convert their display properties value. You could make them like, let's say for block element, you can convert them into inline element, and for inline element, you can convert them into block element. So how can we do it? Let's see. Let's say this is h1 and h2. You have already selected, and you can convert them into inline element. Now you know already they are block element and they are acting like a block element, but we want them act like an inline element here maybe, and we can do it by saying display inline. And if I save it, you'll see they are acting like an inline element. Now they are not starting with a new line, they are taking as much space as they need, that's all. Now maybe you want to convert the inline element to block element. For an example, a tag is inline element, you know already. We can convert it into block element by saying display block, and you can see they're acting like a block element. This time they're starting with a new line. So this is all about how you can convert one element to another type, maybe inline to block, block to inline. But now one of the most important thing I want to discuss that many beginners make mistake here. We know that this is an inline element, and for an example, I could remove this thing h1 and h2, and I can show you more better. So that's why I'm removing this h1 and h2 and also their style. So let's focus on this. The A tag has background color basic, that's all. Now what happens if I add some padding here? Of course I can add some padding for sure. Let's say I'm adding 10 pixel padding, and of course you can see the difference here. So it's getting padding at the top, left, right, bottom, everywhere it's getting the padding. Okay, it sounds good. Now what about the border? If I add some border, is it going to work? Well, let's see. I will add border 2 pixel on every side, and then I want to add a style called solid, and then finally I want to add a color, maybe black or maybe blue violet. Now we have the border at the left, right, bottom and top, let's think like that, but it's not that much visible at the top. But for this reason we could like use some margin and bring them more inside of this page. So I want to add some margin at the top, margin at the left, margin at the bottom, margin everywhere. And for this reason, I will add one more paragraph so that we can see what is happening here. I will add lorem 10. So there will be 10, words, and you can see here. Now I want to add margin and want to see what happens here. So let's add margin, and let's see a problem that the beginners normally, face, and they don't figure out what's happening here. So I'll add margin 10 pixel everywhere. Now, even though I added margin 10 pixels, so it's saying top, left, right, bottom, add 10 pixel margin, and it should be available here. We can see it here, we are supposed to see it here, act like that. So the top there should be 10 pixel margin. We don't see that margin. At the right, maybe there is 10 pixel margin. At the left, there is 10 pixel margin. But at the top and bottom, we don't see any margin. Why it's acting like that? It's because all the inline element, they cannot, that you cannot add margin to the inline element. This is a problem. So what do you want to do? Maybe let's say you want to add display block here. You want to convert it. Of course you can convert it, but this is not something you wanted. You wanted to have your links side by side. Okay, so let's go back to the inline element again. We know this is the default value of them. And now again we are missing the margin. This is something we want here. So if you want your margin to act here, or if you want to implement your margin here, and if you want to keep your element still inline, you can do something like this by saying inline block. So your element still act like inline, but it will be available to use those margin just like the block element. That's all you are trying to say here. Now this time you can see everything is working really, really good. You can see the margin is working perfectly. So if you work with any inline elements, and if you don't see your styling for margin, then be sure to make it inline block element and you will see your margin for sure. Okay, that's great. It's working fine so far. Now let's go and check the next one, which is width and maximum width. So what are the differences between width and maximum width? We are interested to see that. For this reason, I am going to add some paragraph and show you how this thing works basically. So this is something I wanted to show you, and I'm going to give it ID here this time so that I can show you properly. So this is, I will say para 1, and I'll create another paragraph, and for this one I will say para 2. That's all. Now you can see those string here, those text here, they are perfect, and we can see how they're working. There is nothing wrong. Now let's add style with para 1 and para 2. So come here and add some style in the index.css. I'm going to say para 1, so I'm going to select the para 1 ID, and maybe I'm going to add some background color. Let's say it's going to be green color. So you can see the style is applied. I'm going to do the same thing for para 2. So I'm selecting the ID and then going to give some background color here. This time I'll say brown. And you can see there is nothing wrong here for sure, and they are working perfectly. But how about this if sometime you want to set the width of this paragraph? Maybe you will say 500 pixel. And this paragraph will have 500 pixel this time for sure. As you can see, this one is taking 500 pixel. But this one is taking auto width, so whatever available, it's taking that space. Now I want to make this one as well 500 pixel this time. So let's say it's 500 pixel. And now both of them will have 500 pixel. But when we'll make the screen smaller than 500 pixel, you don't see many things. It's not that responsive. It's not taking enough space, and we are missing a lot of things maybe. So we want it like this. Okay, maybe at the beginning it's 500 pixel, but when it is less than 500 pixel, let's say when you are here, it is less than 500 pixel now, but you want to display all of your text, and it should be like automatically, responsive so that you can see everything here. So for this reason, you could say here maximum width is 500 pixel instead of this width 500 pixel. So I can remove this one from here, and now how it's going to act, let's see both of them. Already you can see the change. Now you follow this, you can see the second one is changing its width based on whatever width it has. So what we said here, basically the maximum width for this paragraph is 500 pixel, but if there is not enough space or less than 500 pixel, then take like automatically whatever the space we have and make the text responsive. This is something you are trying to tell here. You can use the height as well the same way. You could say height 500 pixel and maximum height 500 pixels. So both of these things work together side by side. There is no issue whatsoever. Now that you realize about the difference between max width or height versus max height, there's something else probably I want to tell you here, especially about height. I want to show here. So I'm going to remove this thing. So height is something we can use and we have used earlier for setting the height of a content or element. Now here I can say pixel, maybe 100 pixel. So this should take 100 pixel height, and you can see it's taking 100 pixel. We could say in percentage, we could say in rem, I could say something like 10 rem, and it's going to work perfectly. I could say 10 vertical height. This is something I want to tell you. So the overall height of this page, think like that, it's 100 vertical height. From this total 100 vertical height, you can divide your screen just the way you wish. So maybe for paragraph 1, you wanted a 10 vertical height out of this 100 vertical height that is available. And for this one, for paragraph 2, maybe you wanted to set the height 90 vertical height, or maybe a little bit less, let's say 85 vertical height. And now you can see this one is taking 10 vertical height out of 100 vertical height, and this one is taking 85 vertical height. So this is something I wanted to show you so that later on when I'm going to use this one inside the project, you don't get confused. Okay, enough is enough. We are done here. Let's see what is the next topic that we have here. We have this opacity and overflow property. So let's just start with opacity and then we'll go to the overflow and one by one. But for the opacity, we need something that we can make like it's kind of invisible and then again visible. So for this reason, I need an image, and I have already one image here. If I see it properly, yes, this is the one SVG image I have. You don't see it here unless I add it inside the image tag. And I'm going to remove everything from here so that we can start with scratch, start from scratch, that's all. All right, so you can add any image that you want. It's totally up to you. I'm going to use this image, this SPG1. So this is the SPG image I want to use, and you can see the image is here. Perfect. Now with the help of opacity, you can make it kind of visible, and also you can make it visible again, invisible and visible. Okay, so let's say it here. I want to select the image. Okay, I'm going to make it a little bit bigger so that you can see. So by default, the opacity is 1, and that's why you can see it very clearly. But if I say opacity is 0 point, so it starts from 0, and then the maximum value can be for the opacity is 1. So I'm going to say 0.5, which means half of the opacity. And you can see the half of opacity is showing here. I could make it a little bit more interesting by saying if I hover over this image, then I want the opacity into this original, which is 1. So let's see, if I hover over this, then you can see the opacity change straight away. This is 0.5 opacity right now, but when I hover over, you can see the complete image perfectly, which is the opacity 1. So now you know how the opacity things work. All right, we're done with opacity. Now let's move on to the overflow property and let's see how this thing works. And then we can go to the background property and finish this CSS fundamental. Okay, I'm going to remove this image tag from here, and then I'm going to create a div for explaining overflow property. And I'm going to add some text here for sure. Maybe this time I'll add like at least 100 words. And you'll be able to see it's here. Like it's like too much for me. I think I will remove a few words from here. Okay, this is fair enough. Now I want to give some width for this div, and then I want to show you why overflow is important. So this is the div, and inside the div we have paragraph, and inside the paragraph we have some text. Now I'm going to remove everything from here except the universal selector that we have here. And I'm going to set a width for the div tag, and I'm going to say the width is maybe 400 pixel. Now when I'm going to say something like this 400 pixels, so definitely you can see the text are here more on the left side because I have set the width. And now if I say the background color, you'll be able to see the actual width of this div. And here I'm going to set this aqua color. Now you can see it perfectly that everything is inside this div and the height of the div exactly as much needed, and we can see all the text here. I'm going to add a dot here so that we know this is the end of this paragraph text, So let's add a dot at the end here maybe, and so that we know this is the last point of this text. Now everything is okay here, there is no problem, but how about this? If I set the height maybe like let's say 200 pixel or maybe 300 pixel. Now if I say the height 300 pixel, you can see everything is visible here. You can see the height and the width of this div, and the text is not getting out of this container. So let's think the div as a container and the text as the content of this container. So the text has enough space, the text have enough width and height, and everything is inside the container. There is no problem whatsoever. But if I say the height of this container, which is our div, and if I say something like let's say 100 pixel, what happened? Let's see. And here I'm going to change it, the height from here, I'm going to say 100 pixel. Now of course you can see the container has less height and width, actually less height compared to the content, and now the content is coming outside of the container. Now here the overflow property is going to help us to maintain everything. By default, the overflow property, there is an overflow, as you can see here. Our text or our contents has the overflow situation here. It is coming out of the container, and overflow property has something like default value. And that default value is here the visible one. So you can see the overflow. As you can see, the overflow is visible. It's coming out of the container. It's very much visible here. Now if I say hidden, then you'll see whatever outside the container was supposed to see in here, like the way we did see last time, it's now invisible. We cannot see. So anything going out of the container, anything that is overflow now, it's invisible. It's hidden. We cannot see them here. So what I said here, visible is the default value. You can use hidden, and you can see there's some other value as well. You can use clip, scroll, auto. I'll show you what does this scroll means here. So scroll means basically it will add one scroll bar for you if there is not enough space. It can be height or it can be width, anything, You can have the overflow on the right side, or maybe, on the width side, or maybe on the height side. So it totally depends on your scenario. So this time we can see there is a scroll bar on the right side, and we can scroll our content. So this is the way you are saying that I need the scroll bar if there is some sort of overflow. Of course, I need the scroll bar always. So if I say, let's say if I have enough space, 400 pixel, And now, maybe the scroll was not needed at this case, but as you said, overflow scroll, so the scroll will be there always, always. Doesn't matter about the height or width, doesn't matter about the container, whether it can hold the content already, or maybe there is no overflow at all, but you said the scroll should be there always. Now, with the help of auto, you could solve this issue. Now, this time what will happen, if there is some sort of overflow, then you will see the scroll bar. Otherwise, there will be no scroll at all. So this is what we are trying to say. We can have now scroll bar this time because we don't have enough space if you compare to the height of the content. But let's say if I have a 300 pixel height, then I know there should not be any scroll needed, and you can see there is no scroll bar whatsoever. So these are some things that I wanted to discuss about the overflow. Now that we are done with the opacity and overflow, we can go to the background property. And this is something really, really interesting. So let's see how this background property works. For this reason, I'm going to remove everything that I have here. So I'm going to remove up to this level, up to this, and then I'm going to save. I'm going to remove the deep styling from here. I will just keep the universal selector styling. That's all. Now, the background is something we can use, for many reasons. Let's say I have a div here, or maybe I'll keep the body tag here. And now I can select the body tag from here and set a background color. So with the background property, there are a lot of property here, as you can see, related to background. First of all, maybe we're interested about this background color. So here I can set any background color, and that is going to be applied to the body tag because we have selected the body tag. And here I'm going to say maybe brown color. And now you can see the brown color is applied to the body. So this is something we have seen quite many times already. Now I want to show you more things related to this background property. You can use something called background image, and basically this is going to help you to set the background image for any HTML element. Now for this reason, I don't want to set the background image to body tag. Let's say this time I want to create one more tag here, which is maybe header tag. And this header should be 100 vertical height, and it should have an image. That's what is my plan. So let's put some text here so that we can see our header. Let's say this is header, maybe something like this. So this is header, that's all. And now we can see our header. So let's go to the style.css, and we want to select this header tag. We want to maybe add an image, a background image inside this header element. So how can we do it? For this reason, we need an image. So, from Unsplash, you can download any type of image you remember. So let's say restaurant. And you can see there are a lot of options here. You can choose. But what I'm going to do from here, I'm going to select maybe the first one here, this one, okay? And I'm going to save this image inside my computer. So save image, or I could download it. Let's download it then. Download for free. And so the restaurant image should be available here when I complete the dragging, and you can see the image is here. Now I want to use this image as a background of the header tag, for the header element. And now how can I do it? First of all, I'll need to select the header tag, and here I'm going to say background image, this property, and then we can use URL. So how do you use this URL tag here, or URL value here? Inside this URL round bracket, you can add your image. So we need to find out our image. Where is our image? We can say something like this, maybe, /, then you will see the image. So restaurant image, this is the one we want to use. And straight away we can see our image is here, which is nice, but this is not the entire image we want to display. So maybe we have to set the height of this header. So we are going to take all the space of this, all the height of this web page. So we are going to say the height should be 100 vertical height. Now, even though we said 100 vertical height, we don't see everything from our image, and it doesn't look good because there are some other property we need to use. The next property you want to use here, it's called background repeat, something like this. So I'll say background, and then I'll say repeat, okay, repeat, and then you can set some sort of value here. So the background repeat should be like exactly correctly spelled here, otherwise it's not going to work. So background repeat. Now, do you want to repeat your background like in the x-axis or y-axis? You could say it here. So if I say repeat x, which means the image will be repeated to the x-axis, but I don't want it any repeating here, so I can say no repeat as well. Okay. And the next property I want to use is called position. I want the positioning things here. Where do I want to position my background image? I could say here right and top. So which means in the x-axis it will be right, and for the y-axis it will be top. So at the right and top side I want my background image to be placed. But I think the easiest one here, I could say I want to position it in the center of my header, and you can see it's here. And the final one maybe I could use here is something called background attachment. Okay, so let's see, where is the background attachment? It is here. What does this one? Basically it position the background of the image. No, it doesn't do that, because we have background positioning property for that. Basically this background attachment property helps us to fix our image, so that even though if you scroll, it doesn't like go down, when you scroll. So you can put it like scroll or fixed, it's up to you. I will say it fixed. So even though if I scroll down below, I just want my image to be here always. That's all I want. And it doesn't matter if I scroll or not, it will be fixed here always. I could add some paragraph here and show you how does it work. I will add main tag, and inside the main tag I will add some text, maybe lorem 50 or 100 words here. That's all. And now even though if I scroll, you can see the image is fixed. Now one more thing I want to use, that's called background size, and this is very important because right now the size doesn't look good and I don't see everything of this image. So let's say background and then size, and this time you have many value here. You could say auto, contain, cover, percentage, or even rem. You can use any value here, any unit here. I'll say cover here, so that it takes all the space and fit very well. So now that I have saved, you can see the header tag has everything inside this image as well. So the image is taking all the space of my header tag or header element. It is not repeating. The background position is in the center, and the background attachment is fixed, so that even if I scroll, it is always there. And the final one is background size cover. Now we could write it like in a more shorter way, and I can show you here. I could use just background property here, and the first one could be background color. But if you don't use any background color, you could use the URL here, and then you could add the image you want to add. So maybe I want to use the Western image, and then I could say here the next one, no repeat. So background repeat can be like added here, and then I could tell the position or where I want to place the image. So I could tell it like the center. That's all. And now if I remove this part like background image, repeat, and position, still it should work exactly as it is if I don't do any mistake. So I'll take this one a little bit up and place it here. And now you can see still we have the same thing here. So we did some shortened things here. First one is the background image URL, and the second one is the repeat property, and the third one is the background position property that we have combined here. So this is all about background. Now you can know more about this from W3 School or from any other site, but I'm done with this background property. And this is how we have completed our first part, which is the fundamental of CSS or CSS Fundamental. We're done with introduction part, we are done with Selector and Combinators, we have finished typography, and finally we are done with this box model. Now this is a good time for us to move for the advanced topic. Let's start the advanced category with variables. This is very important topic, so please pay more attention and try to understand why do we need variables and how to use variables. For this reason, first of all, I'm going to my HTML file. Right now we have a header. Then we have the main tag, you can see it's here. Inside the main tag we have only one paragraph, and then maybe after this I can create a footer tag here, and then inside footer I can keep a paragraph at least just for a copyright tags. So something like this, copyright by Anisul Islam. I could write it down here by Anisul Islam. That's all. And now I have some content, and let's think that I want to set their background color, but we don't see the output here. If I reload, I don't see the output yet. Yes, now I can see the output. Now let's think about this. You want to set a background color for this main section. Also, you want to set some background color for this footer section. And we can do it, of course. It's very easy to do. Of course, you know how to do this. So let's go to this CSS and select the main here. And then we can also select the footer later on. And let's put a background color for the main. I could say the background color for this one maybe something like hash 2cc, something like this, 2cc. That's all. And now you can see the background color is here, but the text is not visible maybe, and that's why I could say something like this. The color for the text here, I could say it's kind of hash FFF, and now you'll see they are visible. That's great. Now later on maybe I want to add some padding here, so I can do this padding here as well. So I will add padding so that I get some space inside of this div, and the text has space, compared to the border. So there should be some space between the border of this div and also the text. So I could add some padding here, 1 rem from for all these sides, and you can see the text is here. It looks good. For the footer, I want to add a background color, so let's do that. So here I am, and I'm typing footer. Now let's add a background color for the footer. This time maybe I'm going to use a different color, so it will be like, let's say 3C, 3C, and 3C. So there should be some different here, as you can see. And then I could add some padding and also change the color of the text. Now the text color I want to use same just like before, so I want to make it wide, and also I want to add padding just like before, just as like main. So this time I'm saying padding 1 rem, and now here you can see it's looking already nice. There is nothing wrong here. But one thing probably you have noticed, we are repeating something here, like color again and again, and also the same padding for this one and also for this one. Now maybe throughout your web page, when you are styling, you want to keep something like constant, like you want to use padding 1 rem everywhere maybe. Now let's say you want to change the color of text for this one and this one. Now what you have to do, you have to make some adjustment here and also here. Let's say I want to make them a different color, maybe hash 333, something like this. And I also want to make a change here, also the same change 333. So what you can see here, like if I want to make some changes, then I have to do it everywhere. Now think like that, you have this color, and you want to do it like maybe at least 10 or 20 times. Now later on you decide that you want to change the color of the text. So now what you have to do, you have to go to every single places that wherever you have used this color property, and you need to change those things. So for this reason, if I would have, like, let's say in one place the color something like this FFF, then what I could do, like I could come here and change here, and that should affect like everywhere. So this is something we want to create some variables, and we want to use the variable everywhere. So create the variable, give some value, and then use it from anywhere. So we want to make it reusable. And why is that? Because maybe you are trying to use this color property, let's say at least 15 times in your CSS file. Now if you want to change the color of the text, maybe now you have to do in every places like this, maybe like you have to come here and change it again, and then also you have to come here and change it again. And this is something you really don't want. You want to declare just one time, and if you want to make some change, if you want to do some change here, then of course you can come to this property and just change it. So this is why we need something called variable, and I'm going to show you how to define variable in CSS3 actually. So for this region we have like this root property, a selector. We could select, and here I could say something like this: I want to create a variable, and the variable name should start with this hyphen thing, and then you can give a variable name. It's totally up to you. So I could say I want the text color. I know this is something is going to be common in many places. This is something I am going to use in many places. So that's why I'm going to say the text color is FFF. So this is the way you create a variable. and then you assign some value for this variable. And now you can use this variable from anywhere in the style sheet. So let's go here where we are using the color for the text. Now here, instead of this static value, I'm going to use this bar function, and here you can see it's automatically asking for using this text color. Now I could do the same thing here as well. Instead of this static one, I'm going to use the variable that I created. So this is quite simple. You can see the way you can use the variable. Now it's going to be the same thing just like before, but now if I have to change the text color, if I made my mind like this, that I want to change the color of the text, yes, I can come in the single place instead of going here and here. I don't need to go there and there as well, because I have a place, a variable where I can change the value and it will affect everywhere. And I could do the same thing for padding. So here I could create a variable like this, padding, and maybe then I can assign some value for this variable, 1 rem. Now let's go and use this variable here instead of this static value. This time I'm going to say padding, and also I'm going to do the same thing for this one as well. So this is very interesting and very important. You'll see many people are using CSS variables a lot. You should know how to use it, and it's very useful, to be honest. Now that we are done with variables, I believe you have got the idea how to use variable and why variable. Let's move on to the next very small topic, which is filter. Now I want to show you how to use these filter things. It's very easy. So I just want it like this. The image should be like maybe kind of let's say black and white, and then when I hover over this image or header, I want it to turn it to its original color. So I could do it, wherever I'm using the header, it's here. I could say right now I want to filter it, and the value, there are a lot of different types of function. You can see it's available. You could use the brightness, you could use the contrast, but the one I'm interested is the saturated one. Here I'm going to say at the beginning the saturation is 0, and you'll see it's kind of like black and white. Now when I'm like going to hover over this one, I want it to turn into its original color. So that's why I'm going to say header, and there is the pseudo class for us, which one is hover. You have already learned about this, and then I can copy this one and paste here, and then I'm going to say it's 1 this time. So right now you can see it's black and white at the top, but whenever I'm going to hover over this, you can see this original color. We can see the original color. When I move the mouse, then you see it's black and white. When I hover over again, you can see it's the original one that we had at the before. So this is all about filter. Now we can move to the next one, which is the shadow, and this is something we use too much, especially the box shadow. I have already discussed about the text shadow, so this is not something I'm going to repeat. I will just focus on this box shadow. For this reason, maybe I'll create a card here, kind of just look like a card. So I'll create a div, I'll make it a card, and then I'll show you how to use these box shadow things, in more details. So let's do it. Let's go to our HTML file. We have many text here. I'm going to remove this text for now. So let's just remove the text, remove everything from here. That's good. I'll make a little bit smaller so that you can see what I'm trying to do. So first of all, I'm going to create a section here. I will give a name for this section. It's totally up to you. You can use ID or class. I'm going to use class here. Maybe I'm going to say it's a feature section. And then I want to give a heading for this section. So I will say feature, or I could say skill section as well. It totally depends on you, what you want to do. So I will say it's kind of skills, that's all. And skills is here as well, and we should see the output for sure. You can see the output. And then I want to create a div here. So let's create a div. So I want to make it look like a card. That's my plan. And I can create a class here. So class card. Well, you can name it anything, but my wish to create a card with this div, design like a card, and that's why I'm naming it like this. Now here I could say the title of the card, so I will say card title. Later on we'll learn about BEM architecture and we'll see how to name class properly, but right now I'll just keep it like this. So here I'm going to say maybe let's say CSS, and of course here I don't want to use like deep. Here probably I will use h3, so let's use h3 here, and you can see the value is here. Okay, and then maybe I want to add some description about my CSS skill. So for now I will say lorem 10, which is fine, and I can see the text is here. And later on maybe I want to add some star so that I know the skill is how much the skill, or maybe some sort of numeric value here. So I could say here level of the skill, I will say 4 out of 5. That's all, and you will see it's here. So I want to make this one just like a card, but before that I want to add a button here for now. So these are for my card title, and this part is for my card body. So I'll say card, and then I'll say body here. Inside the card body I have few things, as you can see, and finally I'm going to add a button inside the card body. Maybe let's say learn more, something like this. Don't worry about this thing now, just focus how we are designing a card. So first we are trying to learn how to design a card, and then later on I'm going to show you how to use those box shadow thing, because for box shadow I need to use something so that I can show you the proper use of box shadow. I could use it in anywhere, but for now I want to create a card and then add box shadow style with the card. That's my plan. Now you can see the card already here. Well, I could copy the card from here. So let's copy card and make another one. So I'm just copying it, and it should be down below. As you can see, I can change the text of the card for sure. This time maybe I'm going to say JavaScript. So let's say it's JavaScript here, and then I will say the level is 3 out of 5 maybe, or 3.5, let's say something like this. Now we have two cards here, but they don't look like card. So how can we design them so that look like a card? Let's go to our index.css here. Inside the main I can access this section that I created, which is called skills. So you can see it's here, and then from there I could select my card, of course. So this is the card class, and inside the card class I have two more things, which is card title. I have card maybe body. So right now I'll just keep it like this. I could design the button here, of course I could design everything, but I'll keep things very simple and just make a simple card so that we can demonstrate our box shadow things with the card. So let's see how these things work. Inside the skill, at least I want to put everything like in the center. Maybe I could do that, but let's focus on the card for now. For the card I want to give a width. I want to set a width static one. So let's say it's 30 rem or maybe 25 rem this time. And I want to set a background color for the card. So let's see how does it look like. Here, background color. This time maybe I want to use anything from here. So basic color. Now let's see, where is this card? Yes, it is here, and you can see the card properly. I will make it a little bit small, so maybe 20 rem is okay for our scenario. Yes, you can see it's here. And now the next thing I want to do here, I want to add some padding, and we have a variable for this padding. We can use that variable again. So I want to keep 1 rem padding again, and let's see whether it has been applied here. Yes, it is. Now we have two cards, and they are kind of like side by side, they are mixed up. I want to add some margins. For this reason I can say I want to add margins, so it's like margin between one card to another. And here I'm going to say 1 rem as well, and this should separate our cards. Now this is okay, but I want to change the text color this time, and for this reason I could say color black. That's all. Now I'm done with the designing here. That's all. This is just the card. As you can see, I could do many things here, but I'm not bothered about designing more because our main focus is to understand about the box shadow. Now you could add box shadow when you hover over this card, or you could like set the box shadow styling without even hovering over. So at the beginning you could add here the box shadow property and you could style it. So let's see how does it work. I'm going to use the box shadow things here, box shadow property, as you can see. And now this one has like different type of values that you can use here. So I'm going to give one after one. First one is going to be x-axis value. So yes, I'm going to say it's kind of 1 rem. It's going to be big so that you can see. Then y-axis value also is something that you have to say here. So maybe I'm going to say 2 rem for y-axis, and then you need a color for your shadow. So I'm going to say maybe red so that you can see it properly. Now let's go and check it. Yes, you can see. So to the x-axis we have 1 rem, and here you can see it's 1 rem. And then to the y-axis we have 2 rem, and you can see it properly. And we have the red color as a box shadow color, and of course you can see it. Now let's make it more smaller. This time I will say 0.2 rem, and this one will be 0.4 rem. Let's see how does it look like. Yes, we can see it. It's okay. I'll make it more smaller. So 0.1 here and 0.2 rem here. That's okay. We can see our box shadow here, but I'm going to change the color because it doesn't look that much good. So let's say maybe it's RGB this time, so that we can control the opacity of the color. So I'm going to say it's like 0, then here 0, and also 0 here. And this should give us a color. Maybe let's say I will put 0.5 as a the opacity here, value 0, but you don't see anything, unfortunately. So if I change it, I have done a mistake here, and that's why you didn't see it. Now it's a black shadow, and that's why you don't see enough. Maybe this time I'll make it wide so that you can see. So 255, 255, and then 255 should give us white color, and then we are trying to control the opacity here, saying 0.5 opacity. Now you can see there is a box shadow which is attached to this card. Now this is something we could do when we hover over this card. So for this reason, maybe you don't want to attach this box shadow straight away to your card. You want to do something like this. Maybe let's say when someone hover over of this card, I want to display the box shadow. That's all I'm interested. I could change the color of the shadow from here. It's totally up to me. Maybe I'll choose this one, or maybe I can choose something like this. It's totally up to me what color I want to use for the box shadow. Now right now you don't see any box shadow, but when I'm going to hover over this card, you can see there is a box shadow, of course, and it is working perfect. Now, well, maybe we could use, let's say, more something related to our background color. I don't know, it's totally up to you. The way you want it, you can make it. Yes, I can see it, but it's not that much visible. But anyway, I'll keep the last one, which one was visible enough, and yes, I can see it. So that's all about box shadow, but you can add more box shadow here by putting comma, and then you could add more box shadow. And this is not something I'm going to talk about here, because you can learn more about box shadow by searching Google. Now, one more thing I want to show you here, it is the value for x-axis, you know that. This one is the value for y-axis, you know that already. And then this is the color for box shadow. Okay, you have knowledge about these three things. But you could add one more property here for the blur radius thing. So I could say it should be 0.2 rem blur. So let's check it out. Yes, you can see now it's more blur. I could say maybe 0.8 rem so that you can see it's quite big, the blur. Yes, you can see it's like kind of a light, it's glowing from this card, and you can notice perfectly. Definitely it's working fine. So this is something I wanted to show you here as well. So now that we are done with shadow things, box shadow, variables, and filters, we can move to positioning, and then floats, flex, and grid layout, and then we'll come back to responsiveness, and finally maybe I'll touch this animation part. And at the end, I'm going to talk about CSS architecture. So I'm making some changes here, and I think it's good changes. So after the shadow, I'm going to discuss about the layout part. This is something very important. How can you organize your things inside your page? Whatever you want to put something, maybe you wanted to say, I want this card next to this card. So this is something you wanted to say, but right now you don't know how to do it. For this, you need to know about layout designing, and this is something we are going to start learning now. So from the layout design, I want to start with the floats because this is the easiest one, and I think I should start with floats at first. Now, before I'm going to discuss about floats, I want to zoom out my screen a little bit so that you can see everything properly. Now you can see these two cards are not side by side. I want to create a row and I want to place 3 cards inside that row. That's my plan. So inside a row, we'll having like 3 cards side by side. And for this reason, we can learn about float. Now we are talking about layout designing, and float is something that can help us to design our layout. With the help of float, I can make like left and right. So this div position can be left and right with the help of float. So let's do it. First of all, we need to go to our HTML file. I want to make it a little bit smaller here. And of course, you know that we have one card here, another card here. So what I want to do, I want to create a row here, so the class name is row, that's all. And inside this row, I want to add 3 cards, that's all. So let's just copy the first card from here. So now that you know inside this row, I have 1 card, that's all. Now I'm going to add 1 more card, and which is here, of course, you can see it's very well. Now let's place it here. Maybe I can comment here. Let's say it's card 2. So this is just a comment, and here is the code. So inside this row, I have 2 cards already, but I'm going to add 1 more card, of course. So let's make it like this: card 1 comment and card 2, and then I'm going to copy paste this one. So let's just copy paste here, and it's done. So now we have 3 cards. That's all. I'm going to change the value for this one. I will say maybe HTML, and for HTML I'll put like 4.5 out of 5, something like this, and I'll keep the text same. So now we have 3 cards, as you can see, but they are not side by side. But remember, we placed them inside a div called row. Now we can start play with this div row because this is the parent of all the cards here. Now let's go to the CSS and come here at the top. I could say something here, anywhere, it's totally up to you. So this is the row class that I want to work with, and then probably I can work with my card, individual card as well. Now you can do it many ways, but I want to show you the easiest one. Now each card needs to take, let's say, 30% of the screen. Now how can I make sure? Probably this time I would say width 30%, or maybe 32%, let's say something like this. So each card is going to take 32% of total width. Okay, this is fair enough, but they are not still side by side. How can I make them side by side? I know each of them share the same class called card, and for this reason I could say, hey, float left. So this is something you could say. So what they're going to do this time now, when you said card is float left, so let's go to the index.html. When you said this one should go left of the container, so whatever the container it has, we know that it belongs to row container, so the parent is row. So when you are saying float left, you are asking this div to go left of the container. And then again for the next one, you are saying the same thing for the inside the row, go left, but you have already something on the left, which is the card 1 here. Now it will be placed to the next, so after the card 1 we'll have this card 2. Again we are saying, hey, go to the left. You said it here because you said float left, so it will be placed to the last one wherever you had the card 2. It will start from there. Because in the container you don't have space to go all the way left because you have already 2 cards there. Now if I show you the screen, you can see it's here, but maybe it's not working like that the way we want it. And why it is not working like that? Let's see why it's not working. You know, even though they are side by side, you know, two of them, but not the third one. Maybe we made some mistake when we like use those div here. So this is, let's check it out. This is the row div we have here. Inside the row, we have the card div, fine. And then again, we have another card div. And finally, this is the third card div, I guess. So yes, the divs start from here. Then why is this one here? Let me check out this one. So it's just basically referring to this div. And finally, I want to end the row. So it should be here, fine. So is everything here like okay? It seems there is no issue whatsoever. Then we need to check why our things didn't work just expected, even though we said the floats needs to be left, and they are left. You know, as you can see, the first one and second one, they are basically left. But maybe if I reduce the size a little bit, then it will get the space that it's needed. So now, even though I said 30%, I don't see it. Let's make it 25% of the screen, you know. So now they are here because I have used maybe some padding and some other things. That's why you don't see them here in the middle. Now, but the problem is here, one more problem, we have our footer here and it's coming up even though it's not meant to be here, because we have this footer section. If I show you here, it is after the main section. So why it is showing here? It doesn't make any sense. Because you have used those float thing here and you didn't clear the float. So if you don't clear the float, then what will happen? Whatever just down below will come, you know, up if it has some space to use. And we can see there is some space, and that's why it is like here at the top. So we want to bring it, this footer, like outside the bottom of this, you know, our row div or even our main thing, you know, main element. For this reason, we have to clear the float that we are using. Otherwise, it will not come, you know, down of this main element. So we can do it, you know, we can do it many ways. There are a lot of ways we can do it. Maybe we can clear the div after but the row is done. So the row is completed. It starts from here and it's end here. And we want to clear the row whenever we are done with row. For this reason, you can come here and you can select the row. Of course, we did select the row, but we didn't do anything. Now let's do it here. Let's say, let's clear the row. So we can use the after thing here. So whenever we are done with row, then we want to do something. And that's why we have to select this pseudo element called after. And here you're going to say, okay, when we are clear, you know, whenever you are using this after, you have to use this content. So we don't want any content, but we want to clear the float things. Whatever, you know, it can be left floating or it can be right floating. So we could say here float right, which means go to the right side of the container. So our container was row, you remember? So that's what you could say here. And finally, I could say here display table. So these are three things probably you have to remember whenever you are clearing the, you know, floats. And now I think, you know, you can see it's just the way we expected it. That's all. Now we can place this item in the center of this row for sure, and later on we are going to learn flex layout. We will be able to center our things more easily, and also we will be able to, you know, put as many columns as we want for our row later on with the help of flex layout. And these sort of things are really easy with the flex layout, I mean, compared to the float. So floating is something that you should know at the beginning, that's all. But maybe most of the time you're not going to use floating. You'll be using flex layout for, you know, bringing your things in a single row, or maybe you want to make them like column wise. So it can be row wise or column wise, but this is not something you need to know right now. We'll see how the flex layout work, which is kind of an alternative for these floating things. And you'll see how easy that flex layout thing, of course. But here right now, at least I want to place this one in the center, and you know how to do it because I want to make it look a little bit better than this. And for this reason, I can go to this section, which one is saying maybe here's something, it's saying the skill, and I can make it section title. I can add a class here by saying section title, that's all. Okay. Let's make it into center. Let's bring it into the center. And for this reason, there are a lot of things going on here. Probably we don't need this because we are not using them. So let's get rid of this thing, if we are not using them. Now I have this section title, so I could say section title here, and I want to place it in the center. So text align and center, that's all. And now it should be in this center, and it is in the center. Now let's focus on the next thing, what we can do here. Before even we are going to start about talking about something else, I want to go through this float one more time so that it is very much or super clear to you. Now I could do something like this, come here, and I should create a new section for you so that I can explain this thing in more easier way with less content this time. So I will say, hey, this is div 1 maybe. Let's think like this. This is div 1, and just say something, this is div 1, that's all. Okay, this is div 1. Then we have another div, this is div 2, and this is div 3. And I'm going to save it here, but I'm going to change the ID here. So we have 3 div. And this is this section. I can call it anything. It's totally up to me. Maybe this time I will say it's kind of maybe tutorials, whatever. So this is a new section for us, and we have 3 div here. And you can see they are not side by side. They are like a top and bottom, situation. So they are column wise. But I want to bring them in a single row, and I want to place them side by side. For this reason, first of all, what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a row here. And you can name it anything, it's totally up to you. Maybe this time I will say tutorials row for an example. So this is the parent, that's all. This is the parent. And I could name it in a different way maybe. Let's say I could say this one is tutorial 1. I could give an ID here, something like this tutorial 1. I could give an ID here, something like this tutorial 2. And also I could give an ID here, something like tutorial 3 maybe. So that's all. Now let's think like that. You have a parent here. Let's think this is the section, which one is the parent of all this div. I can remove this one as well. So this is the parent, which is tutorials, and then we have many div, is like, let's say tutorial. And we want to place them side by side. And for this reason, first of all, we can select these tutorials. Let's go to the CSS. And let's come here down below, because this is something I'm going to remove. So let's see how this thing works. So this is the tutorial section we are talking about. Let's give some sort of background color. Now I'm going to say this aqua so that you can see the background. Okay, so this is the tutorials, which is the parent. Now inside the parent, we have 3 div, and each div has its own ID. So let's use those div ID here. So here I can say, hey, I want to select the tutorial one. And I want to place it float, like kind of a float left. But before even doing that, I want to set some background color for each div so that we can identify them like separately. So this is the background color for the div 1, and you can see it's applied here. Then I want to select the tutorial to and add some background color. Let's say it's a kind of YOLO this time. And for the third div, I first need to select it. So here I'm selecting the div, and now I'm going to add some color, at least like green color for this one. So now you can see we have our parent, which is tutorials. Inside the parent, we have 3 div. They are not side by side. Now, how can we bring them side by side? Let's talk about the first one. This is the first div inside the tutorials, or the parent div. So we can say float left. So hey, can you go to the left of the container where you belong? So you have a parent. Can you go to the left side or inside the parent? Yes, and it will take that place. You can see this time it's not taking the entire space. It's taking as much space as it needs. And then we can do the same thing for the second one. We can say here, hey, can you go to the left of the container? But now you have one div already, so it will take space after that div, after the tutorial one. And now we can see they are side by side, and we could do the same thing for this one. We can say, can you go to the left of the last one, which was like tutorial 2? So let's do it here. Now, after you have done, these sort of, side by side things with float, you can add width for each div, of course. It's totally up to you. I could say something, I'm going to select all of them together, and I'm going to add some width this time. I will say maybe 33% of the screen. That's all. Now let's see whether they are taking enough space as I wanted. Yes, this is div 1, this is div 2, and this is div 3. Now, every time you are working with float, make sure that after you are done with floating, clear that float. So the parent where you are floating, it's the tutorial, so it is the container. Now select the container and then use this after one, so after pseudo elements, and then you are going to say content. Every time you use this after, you have to say the content something. This time we are going to say it's nothing for sure, and then we are going to say display table, and also you want to clear the floats, so you have to say clear both. It can be like left floating, it can be right, so you want to clear everything, so you are saying here clear both. And that's all about this float, and I'm sure now you understand about float very well. Now that we are done with floats, we can move to the important one, position property. It can be a little bit tricky, so I will say please pay more attention when I'm discussing this position property, and I believe after the discussion you'll find out position property is very easy and you'll learn how to deal with this position property. Well, you can understand by its naming, like it handles positioning of the elements. So let's see how this thing works in real life. For this reason, I'm coming to this index.html. What I'm trying to do after this section, I'm going to create one more section where we are going to play with this position property. Let's create a section here. You can give it any name for class. I will say kind of parent, so I will say it's parent. And then inside this I will create a div. So here is the div, and this div will have some text. I will say this is div. I will say this is child div so that I can know. Okay, and here I'm going to add a class called child. That's all. Now I'm going to make it a little bit bigger so that you can see. Okay, the scenario is we have a parent section. Okay, that's all. The section has a class called parent, and then we have a div here, and the class name is child, and we are going to play with this thing so that we can understand how position work. Now if I reload it and I say show you the output, you can see the output here, but we don't see really how the parent and child are here. For this reason, I'm going to add some styling. So let's come here in the style.css, and at the end, probably here, I'm going to do something with the parent and child. So this is the parent, and then I want to select the child. So for that reason, I could also select the child class here. We have the div child class here. That's all. Now for the parent, I want to set a background color. It's totally up to you what background color you want to use. I'm going to use this aqua one. And if I save it, of course, I will see the background color, the parent one. Now for the child, I want to select a background color as well. And this time, maybe I'll use, let's say, orange. Okay, so I'll write down here orange. That's all. Now both of them are like top of each other, that's why you don't see. For this reason, I could make it something like this. I could set a width for child. Okay, let's select a width. Let's specify a width for child. I'll make it 20 rem this time. Okay, and I think you can see this is the width of our child div, and this is the parent div. But I'll make it more visible by adding some more height to the parent. So I'll say a height is maybe 10 rem here. Or I could say 20 rem at least. Okay, sounds good. Let's see how it does look like. Okay, it's fantastic. So this is the parent section we have, and this is the child. Now think about positioning. We are positioning our child is in a static place. So the position property, let me explain you here, maybe so that you can understand. So we have this CSS position property. And with the help of this position property, we can position our elements wherever we want. So this is something related to layout design, and that's why we're learning here in this layout design section. Now this position property has different value. It can have static value, and then it can have relative value, and then we have something called fixed here for the position, and then we have the absolute value, and then another one I will say sticky. So we have few different value here. I'm going to explain maybe not all of them, but at least few important one. Now by default, all the elements have a static position, and that's why you can see this is a child div. It's not starting from here, it's even not starting from here, it's not even starting from the right top, it's starting from the left and top side, because this is the normal way we start something. And this is the static positioning. So even though we are not saying the position of this child, we're not mentioning, we're not writing anything about position, by default its position is static. So this is the default one. I will say position is static. This is the default one, remember. Now, let's say if we want to move it like a little bit to the right and also a little bit to the bottom, then of course we have this authority, we have this option to do it. For this reason, we have to use this relative one. But before anything, I'll just, make it comment, and I will try to do it, without anything, without any position property. Let's say I want to say, hey, from the top, can I go, let's say 20, or maybe let's say 2 rem bottom. So from the top, can you go 20 rem bottom? That's what I'm trying to say here. And also I want to say from the left, can you go 2 rem? So from the left, can you move 2 rem on this side? So this is what I'm trying to say. You could use positive or negative value, it's not a matter here, and you can play with this. But if we just do something like this, it's not going to work. You will see still in the same place. It's because whenever you're trying to do, move your things, like whenever you're trying to position your things, remember to use the position property. These top, left, right, bottom. So we have 4 properties, and they are not going to work, unless you define any position. So for this reason, I can say, hey, this time I'm going to use position relative. So wherever it is right now, I want to move from there to bottom to rem, even though I'm saying top to rem, which means from the top go to rem, take 2 rem space, and then from the left take 2 rem space. So from the left to the x-axis to take 2 rem space. That's what I'm trying to say here. And now you will see the change, of course. Now you can see from the top, the y-axis, it's going down to rem, and that's what I said. Now I could say it 5 rem, you'll see it's more at the bottom here, and you can see it's here. I could say maybe 10 rem, and you can see it will go more down, to the y-axis. And to the x-axis, we said just like maybe 2 rem. So we could make it like maybe here 30 rem, and you'll see this time from the left, it will go more to the right, and you can see it. Now you can put like bottom, right, you can play with this thing, but now you are familiar with this position property. So remember, the default one is static. Now if you want to do something relatively from wherever it is, then you can use this relative one. Then the next one I want to talk here maybe is the fixed property. So how does these fixed property things work? Basically, it works to the viewport. So this is the viewport, whatever you can see. Now, if I say something like this, hey, the position should be fixed for this child. And here we're saying maybe from the top, I want it 2 rem. From the left, I want it to maybe, let's say 20 rem. It's totally up to me. Now, what is going to be happen? This is the viewport. And this is the child div where you said it should be fixed. From the top, you should have 2 rem space, and you can see from the top you are having 2 rem space. From the left, you want to have 20 rem space, and you can see from the left it is 20 rem space. Now, it doesn't matter whether you're going to scroll or not, it will be always there, and it is related to this viewport, whatever you can see here. So this is something I wanted to show you. It's something very interesting, especially when you are going to work with the navbar. Maybe you can make your navbar fixed. Well, we'll do it, of course, later on. We'll practice more. But for now, we are just trying to understand the value of this position property. So we know what is static. We know how relative works. So wherever the position, from there, what you want to do. That's the relative is all about. Then fix is something you want to work with the viewport, and you want to set something, and you want you to like place there always. And then the absolute one, which is very much important one, I will say here. And why? Let's think like that. Let's move this position fixed from here and everything from here. That's all. Now we have our child here, and this is static. Also, the parent one has this static property here for the positioning, which is by default. Now let's say you want to move this one in the center of this parent div, and how you're going to do it. Now, when you are working with this, you want to say, hey, I want to be center of this parent div. So relation should be this time to the parent one, and how we can do it this one. For this reason, you have to say, okay, I want to bring the child in the center of this parent. So you have to make a relation here. Remember, it's very important to understand this part. You want to make a relation. So this is child, this is parent. You want to bring the center in the center of the parent. So first of all, you need to select the parent and you have to say this is position relative. And now here you're going to say the position absolute. That's all. So this is first step. This is how you are making a relation, which one you want to work with. So the parent needs to be relative always. The container needs to be relative always, because based on this container, you are trying to bring it in the center. So you are comparing with the container. So first of all, you have to say, I am doing whatever, based on this parent container. So the position should be relative. And then now you're trying to make an absolute positioning. So first you made the relationship by saying position relative, and now you want to bring it absolutely center, and that's why you said the position needs to be absolute. That's all. So the parent should be relative always, and the child should be absolute. Now I'm naming here the div or a section, whatever. It's like parent, child, but you don't have to. You can name it anything. It's totally up to you. Now let's bring it in the center. We said the position is absolute, but we are not bringing it center. We can do it with the help of our top and left thing. So I could say top 50%. From the top 50% we are going below, and from the left I want to take 50% space as well. So here is the 50%. And now you'll see it's kind of in the center, but still it's not in the center, because for that reason we have to use something else, a property that you are not already familiar. But for now I'm going to show you how to make it center, and later on we are going to talk about this transform for sure. I could use translate minus 50%, and this is something you don't need to memorize at this point, but you can see how these things work. So it's called a transform property. It can have different value. We are going to discuss about this more later on when we'll talk about animation. But for now, transform helps us to do something, and this time we want to translate. We want to change the place to the x-axis and y-axis. We want to make it 50% to the left or 50% to the top. Now let's see how it is. Now this is like absolutely center, and this is how you can bring your child to the center of the parent, and you can do it of course from now on, and you have learned it how to do it. Now of course this is something we could do with the display flags or display grid quite easily. Of course you will see, but you should learn how to play with this position property so that you can make any changes that you want. You want to maybe bring this one here, of course you can do, and you can you want to bring this one here, of course you can do. You can do as the way you wish. Maybe this isn't something, won't be like that much easy with flex or grid layout. So absolute positioning is something probably you need to know here, how to bring something wherever you want, like you want to put that in an absolute position, and you can do this from now on. Okay, and we are done with the positioning, but before even going to do anything, I want to practice it one more time so that this idea get like more clear to you. And for this reason, what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a navigation bar here, and I want to make that fixed so that even I scroll, I can see that. That's my plan for now. So let's remove this thing from here, and let's create a navbar at the top. So where is the top? Of course, above the header, I want to create a navbar. And here I'm going to say maybe another list. Inside the another list, I'm going to create a list. And here I'm going to create a link. That's all. So this is all about HTML. It's not about CSS. I'm sure you are understanding what I'm trying to do here. So I'm trying to create few links. That's all. Now this is a link inside a list. I'm going to create another one this time. I'll say it's about, and finally then I'll say contact. So I have 3 links. That's all. Now they should be visible here, and they are visible here. Now I want to keep them fixed so that even I scroll, I can see them. That's what is my plan. I don't want to design them for sure, even though I can design them quite easily. There are many ways to design them, but I really don't want to focus on designing this navigation right now. I want to make the navigation fixed so that it still stay here even though I scroll. So let's go to the CSS, and maybe just before the header, I'm going to select the navigation one. And here I want to say the position, the position needs to be fixed. And then of course you have to specify the value for top or maybe bottom or left or right. It's totally up to you, but you have to give some sort of position here as well. You have to say from which side to where and where you want to place it. where you want to fix it. So I'm going to say from the top, I want to say it's 0 rem. From the left, it's 0 rem. That's all. And now this should be fixed, of course, and we don't see it because its color may be blended. And let's make it the color, background color here. And this time we're going to use a different background color. And of course, we'll see something beautiful this time. Well, we can see it's here. You can see the color is here. I can make it a little bit bigger, of course. So you can see this blurry wood color, it's here. Even though if I scroll, it doesn't matter, still it's visible, you can see. But there is a problem right now, and of course I think you can notice the problem. What is the problem here? When I was here, it wasn't that much visible. Why it wasn't visible? Because we have one element here at top of that element. So it can happen like this when you are scrolling. Maybe that element is hidden under the this header section. Now how can you order your things that you want? So right now how it's thing happening, I can show you. Let's come here. Maybe let's think you have this navigation, nav, then you have this header, then you have this main, and then finally maybe you have this footer. So right now when you are scrolling, this navigation bar may be going under this header, and that's why you don't see that navigation bar. So how can we fix this problem? For this, we have something called Z-index. And Z-index is something, it helps us to, position our things like more better way, or we can make our order the way we want for the elements. So maybe I want to say the nav order should be top of anything else, So maybe I will say, hey, this is something that has the priority of 5, and you guys will have priority of 1. So that's what I'm telling to them. Hey, your priority is 1, your priority is 1, but for this one, this should be at the top of everything. So I could say 2 here, and it's going to work. So this is something we can do with Z-index. We can give any value to the Z-index. If we wish, we could give positive or negative value for the Z-index. And here, we are not going to do something like this. We'll say Z-index 2, something like this. So this is how you can order your element, the way you want. So this one, maybe I'll say Z-index 1. And for this one, I will say same thing, Z-index 1 maybe. And finally, this one, I could say Z-index 1 as well. So this is how you can order your things so that when they're top of each other, you know which one is should get the priority and which one should be visible. Now here, as I said, you could use positive or negative stack order here. Of course, it's completely valid here. There is no issue whatsoever. But what is the default value for this Z-index? Now, if you don't know, then the default value is 0 here. Now, if you have something, a default value here by default that you are not setting, it's 0, then there is no need to set everyone's Z-index at this stage. We only could say, hey, this one's Z-index should be 1, that's all. Now let's see whether it works or not. We can check out, of course. But remember, Z-index only work, with position and elements. So you need to use position absolute, position relative, or even position fixed, something like that. Then Z-index will work. Otherwise, it's not going to work. You have to remember this point. This is a very important one for sure. Now let's see, how it's going to work. And I'm going to remove everything from here. I'm going to go to the CSS file. Still, we're in the CSS file. We have the position thing, and now we can use Z-index here for sure. So I'm going to say Z-index 1 for this one. And this time you can see it's completely fine. It's working fine for us. I'm going to, zoom out a little bit. You can see it's working. There is no problem whatsoever. It's fine. Now for this navbar, maybe we can set the width at least. So let's say the width. And I want to say it's 100%. The width should be 100%. And now you can see the width is 100%. Now, even if I scroll, it doesn't matter. It's always visible because there's the Z-index, for the, let's go, the HTML file. We said the navigation element should have the highest Z-index, which is 1 at this moment. But the header has the default Z-index, which is 0. Then the main has Z-index, which is 0. So of course, the biggest one or the largest Z-index has the highest priority here, which is the nav one. And this is how it's working completely fine. Now I am done with this z-index thing. Now it's really good time to move on to the next topic, which is the flex layout. Because we have covered z-index, positioning, and floats, now it's really good time to jump into the flex layout. Now flex layout will make your life much easier for positioning and floats. There will be no need of these things, when you are working with flex. It will make your life really easier. You will see how to position with flex, how to move your things with flex, like side by side. So whatever we did with positioning and floats, those things will be like super easy when we'll work with flex layout. So let's see how it works. All right, before we are moving to this flex practical part, there are some theoretical things we need to know related to this flex. Flex is basically short term for Flexbox layout. So instead of Flexbox, we are going to say Flex quite many times here. Flexbox layout help us to avoid positioning and those floating things that we learned earlier. So I'll create a problem here. I'll try to do layout designing with positioning and float, and then I'll show you how to make things simpler with flex layout, so that you know why flex is here for us and how it's making our life much easier. Now flex layout work in a one-dimensional way, so either you can work like a row basis or you can work like a column basis. And grid layout is something we'll learn later that works like two-dimensional layout system. But flex work in one dimension. Either it has to be row or it has to be column. It depends on you, like which direction you want to use. Enough theoretical things we know. Now let's move on to this practical part. From here, inside this main, I will create another section here, and I'm going to name it anything. It's totally up to you. Maybe this time I will create a div here. So this is the div. Inside this div, I'll create another maybe 3 divs. So let's create 3 div here. First one is going to be div 1. Second one is going to be here like some sort of text with div 2, and then div 3. So basically I want to create some sort of parent-child relationship. So you can think this one as a container, and these are the child under this container. So you can name it anything. It's totally up to you. I will say class tutorials maybe. So kind of plural, and all of them will have the class name called tutorial. Okay, that's all. So let's play with position and float that we did earlier, and then we'll see how can we make things much more easier with flex layout. So these are the things that we are going to work right now. These are our tutorials div, and you can see these tutorials div are here. So we can see some sort of background color is there already. It's because in the CSS we created something earlier here. As you can see, it's the background color here. Now what I want to do, these tutorials container or the parents for all the tutorial, I want them to take the entire height of this screen. So for this reason I could say something like this: hey, take the height 100 vertical height. That's all. Now these tutorials will take 100 vertical height, and this is something will be always here. It's because we used fixed positioning, so don't worry about that one for now. So maybe we could make it like 80 vertical height for now. Okay, fair enough. So we can see our this div is here, and also we can see our navbar is top of the div. Fine. Now maybe I want to change the text, and I want to say tutorial 1, so it makes more sense here. Let's say tutorial 1, and maybe I'm going to copy paste this text here and here. And finally, let's change the text a little bit so that we can identify each of the div well. Now remember, we are just focusing on this div only, nothing other than that. So you are working like you have kind of few children here, like 3 children div, and you have 1 parent div. Now it can be anything. It doesn't need to be div. Think about something else. It's okay if you think about something else. But kind of a relationship you have to remember. You have some children element, and then you have a parent element that is wrapping up everything here. So if I save now, and you can see the change here as well. I want to change the background of this container that we are saying tutorials here. So let's change the background a little bit. It doesn't look that much good for now. Probably I would say it's a kind of brown, so at least the text is visible enough. Yes, I can see the text now. Now let's say I want to place them side by side. This is something we have learned already. we can use float layout here, float positioning and a float and also positioning thing here. So how do you do it? You have to select the div first. You have to select the children that you want to float. So I'm going to select the tutorial because each div has a class called tutorial. So I'm selecting all of them and I'm floating them left. And this is something we have learned earlier. So now what will happen? Each div will place, left to each other. Here we can see them. Now it's a good way to maybe identify each div if we put some background color for them. So yes, let's put some background color here, and this time maybe I'm going to say orange. And of course you will able to see the div are here, but they are like kind of too close to each other. So let's say we want to add some gap, so I will say margin, and then I can say 1 rem margin. So top, left, right, bottom, everywhere 1 rem margin. And you can see them, they are here. Fine. Now I want to change the height and the width of the div so that they look much better than right now. So I can say, okay, the height of the div may be, let's say 10 vertical height, and the width of the div maybe, let's say 32% or 31%. That's good. So each one of the div are taking 31% of the width of the the div. Now we have applied some margin, and that's why you cannot see all of them here side by side. Maybe for this reason I will say they are going to take 25% of width. Now that we can see they're perfect, but I want to make the height of the div for each tutorial maybe a little bit more, so I want to make them 20 vertical height. Now this is a perfect example where we are using float so that we can bring them side by side together. In a single row, we are trying to make them like in a column system. Now this is okay, perfect. Now what I want to do here, I want to place them in the center of the screen. Now, is it something we can do here? So this is a question. Of course we can do these sort of things because we have learned how to use positioning, and we know for this reason we have to make the parent relative, and then we have to make the children kind of absolute, and then we can place them in the center. And of course we can do it. Of course, let's see how to do it. For this reason maybe I'm going to say, hey, the positioning should be relative, so let's do it here. And then maybe you want to say the position for each children may be absolute this time. So here let's say position absolute, and then maybe this time I don't see all of them here. It's because maybe they are hidden, but don't worry, let's keep going here. I have to say top and left property, or maybe right or bottom, it's up to you which one you want to use. So maybe I'm going to say top 50% and then left 50%. That's good, fair enough. Now all of them should be visible, but we don't see all of them. It's because they're hidden. We are using same place for positioning all of them, and that's why you don't see. Now this is something you can see, okay, we can do it, but things are getting very tough here, very difficult to place all of them in the center of this container or the parent div. Well, yeah, of course, you can do it many ways, definitely. For an example, I could, remove this and make it more easier for you to understand. Let's say this is the situation we have right now, and we just want to place this text centering the div. Of course, we can do it. Maybe for this reason, what I will do, I'll come to this HTML section, and here, this time I'm going to say this is H2, and I'm going to put the text here. Also, I'm going to do the same thing for this one. So this is H2, the text is here, so that I have a children and parent relationship. That's the plan here. Now let me make it format it a little bit. That's all. That's good, looking very good. Now you can see the structure here. How is the structure? We have the parent div called tutorials, then we have children, children, and children. And each of these children also have some, they have their own children. So now let's focus on this one, just focus on this text. we want to bring this text in the center of this, this div. So the div class name is tutorial, all of them have the same class, tutorial. And now inside the tutorial you have h2 tag, and you want to bring this h2 center of this tutorial div, which is very much possible. You remember you have to make a parent-child relationship. In this case, the parent is going to be tutorial and the child is going to be h2. So let's work with this one right now. So let's say our tutorial will have position relative this time, because this is the parent and this is the container, and then we are going to say tutorial and h2. So we are selecting all the h2 inside all the tutorial class, and here we are going to say the position should be absolute, and maybe from the top I want to make it 50%, and from the left I want to make it also 50%. So for this reason I have to of course write here left 50%. Let's say here, and now let's see what happened this time. Yes, we can see our text has changed its position, but again it's not in the center, and we have to do something else. Here is the transform property we have to use. This is something I already discussed earlier. So the translate function needs the value, from the top maybe 50% and from the left maybe 50%, so minus 50%. So this is something we'll talk later in details, but already you know how to center your elements with the help of this thing. Now let's see, where are they? Still, they are not in the center. Maybe they are kind of in the center, but they're not in the center. Maybe the h2 has some sort of margin and other stuff going on here. But this is the way, if you work, then you feel already things are getting very critical. And this is something we really don't want, to make our things critical. We can make it more simpler for sure. And how can we make it simpler? I don't want to use those float thing here for, positioning side by side. I don't want to use this position, top left, and transform thing to make them in center, because these things are making my life very difficult. So for this reason, we have something beautiful, flex layout. It's going to help us to get rid of this float and position thing. There is no hassle with this flex layout. So I'm going to remove this float left for now. I'm going to remove this position thing from here, and then I'm going to remove everything from here. That's all. Now let's see what we have. Now we know that we have a div here, which is the tutorial div, another tutorial div, and then another tutorial div. For each div, we have used the width 25%, which is okay. And these are something we already know. So we can see we have a parent div called tutorials. Inside the parent, we have child, each tutorial, and then also tutorial has some sort of child called h2. Now think step by step. First, you want to bring them side by side. That's all. So all the div needs to be side by side. All the tutorial div needs to be side by side. Now, always when you are working with flex layout, think about child and parent relationship. So who is the parent here for all the tutorial div? Definitely the tutorials div. You remember? So the tutorials is the parent for each div that you want to work right now. So we can say, here, this is the parent. Hey, I want to follow you display flex layout. So this is the display property, and this is the value called flex. That's all. And now we can see they are side by side. Just with a single line of code, we have brought them side by side. This is really easy and super fun here. Now, well, this is okay. Display flex can, work like in a one-dimensional system, it can work like row or column. So the default value is the direction is the row one. As you can see, they are in a row. But if you want to change the direction, then you can say flex direction, and then you can give here value like column. Now they will act like a column, as you can see. It's up to you how the way you want to change the direction. Fine. Now that you are familiar with this, flex things, how they work, we can remove the margin from each div, and now you will see they are like too much side by side because we removed the margin. Now what happens if you want to add some gap here? So for this reason, we don't have to use this, margin thing. We can use gap property. So Gap is something available in flex layout and also in grid layout. Here I'm going to say gap 1 rem. So I'm saying, hey, for each flex, can you add some gap for each of the item of this flex layout? That's what I'm saying here. So you'll see now this time there is some gap between each one of them. Okay, they're working fine. So far so good. Nothing is wrong here. Now we are done with display flags, we are done with flags direction, we know how these gap things work. One thing I wanted to show you here, maybe, let's say you want to display this tutorial one not from the left side, maybe you want to start from the right side. The first one should be like tutorial 1, and then the second one needs to be tutorial 2, and the third one here needs to be tutorial 3. So you want to change the direction the way right now, maybe starting from the left. Let's say you want to start from the right. So for this reason, again, we can use the flex direction. And then you have some values here like column, column reverse, row, row reverse. So we are working in row basis. So I will say row reverse. So this time you will see they start from the right side, tutorial 1 here, tutorial 2, and then tutorial 3. Fine. I could do the same thing for column. So I would say column reverse. If I say something like this, the default one was supposed to be first one tutorial 1, but now we see it's tutorial 3 and then tutorial 2 and then tutorial 1. Now I'm playing here with div. As I said, you can play with anything. You can use any HTML elements here. Only one thing you need to remember: who is the parent and who is the child. So the parent needs to have flex layout, So for our thing, we want to place them like side by side. So these are the items we want to work with. Now they belong to a div, a parent div, and that's called tutorials. So that parent div needs to have display flags. That's all. Okay, good. So I guess you are understanding the flex layout well enough. Now let's add more functionality here. But first of all, I want to remove this one. I want to keep it row basis, and I want to keep the normal flex direction, as you can see from the left. Now let's say I want to place them in the center. How can I do it? I want to place them center, in x-axis. So right now they are like here on the left side. I want to push them in the center of this horizontal, or of this x-axis. So horizontal way, if you want to put them like in center, then there is something you can use here. It's called justify content. And this is something very important here. When you are working like kind of a row basis, then justify content help you to center your things in x-axis. But if you work like a column basis, if the the direction is kind of a column basis, then this justify content is going to like act like opposite. So that on that case it will like try to align center everything like y-axis, and we'll see this, no worry. So for now we are working like the row direction, and if we say justify content center here, there are different type of value can be assigned here. It can be start and something like this, but let's focus on the center one. So if I say center, the direction is row for this flex layout, and if I use justify content this time, it will place all the items in the center based on the x-axis. So if I save it, you will see the beauty. We have like centered the item so easily. No need to use position thing or float thing here at all. And now let's say if I work like kind of a column basis. So if I change the direction this time, column, and now you will see they are kind of the place where we wanted to place. They are not working like that. Basically they are centered in y-axis this time, so this is the y-axis and they are centered in the y-axis. So when you change the direction of the flex layout, then justify content change its habit. So when you work in row basis, then justify content think about x-axis. But when you work in flex direction with column, then justify content think about only column. That's all. That's all. So it depends on the if you were working with row, then justify content will work in x-axis. If you work with column direction, then justify content will work with column direction or with y-axis as well. So I want to keep it like, normal, the row basis, and make justify content center so they are center in the x-axis. Now I want to center in the y-axis as well, so I need to bring them here. And how can we do it? We can do it very easily if you use align items and then center. So this is something we can use. But before even moving to these align items, I want to say here something that you could use different value here. Let's say flex start, so that the item will start from the just beginning here on the left, and this is the default one, the flex start. We could start from the end, so we can say flex end, so all the item will be placed to the end of the screen, as you can see, but it starts from tutorial 1, tutorial 2, and tutorial 3. We can use something like maybe, let's say, space between, space around, space evenly. So there are 3 different values related to space here, and you can try one after one and you'll see them how they are different. Now all of them are getting like equal space, to their left and right. Now I don't really want to talk a lot about this because you can figure out by yourself, but I will just say here center. So I want to put everything in the center, like in x-axis. Now I want to talk about the other way. So we know how to do, place center in x-axis. Now I want to place them center regarding y-axis. So there are 2 properties you need to remember: justify content, and another one is the align item. So if the justify content is acting like a, right now x-axis, then align items is going to work the opposite one, which is y-axis. Now if you use flex direction column, then justify content will work like a column or maybe y-axis, and on that case, align item will work in a different way. So on that case, it will work with x-axis. So remember this thing. Anyway, I'm going to say here center. So align items can have the same value just like justify content. So we could say flex start, flex end, space between, space around. So there are a lot of different values we can assign here, but we are just interested about this centering, that's all. Now all the tutorial div inside the tutorial parent or inside the tutorials div should be like center in the x-axis or in the y-axis. Both ways they should be centered. And yes, we can see they are center of this div, whatever we have here. They are totally center, perfectly centered. And now you see you don't need to use float and positioning things and makes your things more difficult here for just this simple thing. Now I want to give you a task here, and I want you to pause this video and finish this task. It's kind of a challenge for you. So the challenge is, can you place this H2 or the text in center, like x-axis and y-axis, just here, center of this div. So can you place the text center for all these divs? So I want this tutorial 1 in the center of this div, tutorial 2 text center of this div, and tutorial 3 center of this div. Can you make it? So I'm giving you a chance for testing yourself. You can pause the video and then you can do this task and then come back. If you cannot do it, don't worry, I'm going to show you again. Alright, I think you have tried it, so let's see how can we do it. Now I said whenever you are trying to positioning something maybe in this center, based on x-axis, y-axis, doesn't matter, or maybe both, just focus on one thing: who is the parent and who is the child. So the child is here, the H2, and the parent is the div tutorial. So the parent needs to have flex layout, that's all. So let's go there. So this is the tutorial, this is the parent, and this is the child we are selecting here. So the parent needs to have like display flex, and then we have to say here place all the element in x-axis center, so justify content center, and for all the item inside this tutorial div, I want to place them center based on y-axis. For this reason, I have to say align items center. So these three things we will use quite often: display, justify content, and align items. So let's see whether they work this time or not. We have done, and they are in the center of their parent div. You can see they are in perfect positioning. Right, I think you have understood the concept about flex already, and you have done quite well so far if you were successful to complete this task or complete this challenge. Now maybe there are a few more things I want to discuss here, and let's see how to, play more with this flex layout. Okay. So let's say, you want to work individual item. So we know our current situation is tutorial have display flex, justify content, align item center. So, okay, all of them are in center, no worry. But how about this? Let's say if you wanted to place this item only in the maybe end side, or you wanted to keep it on the left. So how can you do it? Maybe you want to change one item position, that's all. So, okay, they are in the center, fine, but I want to change this one position. I want to keep it on the left. So if you want to work with single item that is like inside the parent, that the parent has already flex layout, then you can work with single item of the flex layout for sure. And now we are talking about the single item, or maybe, you want to work with the item of flex layout. That's what I'm talking. So, our parent, all of the container is the flex layout. Now I want to work with the item inside the flex layout. So this time I am only interested about the flex item. Now, before even going to talk about that flex item thing, there is something is repetitive here, as you can see. We have this display flex, then we have this justify content, align item. I'll put them side by side so that you can see. Okay, good. Now these are 3 lines here. That is something really similar to here. So probably we could create a class and avoid this repetition. Now how do you do it? This is something probably I should have shown you earlier, but no worry, we are not that much late. So what I can do, maybe I can create a class here, anywhere, and then create a class name called something like center. And then let's get those repetitive code. They're kind of similar here. The display flex, justify content center, align item center. I'm going to cut it from here, and then I'm going to paste it here as well. And now we don't have to do those repetitive things right now. I have already removed these 3 lines of code from here, as you can see, and also I'm going to remove it from here. Now there will be no flexing and no centering right now. As you can see, they are gone. Now that we have created a class that has the property, that we want to use in our containers or parent div, let's use them now. So this is the tutorials, and it needs to have flex layout, and I want to use those flex property here in this div. So here I'm going to say center, so you can use multiple class just by adding space. Now our item should be centered, but again for the tutorial div, the item not in the center. So you know what you have to do? You have to add this center for this one, and this one as well. So let's add all together at the same time. I'm going to say center. And this is how you can, take advantage of like something that is repetitive. You can create a class and then use wherever you need that class. That's all. Now let's go back to the previous discussion that we were talking about. How can we work with a single flex item? Now I know this is a single flex item inside this tutorial flex, and I want to place it at the end of this maybe flex layout. So for this reason, I have to, select it in a different way. So I need to select this one first. For this, I need some sort of, like a way to identify the third one that I want to work. So maybe I could say it's item 3, let's say, something like this, item 3. For this one, maybe I will say item 1, even though that's not necessary because I'm not working with this item 1 and item 2. I'm just interested about this item 3. Now I'm placing in the wrong place, because I want to work with H2. So I will come here and I will say class, and this is the item 1. Again, I'm going to do the same thing here, class, item 2, and going to get rid of this item 2 from here. And then finally, I'm going to add a class here. I'm going to say item 3. That's all. Because this time I am interested to work with the flex item, this one, the tutorial 3. And this belongs to this div. As you can see, this is the div. But again, the problem is here, how can I make the item 3 just on the right side, flex and? Well, I have to select the item first, and then I can make it flex and. So let's come here and let's say, okay, let's come here and say, item 3. So this is how we are selecting the last div, not the last div actually, the last heading tag inside this div. This is what we are selecting. And now we are focusing with only one item. Now how can we make it flex end? We can do it by with the help of align self. So if you are working with one single flex item, then you can use align self. Now you have all these property. You can see auto center, flex and flex start, many things. So I'll use the flex end this time, and I'll see whether our item is placed at the end. Well, of course it has changed its position, and it is end here. It's because we have used x-axis and y-axis centering thing, and that's why we can see it's here. Now let's see, we have something related to align, anything else? Yes, we have this align items, align self, anything related to self. Let's say if we put justify, then we can see this self. So there are two self, just like before. You remember, we use justify content for x-axis and align items for y-axis. Now we have justify self for the x-axis and align self for the y-axis. Now if I say flex end here, what is going to be happen? This one is going to make sure the item placed at the end of the x-axis. There's some other value we could use here. Maybe we could say flex start, so that the item start in at the top here. So this is the start value, and it was in the end, and we have the center as well. So there are three different values we can use right now, but we know there are some other values like space between, space around, and space maybe something else. So there are three different space thing also available for us. Now let's play more with this flex layout, maybe a little bit at least. I think you can play it. I'm going to add one more task for you. Let's say we want to place them, so all the navigation should be in the center. That's what I want. Now this is quite easy for you, but anyway it's your task, so give it a try. But before you're going to do anything, I will just just going to comment this part. I don't want this here, that's all, so that I can see all of them are in the center. Now you'll have some task here one by one, and I think you'll be able to solve. So the first task is here related to flex layout. Now already you done another task, so it will be second task related to flex layout. Can you place these navbar center of this here? Can you place all these another list or whatever you say, these menus at the center of this navbar, in the center of this navbar? Is it possible? Can you make it? I think you can make it, but remember, always think like parent and child relation. So I can show you here. I'll give you some time. You can pause the video, you can finish the task and then come back. If you cannot do it, then I'm here to help. So who is the parent and who is the child? This is something you need to think. So you are right now working with the nav, that's all. Just remember this part. You are working with the nav, so focus on the nav. So you want to place this another list center of this nav. And how to do it? I am sure you can do it. So I'm going to give some time here, and you can finish the task and come back. All right, I think you have tried it and you were successful, but let's try with me this time. So I will select this navbar. This is the parent. So I'm going to use the center class here, and then I'm going to able to put this one center of this navbar. Now we have our class already. Of course, we have something that we can reuse. So this is something I want to use here. Maybe I could say display flex, justify content, align item center. Again here I could copy and paste here, and this will make sure that our another list is in the center of this navbar, and it's fine, it's working fine. But this is something we already created and it has a class name. Then why we need to repeat the code again? We just can use the class name here. We can say class, and then we can say here center. That's all. It will do the same thing. Now the next thing is something I want to bring them side by side. Now they are kind of like column basis here, but I want to bring all the item of this another list side by side. And here something, of course, you can do this task. So this is task number 3 for you. Think about the parent of these items and use that parent and use their display flex maybe, and try to bring side by side everything. But before going to do anything, I think you could, remove this text decoration or underline, but just let's keep it right now and finish the task number 3. Bring them side by side, make them row basis instead of column basis. Think about who is the parent and who are the children and where you want to place the display flags thing. So the parent always needs to have display flags. So yes, take your time, give a pause, finish the task, and then come back. If you cannot do it, just like always, I'm going to solve the problem and you'll see how to do it. All right, I think you had your pause and you did well, you finished the task, but let's do it together. So this is the unordered list. It has many children. You can see list, list, list. All of them are children of this unordered list. So we can use the class center here maybe. So I can say center. So what's going to be happen here? The unordered list will have display flags, justify content, and align item center, because this is the class we created and we set this property already. Now let's remove this one and we'll try it manually this time. We're not going to use the class center. Let's try, manually. So where's the nav? Definitely we have used the nav somewhere. This is the nav, and inside the nav now we want to work with unordered list. So select the unordered list. This is the parent of all lists. So here we want to say display flags, that's all at the beginning. And when you say display flags, the flags direction will be row, just the default one. And you will see they are like kind of side by side already. Now let's get rid of these, bullet things from here. And for this reason, we could use the universal selector here, and we could say, hey, for any unordered list, I don't want to see these bullet things. And you know how to do these things. You could say list style type. So I want to change the list style type, and I want the style to be none. So there should not be any style for the list. So no bullet point for the list. And then now I want to get rid of this, underline for each link. So again, we could use something in the universal selector. So if someone has underline, I want to get rid of that underline. This is what I'm saying. So text decoration is none. So the underline should be removed now. You can see the underline is gone. Now we want to add some space among them. So they are flex item right now because their parent is flex layout. You know that? Their parent is unordered list and it has flex layout. So we can add some gap here as well. And the gap can be 1 rem, let's say, for now. And let's see whether they have enough space. Brilliant. Now we are doing well. We are playing a lot with flex layout and we have finished the task 3. Now let's move on the last task. So this is going to be your, task number 4 with flex layout, and then we are done with flex layout. We'll move on to grid layout. So I want you to, use flex layout for this thing because you remember we use float layout here. So we can now this time use flex layout and place them center of this, screen in the x-axis at least. So do it by yourself. I want you to do, something like this. Place all the items center in the x-axis. Right now you can see on the left there is less space compared to the right side. And I'm sure you are going to be able to do it. So take a pause here, finish the task, and then come back. Were you successful? I think you were for sure, and you did your best. So let's do it together this time. Let me think, who is the parent for all this div? So let's go to the HTML code and let's find out. We have this section class called skills. Inside we have h2 saying skills, this one. And then we have many card. So each of them are kind of card. So card div. And all the card belongs to this row. So this is the parent for all the card. And I'm going to use display flex thing here inside this row. So let's do it. Let's go to the CSS and let's see where is this row available right now. So here is the row. I can see, okay, row after. We have done nothing with the row. We have used previously float left. So I'm going to get rid of this float left. I'm going to get rid of this margin thing as well. So yes, these are the things I'm going to remove here. And I'm also going to get rid of this row after thing because we don't need to clear the floats anymore because we are not using floats anymore. That's all. Now if I save it, you'll see the change. All of them are not side by side because we have removed the float thing. Now let's start our task. First of all, I want to select the row because row is the container div for all these card div. So let's go up and select it somewhere here. So I'm going to select the row, and only I'm going to work in the parent div because for centering our all the flex item, we have to work in the parent. That's all. Now you have done it quite many times, and I'm sure you have done it already. So display flex, and then we have to say justify content center so that we can make everything in the center, to x-axis, and then for the y-axis centering, we can use align item centers. That's all. So let's go and let's see. They're working. Yes, they are working fine. They're working brilliant. But here, we didn't give any width for the row maybe, or maybe we didn't allow any width for this section. So let's check it out. If you are saying, hey, I want to, place them in the center of something, that something needs a height. So if the section doesn't have any height, how you're going to place your item in the center of that, section. So for this reason, we can make something change here. We know that which section that we are working. Of course, this section is here skills. So let me select this skills section and give it a height at least. So I would say the height is 80 vertical height. That's all. And now our item should be center of this, div. And I can see, yes, it's not in the center of this div because we have this h2 thing here as well. So if I would do something like this, let's say the row this time, it's going to take height, let's say 80 vertical height, maybe 70 vertical height. And now let's see, we have 70 vertical height for this row, and that row is like working perfectly. We are placing all the item center of that row. Now I can change the background color of the row so that you know how much space this row is taking and whether we are doing everything right or not. So I'll put red for now so that you can see very well. So this is the 70 vertical height for our row, and we can see all of our div, they are center in x-axis and also center in y-axis. Now let's add some gap at least here so that look good. Here we can add some gap. I would say gap 1 area, maybe gap 1 area. And now we'll have some space between the item of this flex layout. Now we can get rid of this red color because we know everything is working fine. There is no issue whatsoever. But remember, when you're trying to place your item center of something like x-axis and y-axis, especially for y-axis, you need to add some height to that container. Otherwise, how the flex will know where you want to place it in center. So you have to tell, hey, I have total 70 vertical height. Let's put everything in the center based on y-axis of that 70 vertical height. That's good. Now we have used this thing already inside a class, so we don't need to repeat this thing we know. So we can add that center class. Where is that class? It should be somewhere at the top here. We can use this center class with our, this row that we want to make center. So where is this row? This row, I can get rid of this code and then go to my HTML, add the center class with the row. That's all. Now it will place everything in the center. That's all. It's working fine. Now you have learned everything that you need to know about Flex Layout. Of course, you can play more about Flex Layout. It's totally up to you, but you have learned quite many things about HTML, CSS Flex Layout, and you have practiced a lot this Flex Layout thing. And I know you are doing really, really well, trust me. Now, sometimes you may forget how this Flex Layout working and you want to play with Flex Layout more, maybe. For this reason, you have an extension, and I can show you that extension so that it can help you sometimes, maybe. I will say Flex. Now the extension I want to use here is called CSS Flexbox cheat sheet. Remember, this is the one we want to use, CSS Flexbox cheat sheet. And I'm going to install it. So maybe sometimes you have forgot like how the Flexbox property works. You want to see them practically. You can see them with the help of this cheat sheet. Now this time you will see something like magical. Let's see how this Flexbox cheat sheet is helping us. Go to the CSS. This time, wherever you have used the property called display flex, you will see something new here. Now you can see this is a symbol here added for us. It's because of this Flexbox cheat sheet. Now if I open this one, and maybe I can make it a little bit bigger, you can see this is all about display flex, how display flex work. And then you can play more, you can change the direction. Right now it's a row basis, as you can see. You can say column basis, and you will see they're taking like it has turned into a column basis situation. I can say column reverse, you can see starting just like reverse. I could make a row reverse, you can see it's there. So you can play with this cheat sheet or with this extension, and you can learn more about Flex also. So that's all for Flex layout. Now let's move on to the grid layout. Okay, let's start with this grid layout now and finish this subcategory called layout design, and then we'll move on to the responsiveness part, and finally we'll move on to this animation part and finish this advanced category. Okay, before I'm going to talk about grid layout, I just want to remind you one more time, Flex layout was one-dimensional layout, so it was working with row or column at a time. Now grid layout can work with both dimension, with row and column at the same time. So that's what you want to know about grid layout right now. It works in both direction. It takes care of column and also the row. Now let's go to our HTML and let's start play with this grid layout thing. But before going to do anything, I just want to make sure few things. I can see the title is here for this section, but I don't see any title for this section. So I want to add one title for this section and get rid of this brown background color that we applied for just testing. So I need this section title. Here is a section title. I can see I can just copy this one and paste where it's needed. I think we need the title for tutorials, maybe, most probably, but the tutorials doesn't have any section. So what I will do, I will cut this one and create a section here. And then here I'm going to paste the code maybe. But one thing I forgot, that I copied earlier a section title from somewhere from here. And also you have seen for each section we are we are giving some sort of class name. So definitely for this section as well, I'm going to assign some class name here. So the class, it can be anything, it's up to you. I'll put it just like maybe tutorial. That's all. And then maybe tutorial section, just give anything, it's up to you. And then I'm going to put this title here, the H2, and this time I'm going to say is tutorials. Okay. So the class section title should be applied to this H2, and we should be able to see this one here. Okay, great. Now, as I said, I want to remove this background brown color. So let's see, where is this one, I think it's based on these tutorials. So let's see. Index.css is here. I'm going to go a little bit down, and I can see this background color here. Okay, good, fair enough. And now everything looks good. Okay. Now that we have covered flex layout, grid layout will be much more easier. So what I want to do, let me tell you first, I want to add one more section for team members. So let's say I have 12 team members in my team, and I want to display their data here. So I want to create a section called team members, and I want to show 12 div of 12 team members. So let's do it. First I want to create my HTML part, then I'll move on to the CSS one. So here I want to work with my team members. So I'll just make a comment here, team members part here, or section starts, and then I'll copy paste down below. I'll say team member section ends. So I'll write my HTML code inside this comment. I could do the same thing for this one. I will add a comment so that I can see later on that which part is meant for what. So I'll say, paste here, not here. Maybe I'll say tutorial section start here, and then I'm going to make a comment, and then I'll say ends here. Now what I want to do, I want to cut all the codes related to tutorial section from here to here, and then put inside the comment. That's all, and it looks better than before. I want to do the same thing for this card section, I guess. So this section was about tutorial skills, so I will say here, skills section start here, make a comment, and then say ends here. And finally, I want to cut all the codes related to skills section. So I'll go down below. I think this is fair enough, and I'm going to put everything inside these comments. That's all. Now it is more readable than before, of course, so it's better if you use comment in your code so that you can realize next time what you have done in where and what that part is all about. Okay, right, fair enough. So let's start our this working in this section. First, I'm going to create this section here. You can name anything. This time I'll name this one as a team section. So I'll say team section. And then here I'm going to create a title just like before, so I can copy paste that title from here. So I'll just copy this one and paste inside here. We have this section title already created. The class is created in the index.css already, and you know about this. Now here, this time I'm going to say team members. Team members, and I want to see whether I can see this one. Yes, it's very much visible here, nothing wrong here. And now let's create some data for our team members. So there will be a lot of team member inside the team members div. So I can say a div here, and the name of the div, the class name of the div will be team members, and this is the parent div for all the team member. So here we are going to say team member for the first team member. And I'm going to say something like this: team member 1, team member 1. That's all. I could make a little bit smaller so that you can see very well here. So I'll just make it like this. Okay. Now that we have one team member inside the team members container, I want to add more team members. So let's copy and paste few times, and then we can, make some adjustment here by saying 2. Maybe I wanted to add some space, so I will say like this. This time it's going to be 3, and then you know what to do. So just add some space and change the value here. 4, 5, 6, 7, and then I want to add more. Let's say another 4 team members. So I want to have 12 team members altogether. Now you can have as many as you want. It's totally up to you, but I'm planning like that my team has 12 team members, and I just want to mention it here. That's all. Now I'm putting some dummy data. You can see, all the team member has some dummy data, just team member 1, team member 2, but later on probably you are going to add some real data of the team member, like name, their skills, their contact, and a lot of other things. But right now let's keep it just like that. Okay, so we are done with this HTML part. Now it's time for designing. So let's go to index.css. First of all, what I want to do here, I want to select the container. So the container was these team members. So let's select this container and start working. But maybe before anything else, you could select this section, give a background, and then work. It's totally up to you. So I will select this section. Let's select this section now. So I'm coming here and I'm going to say maybe this one is for team members, so that I know this part is for team members CSS. Okay, team member starts, and then I will say team members ends. That's all. Now let's start doing our CSS here inside this comment, starting and ending. And here I'm going to say the section name was team section. Let's select this section and give a background color at least. So I want to give a background color, but before doing anything, I want to see what's the situation of our HTML right now. We can see, okay, this is team members. So this is the title, which is already in the center. It's because we have used that class for the title. And now we can see all the div here. They're not side by side. They're not in row column basis. Right now they have this static one, which is the normal one. So one div is after another. This is the static one. But we want to work like this, that we have 4 team member in each row. That's what we want. Or maybe 3 team members in each row, so that we will have 4 columns together. So I want it like 3 into 4. You can make it like something different, maybe 4 into 3. It's totally up to you. So you could say 4 columns, and they should be divided into 3 rows. Now, before doing anything, maybe we can design them a little bit with display flex. So I want the team member and this div, the container div, kind of act like a display flex layout. So I want to make them, I want to create some space between them. So think like that, you have this section. Let's go to this section. Inside the section, you have this title h2 and you have a container called team members. So right now for the team section, there are only two child. The only two child you have for the team section. So we are not talking about grid layout right now. We are just talking about flex layout, because I want to, space, make some good space between them and make some adjustment here. So this is the first item of this team section, and this is the second item of this team section. That's all we have right now. So let's go to this section and give it a background color. It's up to you. You can add any background color you want, or you could use the default one that we have already. So I'm going to keep that the default one, and then I'm going to say this time I want to use a display flex. So let's use the display flex. And then the item will be side by side this time, but we really don't want anything like this. So we could say here, the display direction should be column. So we want the flex direction column, flex direction, and then give it a value of column, so that there will be like in the column basis, as you can see. And I could say here that this section will take 100 vertical height. So I will say 100 vertical height. But remember that we have sticky or fixed navbar here. Remember this one. Okay. Now that you can see our team members is taking 100 vertical height in a like if you think about y-axis, and now we can place them in the center of the screen with the help of this flex layout. Now this one is already centered, it is because of the class that we have used, but this div, which is the container for all the team member, is not in the center. So right now we are working in the team section, who is the parent for this one and this part as well. So we can say here, hey, I want the flex direction, not the flex direction, I want the justify content. You can give it any value here. I will say space around, so I can make some space, if you think about y-axis. So there will be some space this time. So they are taking some space. Now I want to bring them in center here. So for this reason, I have to use align items, because we are working in column basis this time. So align items, and this is the center. Now that's all. Whatever we wanted to do, we did, and so far we have used only flex layout. So I have used flex layout. It's because I want to align them just like this. I want to bring them in center and make some space between them. Now I'm going to use grid layout, and before I'm going to use grid layout, I just want to tell you one more time what I want to do here. I want to make 3 columns, and each column will have 4 team members. Now of course you could do it other way. Let's say I want to make 3 columns and 4 rows. So yes, it's possible. I'm sorry, I wanted to say 4 columns and we'll have 3 rows, just like this. So it's totally up to you how many columns or how many rows you want. So let's make it like this. Who is the parent of this one? Like, who is the parent of all the team member here? Because we want to work with team member 1, team member 2, we want to align them. So just like flex layout, think about their parent, where they belong. So if we go to index.html, we can see the team member 1, team member 2, team member 3, up to team member 12, all of them, they're inside team members container. So we have to use our grid layout here inside these team members. So let's select the team members and give some style here. First of all, you need to say display grid if you want to use grid layout. And if you do something like this, you will not see any change here, because we have not divided our columns yet. So for this reason, you have to use something with grid, start with grid always. Of course, all the properties related to grid will start something like this. So you will say grid template columns, because you want to divide your row with the column number. And here you could say 25%, 25%, and then 25%, and then 25%. So what are we trying to do here? We know we have the width of 100% here. Just think about like x-axis, we have 100% width, and we want to divide this 100% width just like 4 columns with 4 columns, and that's why we're saying 25%. The first column will take 25%, second column will take 25%, third column will take 25%, and the last column will take 25%. So we are dividing our 100% width, that's all. Now if I save this one, of course there should be some change, and you can already see the changes here. Now to make things more better, at least I want to add some gap this time. So let's add some gap here of 1 rem. So all the grid item will have 1 rem gap this time, and you can see they are working fine. I want to add some background color for each item here, for each team member. So this time I have to select the team member div here, and then I'm going to say background color as a white maybe, so that they are visible, we can see them well. Fine. But our background color and text color, maybe they are now similar, so at least we can maybe use something else. Let's say orange color. Okay. Now this time they should be visible enough, and we can see yes, they are visible. Now I can add some padding here for making things look much better. For each team member, we'll add padding 1 rem, so each div will have 1 rem padding to all the sides. Yes, you can see the beauty of grid layout. We are able to do a lot of things here very fast, and we have like designed our layout so quickly here in, if you think like row and column basis. That's okay, good. Now let's play with this one more here. Let's learn more about grid layout. Now what I want to do, I want to like bring it maybe a little bit here and bring this one a little bit smaller. Fine. And of course you can see that this grid layout is not flexible enough. This grid layout is not responsive, because when we are making the screen smaller, we are losing something here, and we'll fix this thing responsiveness things later on, because we have to learn how to do how to play with responsiveness and how to make a website responsive. So we'll learn about this later, just after finishing this grid layout. But here what I'm trying to do, maybe let's say the first grid item, I wanted to take 50%, and maybe the other 3 will take another 50%. I can do it something like this, or maybe I will say the first one should take 40%, and rest of the 3 columns will take 20%, 20%, and 20%, which is possible. There is nothing wrong with this. You can do anything like that. Of course you can see it's working fine. So it is flexible. You can set the width here, even with the percentage, even with the pixel, rem, every value are valid here. I could say something like this. Let's say the first one is 120 pixel, second one is 100 pixel, third one is 200 pixel, and maybe the last one is 80 pixels. So I could say something like this, and according to the width we have given here, it will work just like that. The value whatever we have given here in the CSS is just working based on that value. That's all. We could use rem here. There is nothing wrong if you use rem. I will say 12 rem here. Maybe the next one will be 10 rem, and then the next one will be maybe again 11 rem. Let's give some different value, and the last one will be 8 rem, just for an example. Now you'll see they will act like a different way, and of course you can see how they are different. So it's totally up to you how you want to assign the value for grid template column. Similarly, you could play with grid template rows property. So it's possible to work with rows as well. This is not something I'm going to discuss, because I feel that you should do some task as well. So try with grid template rows, or you can search it on W3 School and learn more about the grid layout properties. But I'm trying to stick to the basic and discuss the most important things here. Now I want to this time say something like this: auto, 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 and auto. So what does it mean? That whatever screen width we have, all of them should be divided with the same width. So let's say if you have 80% screen width, then this one should take 20%, this one should take 20%, this one should take 20%, and this one should take 20% as well. So let's see how it works this time. So this is, you can see all of them are taking same width. Now even though if you are making the screen smaller, they're taking automatically 20%. automatically like 25% width for each of them. And why 25%? Because you said auto full time. So let's say if you have 100% of width of a screen, then you are dividing by 25%, 25%, 25% and 25%. So all of them are taking exactly equal space. Now we could make it short, like we could say here something like this, repeat. You want to repeat something. We want to repeat auto 4 times, and that's why you could say number of times and what you want to repeat. That's all. So repeat is a function here. You can say how many times you want to repeat something, and then you can say what you want to repeat. That's all. Now it's going to act exactly same just like before, and you can see it's working exactly same. Now the last thing I want to discuss here, at least something to make it more responsive. Instead of this auto, this time I will use, you could use fraction as well. You could say 1 fraction. So each grid elements or each grid item will take 1 fraction. All of them will take 1 fraction, and of course the output will be exactly same just like before. But the thing I wanted to do here, I wanted to use one more function called min max, and the value here can be given 2 value here. The first one I'm going to say 0, and the second one I'm going to say 1 fraction. So this is how I can say the minimum value should be 0, or the maximum should be 1 fraction for each grid item. So this is how you can make it more responsive. Now you can of course play with this one more and learn more by searching, of course, but this is enough for this part from my understanding. But before even finishing this grid layout, I wanted to talk, if let's say something like this, you want to work with an individual grid item, then how can you work? First of all, you need to select that individual item, and then you'll be able to work just the way you wish. So maybe you want to work with this, let's say number 2 item here. For this reason, you have to select it first if you want to work, if you want to design it, if you wanted to take a space of 50% maybe. So for this reason, we could go to the index.html and select this number 2 member. Here I can add, let's say, a class called item2, and with the help of this class item2, I can select this item uniquely. So let's select this item from CSS, and here I'm going to select this item2 and do something with this item2. Okay, now it looks like we had something already, something like item classes. So I want to make sure that we do have this item already. Yes, here you can see that we have the item 1, item 2, item 3, and this is something I really don't want to repeat, maybe because these classes are already here. So this time, instead of using class item 2, I'm going to use ID, which makes a little bit sense here, so that I can identify the item uniquely. So I'm going to remove this one. And well, I could select it many ways. I could say team members item 2, and it would be like a unique one. But anyway, I will add an ID here. So let's add an ID here. The ID is item 2, or you could say team member 2. Let's say something like this, team member 2. Fine. And now I can select this item with this ID team member 2. So let's do it. We can do it many ways. So don't worry about if you are using some other ways, it's going to work. So this is the ID, and we are selecting the team member 2. That's okay, fine. So far we are doing really good. Now we want to play with one item here, this team member 2. And how can I play with one? Of course you can play, definitely, there is not going to be any problem. Let's say if you want to say this one's background color needs to be something like green. So let's see whether it does work or not. Of course you can see its background color is green. So you have to select the item, that individual one you want to work, or maybe 2 3 members you want to work. It doesn't matter how many items you want to work separately. You have to select those items first, and then you can do whatever you want. Now I could use something like here grid column. So there is a property saying grid column, and with the property you can specify how much width you want to take for this column. So I'm going to say something like, okay, it's starting from 2 and I want it to go until 4, something like this. Now by defining number 2 here, basically you are saying you want to start with your column from number 2, and you want to span it just 4 times. I could make it 3 times here so that you can understand what we're trying to do. Now let's see how it works. We can understand more better here if we see the example. So basically it's starting from number 2. Let's think like this is the first position and this is the second position that we have here, and basically it's taking 4 span 3. Basically it's taking 3 times that it's supposed to be. So it is supposed to be here and here, but we are saying we want it to like 3 times. That's all. So 1, 2 and 3, that's all. Now I could say I want to start from number 1 maybe and span it 2, or maybe I can say start with 2 and span until 2. So 2 more sizes will be added here. So it's now double. As you can see, it's starting from number 2 position, but it is double this time. And we could play with more here. I could say I want to start with number 1, but remember the number 1 position is already assigned for someone else. So this time this one will come here in the next row so that it can start from number 1. And we could say I want to span like 3 times. So let's see. Yes, it's starting from the first position, and you can see it's spanning 3 times. Well, there are a lot of things you can do here. You could say without span, just starting an ending point. So this one this time is the starting point, just like before, but this is the ending point. So if you go this time, you'll say something different. So even though span was like 3 times, but this one is going to start here. So this is the first position, the column start here. Then think about this is the number 2 position. It should start from here, and this is the third one. So this is the third ending line, and that's why 1, 2, 3 we started from 1 and ended to 3. That's all. Now you can play more and you can learn about this one more, but I really don't want to talk about this anymore. I think we are done with this grid layout part, and we are ready. We are really ready to move on to the next topic, which is a very important topic, is responsiveness. You need to know how can you make your website responsive for different screen size, because right now our website is not that much responsive. I can show you this one, the example why it's not responsive. So maybe for bigger screen you can see everything is working fine, you see nothing is wrong, everything is visible. But what about this? If we make the screen smaller, you will see something is changing here, especially with this div. Now yes, of course you can see the text is coming out of this div. Maybe for this screen size we wanted to show 1 div at a time, not all of them. So what can we do here, and how can we make our these things responsive, because they're coming out of their container and this is not something looking good. Also, you look at this thing, of course they are not working good as well, they're not looking good as well, and same thing is happening for our grid one as well. Even though the div is like they are okay, but their their children or their content it's not looking good, not responsive at all. So how can we make our web page responsive so that for any screen size they look better? Let's learn about this now. Alright, this time we can start with responsiveness, but before doing anything I want to just format it a little bit so that we can know the order that we are trying to do everything. So after completing the responsiveness, we'll move to the animation part. And one thing I missed earlier, I think this is the CSS architecture. We need to finish this one before so that we can finish this advanced category, okay? And then we can move to the last category, which is the project one. Okay, already we're doing really good, and now this is a good time for our responsiveness thinking. Okay, already you know why you need to make your web page responsive so that everything acts the way you want it to act when the screen size change. So if someone, let's try to make one thing responsive right now, which is this div maybe. Right now, when we try to make the screen size small, the text coming out from the div. So when maybe the screen size is something like this, then you want to have, let's say 2 div, not 3 of them, all of them. Maybe you want 2 of them. And then when you are making more smaller, then probably you want 1 div taking the entire width, then another taking the entire width. So you want them like a column basis instead of row basis div. So yes, we can fix this thing with the help of responsiveness. And first of all, I want to say, when you are thinking about responsiveness, make sure in your HTML you have something here similar like this, the viewport one. So basically it's trying to say whatever the width of the device, I'm going to scale based on the device. The viewport will be scaled based on the device. Now this is something you should have here. And now let's see what other things we need to focus on when we're trying to make our web page responsive. Another thing I would like to say, box sizing border box is something that probably you're going to use when you are trying to make your website responsive, because this makes sure whatever width or height you are specifying exactly same way it's going to work, even though you add some padding or some extra, border things. These sort of things should not, matter for the actual size of that element. Okay. The next thing I want to talk, the most important things, is the media query. Now, using media query, you can make your web page responsive. And let's see how this media query things work. But before doing anything, I want to make a comment here saying that responsiveness starts here, so that we know this part is for responsiveness. And I will say responsiveness ends here. Now let's play with the first one. What are the screen size we can use for making our web page responsiveness? Now, if you go, to Google and search like maybe CSS responsiveness, and the first thing, I think the first one will come to this W3 School site. And if you go to this site, you can spend some time, and of course you can read about this one. But I will go next, and I will see what other things, this part is related to the CSS responsiveness, and you can see there are many things are here related to CSS responsiveness. But I want to find out the width of the computer, maybe desktop, laptop, and then I want to find out the screen size for mobile. I want to know their size, normal size. So you can see, there are some screen size should be here. Of course, the breakpoint, this is something I'm talking about. So when the size is kind of desktop size, I want to do something. When the screen size is based on like related to tablet, then I want to do something. When the screen size is something similar to phone, then I want to do something. So I need to know the breakpoint of these devices. Now they are not exact, but we can take some dummy value here. You can see they're saying extra small device. The maximum width for extra small device, which is basically phone, is 600 pixel. And then we have for the tablet size here, which is 768 pixel, and the laptop and desktop has 992 pixel. These are some approximate value. We cannot say these are like exact value, so it can be different. So we can start working like that. Maybe this time I will make the screen size small, and I'll come here. Okay, first of all, you need to use this media query. So this is the media, and you can select media screen, and then here you can say and then you can add some width. You can specify some width. I'm going to say maximum width. You can use minimum width here as well, but I'm going to use maximum width. So I want to say when the maximum width something that I want to do something. Let's say when the maximum size is 992 pixel, what I want to do. Now, before even going to do something with this 992 pixel screen size, I want to add few more media query here, maybe for 768 pixel. And then finally maybe here for 600 pixel. So this 600 pixel is for mobile basically, and this one is for tablet, and this one is for desktop and laptop. So these width can be changed. You can do whatever based on your own width, but I'm going to use this kind of standard width here. Okay. Now, one thing you need to remember, if you are using maximum width, then the order should be something like this. This should be the maximum one. Then anything smaller than this you can use later on. So it should go like maximum, then the next highest maximum, and then maybe the next highest maximum. So it should go like this. Always the biggest one should be at the top, and then you should go like the minimum compared to that one. So we can now start designing the whatever we want we can do here. But what I always do when I want to work with something, I want to see whether this maximum thing or responsive things are working or not. So I want to see, let's say when the screen size is a 992 pixel, I want to change the background of this. When the screen size is maybe to the desktop or to the mobile one, then I want to change the background of color this one. Or when maybe it's a kind of tablet size, then I want to change the background of this one. So for this reason, we can go up and we need to find out who is responsible for this one. So skills is something we have seen already, I think it's here. So this section called skills, and we can select that section here and do something when the screen size change. So I can say skills, change this background color. So first you need to select the selector and then do something when the screen size change. So this time I will say it's red. So when the screen size is 992 pixel or less than 992 pixel, then I want to make the background color red. And then the next one here, when the screen size is 768 pixel maximum or less than 768 pixel, then I want to do something. Maybe I want to change the skills into like green this time for the skills background color. And the same thing I'm going to do for this mobile size. When the screen size has maximum 600 pixel size or less than 600 pixel, then I want to change the background color. Maybe this time I will say yellow. Okay, so that I know this responsiveness is working fine. So right now you can see the screen size, the screen background for skills section is green, which means currently we are inside this one, 768 pixel. Now if I make it, if it goes something like 992 pixel, you can see the color, background color is red. And again, I'll go back to the like this, this is right now 768 pixel or less than 768 pixel. But whenever we'll reach to this 600 pixel, and then this color will be applied. So let's see whether it works like that. Yes, it is working fine. Now that we know that our things are working really good, I don't have any issue for this one when it's like, in the 992 pixel or even 768 pixel, I don't see any problem. But the problem starts when it goes to 600 pixel. This is something I really don't want, So when the screen size goes 600 pixel, I want to make all the div taking like the entire width. So each div is going to take the entire row width. This is something I'm looking for. So when the screen size is 600 pixel, I want this CSS div so that it can take entire width. So this is something I'm looking for. And then JavaScript will take entire width. So each div will take the entire width of the screen when the screen size is 600 pixel or even less than 600 pixel. Now we know that it's like everything is related to our row. So I can show you here all the code that belongs to this row, and this row has another class called center, and you know what this center has already because we have designed it by ourselves in this video tutorial. And we said it's display flex. It's by default flex direction is a row, and then we assign some properties here as well. Now right now it is row basis, but I want to make it column basis when the screen size is 600 pixel, so that all the div they are placed to each other down or top bottom, like in a top bottom style. So yes, we can do it. We can select the row because the row has all this class, of course, for sure. So let's see how does it work. So we are going to go to the our this responsive section, and here this time I'm going to I'll keep this thing, just changing the background color, nothing else. So I'll just keep this thing anyway. Later on you can get rid of this. I'm going to select the row and I'm going to say its flex direction needs to be changed. So flex direction, but where is this flex belongs? It belongs to the center class. Then we should select the center class for this one. And if you say flex direction column here, let's see how it's work, but the problem is maybe in many places you have used this center class. So therefore it's better if you use the row class, and the row class, center class, they are working together inside this div, as you can see. So you can select the row. And I don't want to make it for 992 pixel column size, as a column. I want to make it for 600 pixels, so maybe for this one, or maybe I could do it for this green one as well. So it's totally up to me. I will do it for the green one, 768 pixel. And yes, you can see it is green, but it doesn't look that much good, when it's like this. So for 992 pixel, it is red, and they are all side by side. But when you're saying 900, less than 992 pixel, when it is equivalent to 768 or less than 768, then they are working like a column. But they are losing their, actual, the thing that we want. They of course should be placed in a better way so that they are inside their container. Now they are not inside their container here, and even I was thinking maybe for 768 pixel it is not a good idea to make it as a column wise. Maybe for 600 pixel I should make it like a column. And now this time, if I make it 600 pixel, then you can see they are like acting like a column now. But the thing, of course, it's not bad, nothing is bad here, but we wanted to place them in the container, and so that they don't get outside of the container. Now, who is this section responsible for this one? Who is the container for this skills? So have we assigned anything for skills? Let's check. Yes, the skill has height 80 vertical height, and this is something we should not do here. We should say minimum height. So if it needs more height, then it can take more than 80 vertical height. And if we save this time, still it doesn't work like that. We are doing good so far. Now from this skill, we are saying the row should take height 70 vertical height, which we didn't make any sense here, because we should say minimum height and make our web page more responsive. Now if the row need more space, then we are allowing the space by saying minimum height. And already you can see they are in a good condition right now. Of course we can see them better, but maybe I wanted to make a little bit more bigger. If they need space, they will get space. So I don't want to change the width of this one. I could make it, I could change it here, but I really don't want it to change here, because if they need any more width, they will get their width. Don't worry about this. But here the problem, you can see we should give some sort of width so that the card works better. So for this reason, remember one thing: use minimum height when you know that there will be some overflow. So it's better if you use minimum height for this reason. Now I know that my header is not going to overflow at any time, so this is good for header. I'm just checking, is there anywhere else I could make some change? For the tutorials, I could say minimum height if there is some sort of overflow. And probably for others I could do, but I will just leave it like that. For the this one, I would say minimum height as well for the team section. Okay, all of them are good condition right now, so there should not be any issue of this height thing. Now next thing, I wanted to make it like a little bit better than this. It should take more space. So who is responsible for this? This is the card we are talking here inside the row. So let's go to the 600 pixel, select the card that belongs to the row. So we have card inside row. This time we are selecting like that. We could select it just like this by saying card, but this card can be in many places, but we are interested in the row class where we have this card, so inside the row we have card. This is what we are saying here, and we want to target the card that is inside the row. That's all. Now here you can say the width. I could say the width is 100%. Let's see how it works this time. So this time you can see the width is 100%, and yes, they are working fine, but I wouldn't say 100%. I will keep some space. I will make it 80%, and you can see they're working great this time. No problem whatsoever. So we are done with this one, and of course I wanted to keep some padding inside this section. So this section is the skill one we are talking about. So for this reason, I could add some padding here, at the top and bottom at least. So 2 rem at the top and bottom, and I don't need any padding, left and right. So now we have more space here at the bottom and also at the top. Now I can get rid of this background color. I don't need it anymore. I am done because I know how they are working. and I have fixed the problem for the 768, 992 pixel and also for 600 pixel. Actually, I have fixed the problem for the skill section only. Okay, so the skill section is done. Now it is responsive. If I change the screen size, you can see it's working fine. There is no issue whatsoever. Now I want to work with other section this time. Let's say, what about this? When I make the screen size small, there is any issue with this one? I don't see any issue. It's working fine. Maybe when the screen size is small, you want to get rid of this header maybe this time. So yes, of course you can do it. Let's say when the screen size is 600 pixel, then I want to get rid of this header. So you can do it, of course, inside this 600 pixel. You need to know who is responsible for this header, that's all. So let's go to the HTML first, find out where is this header. This is the header we are talking, and we want to make it invisible. So let's see how can we do it. First of all, when the screen size 600 pixel, you want to select the header. So let's just select the header and say display. You don't want to show it. You can use many value here, like block, content, flex, flexbox, inline. There are a lot of values are available here, as you can see. But the one we are interested here is the none value. So there must be some sort of none value that we can use. I can go a little bit top here. This is the one we want to use. Now the screen size when will be 600 pixel, then the image will be gone. And you can see there is no image this time, and it's working perfectly. Okay. Now that we have learned how to use media query and make our web page responsible, I think it's a good time for you to play more, and probably you could make this one responsive. So when the screen size 600 pixel, I want them to place not side by side but at the top and bottom. Now it is your task, and this is task number 5. I want you to take this challenge and finish this task. So you can take some break now, or make a pause and then finish the task and then come back and continue. If you cannot finish the task, no problem, we'll go together, we'll solve this problem. All right, I think you have done the task quite easily, but let's do it now together. So this is the tutorial section we're talking about, and when the screen size is 600 pixel, I want to show them like not side by side, I want to place them top bottom. So the direction should be column, not row. Now if you go to these tutorials, if you check this index.html, let's check where is the tutorials. Here's the tutorials, and all of the tutorial they belongs to these tutorials, and these tutorials has center. So basically whatever we did in the center class, this display flex, justify content center, align item center, it also available for these tutorials. Now we can select this tutorial and we can say, hey, I want to change the flex direction, which was already the row for the center one. So I want to change that flex direction and I want to make it column. So let's do it. We can select the tutorials, this one, and then make our changes whatever we want. So I'm coming here and I'm going to say tutorials, and I want to do something here this time. So maybe I want to say the flex direction should be column. That's all. That's all I wanted to do here. And you can see it is already column. But now again, the same thing, it's coming out, the text is coming out. So probably we can do something much better here. So probably I can change the width for this one and do something. Now there are many ways you can solve these sort of problems. It's totally up to you, the way you want. And I could add some padding here for an example for each tutorial. So this time we're talking about each tutorial, So let's select the tutorial here inside the tutorials. And this tutorial could be like, let's say, have some padding one area every time. And then if you are selecting the tutorial, you want to make sure that of course you have something called tutorial. Now here what we did, we used the center again. There is no problem with this center thing because we wanted to place our text center, you remember? So I can show you here, you wanted to place it as a center, So that's why we use that center thing. But we can make it, of course, better, and it can be like wrap all the text inside this container. And for this reason, we could select this tutorial and tell how much width we want it to take. So this time I'm going to say the tutorial should take width of 80% maybe, just like before. 80%, and you can see we have the text here. Now one thing I need to tell you here, my screen was in like zoom in, that's why many things didn't look like in the center, but they are already in the center, to be honest. So they are working fine, there is no issue. But one more thing I want to mention here, the thing is like that, how much was the element width or height, and what are the changes you want to make sure, what are the changes you want to make. So that's what you need to think when you are working with the media query. For an example, we are working with the row card, maybe the row card has initial width already, when we're creating some, style for this card, you see it was 25% for each card, and when it is the screen size is less than 600 pixel or maybe 600 pixel, we are saying its width needs to be changed and needs to be like 80%. So this is how you will change the value of some selector, and it will act like that. Okay, now let's move on to the next one, which is the team members one. Currently they are good, but when the screen size is, let's say 600 pixel, I want to show maybe 2 items at a time, and we can do it for sure. So we have to think about who is the container of this item. And of course we know we can check it by coming here. We know the team members is the container for all the div. So let's check out the condition of the team members first so that we can make change. So we know this is the team member selector. We can copy it and then we can paste it. Remember that we are just thinking about 600 pixel. You can do any sort of adjustment based on any width. It's totally up to you. You could play with like 600 pixel as well. Okay, let's do something like this. When the screen size is 768 pixel or less than 768 pixel, we want to show only 3 cards. And when the screen size 600 pixel, we want to show only 2 cards. Yes, of course we can do it. Let's do it then. So let's come here. We have selected this team members container who contains all the team member. You don't have to say display grid again because you did it. You are not going to change that. You don't have to say gap 1 rem because this is something already you did and you don't need to change that. But you have to change the grid template column, number of column. This is something you want to change. Maybe when the screen size is 768, you want to show 2 items. Let's keep it like this. You want to show 2 items. So now when the screen size will be 768 pixel, we will see only 2 items. Let's see whether it works. Yes, it is working, and you can see we have only 2 items. Now of course it will change its width. If we put some more value here, of course it will take the screen width as well, but it's working right now perfectly the way we want it. And when the screen size is 600 pixel, we want them to take the entire width, so each item will take the entire width. For this reason, I have to just select this one because I'm going to make changes for this one. And then inside the 600 pixel media query, you can come anywhere and paste this code and make your change. This time I will say repeat just 1 time, that's all. And you can see for 600 pixel, we have only 1 tutorial div at a time. Sorry, 1 team member div at a time. Of course, you can change the width of this team member if you want. You can change it directly here. So you could say width should be, let's say 80% for the div, and you'll see now each div should take 80%, but we didn't provide any text inside this div, and that's why they are not like 80%. So if they are like not have enough content, if they don't have enough content, they are not going to take that width. But we can put some value and we can see whether they are like changing their width or not. For this reason, I'm going to go to the index.html. This time maybe at least we'll try with 1 here. And for this one, I will say, hey, the h3, there should be an h3 and it should say, team member 1. Then I want to say, let's say something, related to the contact, or maybe I want to add some description for this team member. I will add 10 words for the team member. And this should be enough. Let's see whether it works. Yes, it is working perfectly. You can see now all of them are going to take the width just like the first one. So we can add more value this time, just like this, and I can copy paste to every single div this time so that they look better. So I'll do just same thing. Maybe I'll change the value here and I'll save it. I will do it for others as well. So I'll select all the div right now. So here, and also for this one, also for this one, also for this one, and also for this one. Okay, and I'm going to change the text team member 8, and I'm going to paste the thing I wanted to paste. So now they have some sort of heading and also some description for all the team members. So currently you can see there are like 4 of them, but when I make the screen size small, like 768 pixel, what we said here, we said when the screen size is 768 pixel, we want to see 2 items at a time in each row, and that's what we can see. And what next? We said when the screen size 600 pixel or less than 600 pixel, we want to see 1 grid item at a time. So let's see whether does it work. It's working perfectly. Now you can change the value of each team member. It's totally up to you, but I'll do it anyway. I don't want to keep anything like that much unfinished. So let's try. I'll put the value here 3, and the next one is going to be number 4, not 5. It should be 4. And then the next one is going to be 5. Next one is going to be 6. Next one is going to be 7. And then we have number 8. And let's keep going here, number 9, then we have number 10, and we are really close. It's going to be number 11, and the last one is number 12. Okay, so at least we can identify them separately. Yes, they are working fine. Now why this 0, 1, 2 here? We want to check that, okay, we have some extra value here. This is something we didn't want it to put. It was just an accident. Okay, good, and they are looking fine this time. Great. So we are done with this, this grid layout thing, and also the media query thing, flex layout, designing and making web page responsive. We are done with these sort of things. We have done quite well. Now, based on a width and using the media query, you can do whatever you want with your selectors. So for 600 pixel, we wanted to say, I don't want to see the header. For the scale, I wanted to add some padding. For the row, I wanted to make the flex direction column. So this is the way you can do whatever you want. It's totally up to you. Now, one thing I really don't like here, at least maybe I want to put this, this footer in the center of this, I want to put this text in the center of this footer. And this is something, of course, you can do quite easily. This is something we missed earlier, I guess. So let's see, where is the footer? It should be here, and I wanted to put everything inside this footer as the center of this footer. So yes, we can do it here. We can use the center class. We have the center class, you remember, and in the center class, what do we have? We have something display flex, justify content center, align item center. So this is going to place our item center inside the footer. So let's go to the HTML and select the class called center. That's all. So we are using the class center for footer, and this should make our text center in the footer, and it's working fine. And of course, I wanted to change this color of this link. It doesn't look that much good, so I am going to do it now, of course, now. So let's see where we can do it. Where is the nav? This is the nav, and we have this nav, another list, and we could say list, and then we can select our link. Or we could directly select the link as well. It works both ways fine. Or I could add some class to the link and then select the link from here. So let's go to the nav option. Where is the nav? It's here. Now this time we are going to add some class for them. So select the class and then say it a name here. Give it a name. I will say nav link. You can say anything. It's completely up to you. And now the naming, you can see it's something like I'm using underscore. You don't have to, but this is the architecture for naming CSS, and this is something we are going to learn, of course, later on in this course. But for now, you can name it anything. It's up to you. So I will say nav link, and you can see this is the class we're trying to use, and I'm going to say the color should be white here. And you'll see the color is white now, and I want to make their size a little bit bigger here, so I will say font size at least 1.2 rem, and they are kind of bigger than before. Well, I could change the color as something else. I don't know, it doesn't look that much good to me. Well, it's totally up to you. You can change whatever color you want to use. I think the black one will look better here, at least more visible. Okay. And then I want to change the state of this one. When I hover over, I want to change the color, so we can do it. We can select this nav link and we want to say when we are going to hover you, then we want to do something. Yes, it's now up to us what we want to do. We can say the color is something else. I will say maybe the color is kind of a brown, so that I know which item I'm hovering over. So this time when I hover, you can see it turns into brown. Perfect. And well, I want to make it a little bit more bigger. This time I'll say 1.4 rem, and they are bigger kind of now. Okay. And I want to add underline when I hover over of anything. So when I hover, I want to change the color and also add the underline. So for this reason, I have to come here and I have to say I want to make the text decoration this time underline. Okay, now let's see whether does it work or not. Yes, it's worked fine, perfectly working. So that's all for here, and we are done with this responsiveness already. Now we are going to move to the animation part, and whenever we are done with this animation, we'll see what the CSS architecture is all about. This is something going to be very interesting. Where we have done enough, and now we are ready to move to this animation subcategory. Here we have a lot of things to learn, especially we're going to start with this transition, and then we can move on to the other part. But just now I remember I'm missing one important property called transform, which is very much related to this transition and animation thing. So after I have completed this one, then I'll move to the transform and then the animation property. Now I have decided that I will avoid these Figma things. You can search it on YouTube by yourself or on Google how to use Figma for animation, and you will figure out by yourself. Okay. Before diving into this transition property, I just want to see what's the position of our web page right now. We can see we have done so far very good. Nothing is wrong here. Well, one thing I just, it just popped up in my mind that I want to change the background of the div and also the text color. Right now, I'm not really happy about their background color. So it's nothing related to the animation, to be honest. So let's go to this index.html. No, let's go to the index.css and figure out where is this background color we are setting. So basically there are tutorial or team members, maybe. Yes, they are team members. You remember? Yes. And where this background color we have set, it's here. I'm going to change it. So you can see now they are they don't have any background color, but I want to add a background color of white maybe. Okay. And I want to make sure the text color is now black, because our background color white and text color white, so we won't be able to see the text. That's why we have to make the text color different. So it's going to be black this time. Let's see, they are here. Okay, they look better. I don't know why I thought this should be like this sort of background color maybe. All right, we could apply here border radius or many other things here. Maybe this is something I didn't talk earlier. So it's a good time to talk a little bit about border radius. Now, border radius is something you can use to, change the border shape. So let's say for the team members or for anything else, it's totally up to you, the way you want to use. Maybe I'll move to this tutorial one and I will show you how to do this. Okay. So this is the tutorial, individual div we have here. And now I will make the screen a little bit, the Visual Studio Code on this side, so that you can see the changes I'm making here. And I'm going to say something like this. Let's say border radius. I'm going to add some border radius here. So border radius. And you can give it any value here. Let's say I'll add 10 pixel. And let's see what is the change we can see here. Now we can see on every single side, on the top maybe or right, however you are going to say it, start from here, and then every side we have 10 pixel border radius. That's fine, it looks better. What will happen if I say 50 pixel? Let's see what happened. Now we have more border radius, and you can see the shape is already changing. So this is something you can use anywhere you want. So maybe you could use in the button border radius thing, or you could use it anywhere. It's totally up to you. Completely depends on your wish. Now, if you want to make something really circle, then border radius is something going to help you here. So we could say 50% border radius, and this will make look kind of like circle, even though they are not circle. Because if you want to make them exactly just like circle, you have to give height and width just same of this one, this border radius maybe. So let's say we have height 20 vertical height. If we would say something like this, let's say 20 vertical or width here this time, and maybe I could use some fixed value to show you here. So I will use, let's say, 10 rem height, then width 10 rem. So I want to keep exactly same everything, and then I will use this border radius 50%. So height and width needs to be same, and then you'll see the beauty of this border radius. It will make exactly circle the way you wanted. So this is something I wanted to show you, the border radius thing. This is something we missed earlier. It's really helpful when you are working with shaping these border areas of any element. You can use this border radius. Okay, now this is good, very good. I think I can go back to this earlier situation now, and I really don't need this border radius thing here, or maybe I will use it for maybe small amounts. So let's say it's a 10 pixel, that's all, and I want to keep it just like that so that we know that we have used border radius here. That's all, nothing other than that, guys. Okay, we are done with this border radius property. Now it's a good time to move on to the transition property that we wanted to talk about. Now, why do you need transition? To change or to add an effect. To give a better idea here, better example, let's think about the state of this div right now. Now you can see this div has a background color of green. So this is the primary state. Now let's say when you hover over this div, you want to change the background state or background color. So you want to change its current state, which was the primary one, let's say green background. Now you want to change into red background. So you are trying to change the state of something, state of element. And for this reason, you can add some effect when you are changing state. So what I'm trying to say right now, it's the initial state and it has a background color of green. When I hover over, that means I'm trying to make an event here. On that time, I want the background color or the event state should be changed. I want to change the event state. So the background color is something else. So this is all about transition. It allows us to change the property value smoothly, based on a situation. Let's say you want to hover. Okay, based on that, you want to make some changes smoothly, then you can use transition, and we'll see how to work with transition for sure. So you can play with anything, it's totally up to you. What I want to do, maybe I want to hover over each of these card or each of these, I don't know what were the name here, we just changed a little bit ago, I just forget it so quickly. I think they are tutorial. So I want to hover over each tutorial and I want to add some sort of effect or some sort of background color. I want to change the state. So for this reason, this is the tutorial. So each of the div name is, the div has class called tutorial. So I want to say if the tutorial is hover over, then I want to change the state and it needs to be very smooth, whatever I want to do. So for this reason, we are going to use this tutorial here. And then let's say this is the hover state that we want to do. And then now we can start using the transition property here. Now where actually we are going to use this transition? Before going to do that, I want to add some background color here so that you can see how the transition works. For now, I'll say just aqua color. So if I hover over this one, you will see the aqua color. Perfect. You can see the background color. And now this transition, whatever we are doing right now, is not that much smooth. Now, if you want to make this transition smooth, then you have to use the transition property. Let's come here where you want to add the transition. Of course, if you are working with this one, this is the element that you are working and you want to change, when the hover happen, you want to change its background color. Okay, fine. Come to the element first. You have to use the transition inside the element, not after changing, but before changing. So this is something you have to use in the initial state. So this is the tutorial div we have initially, and here we want to say what we want to do when something happen, how the transition should happen. So first of all, we have this transition property. So you can specify here what is the property that you want to work with. Now we want to change the background color only. So I want to say the transition property here is the background color. That's all I want to say here. So let's say it here. I want to say the transition property is the background color. So this is something I want to work with. And what else we can do? We can say the transition here, maybe let's say duration. So how long you want the transition to be happen. So I will say transition duration. This is something I want to use. I want the transition for 3 seconds. That's all. Now let's keep it like this and let's see what happened here. So if I hover over, you can see now the transition is taking time, at least 3 seconds to change its background color. And of course it's going to be same for this one. It's changing its background color, but it's taking 3 second time. This is something we said here, inside our CSS. We could say 0.3 second, which will be much faster this time. So if we hover, you can see the transition. It's working very smooth this time. Now we could use some other transition property. Let's use one by one. Let's say if you want to set up the delay, you can use the delay here. So transition delay. So how much time you want to take before starting the transition, you can say here. I will say I want to take 2 seconds. So even let's say when you hover over, it is not going to change the background color immediately. It will wait 2 seconds and then the transition will start. So we can check it. Let's hover over. It's not started. It has been 2 seconds. Now it's working fine. So you have now understanding about 3 properties here. Transition property, you can specify the name that you are working here. You can use multiple property name here. Of course, let's say I want to make the text color black. So whenever we are going to hover over, we want to change 2 states here, 2 properties. First, the background color I want to change, and also I want to change the color, text color as well. So this time we could say, hey, I am interested about background color and also the color. This is something we can say here. But this is not something I will do. What I will do, I will say all. So this time I'm saying whatever the properties there is going to be needs to change, take care of all. That's what I'm saying. Now this time I don't have to specify the property name one by one, because there are more than maybe one. So that's why I'm saying take care all. That's all. Okay. Now I can remove this delay. It's not necessary anymore. You have understood already the purpose of this, and that's all. Let's see how does it work this time. So when I hover over, you can see it's very smooth. It's changing its background and foreground color as well. So background and text color is changing here. That's cool, really cool. Now let's get familiar with one more function here, or one more property, which called transition timing function. This is something really important here. This property tells the transition thing, that the way you should start, the way you should end, like it should be something slow or fast, how the speed needs to be controlled here. So this is about the speed of the transition, and we could use something like easy here. So this is a timing function, and this is the default one anyway. If you don't use anything, it's default set. It means slow down at the end. So the transition speed will slow down at the end. It will start with a normal speed, let's say, but it will slow down at the end. Now we could say something like easy in. So what does it mean by this one? It means start slowly, but the transition will get fast at the end. We could say easy out. What does it mean? It's the opposite of the easy in. It's basically going to say start very fast, but the transition speed should get slow by the end. Now we have something called linear. So it has this same amount of speed when it starts and when it ends. So the speed is very smooth here. And this is something I'm going to use here. So let's see how does it work this time. So starting and ending is very smooth. The speed is consistent here. Good. Now that you are familiar with this transition property quite well, I can show you a shorthand method that you can use for these 3 things all together. So yes, I can show it to you here. Maybe I'll make the Visual Studio Code a little bit bigger, and I'll come down here. So this time I want to use the transition property and use everything all together. So the first value you can use here is the transition property. This time I'm going to say I'm going to handle all the transition property, that's all. And then I can say the transition duration here. So I will say the duration is 0.3 seconds. And then I can say here a transition timing function. So I will say linear function I want to use, that's all. Now instead of these 3 lines, you can say the 1 line here, which is the equivalent one here. You could add more thing here. Let's say if you want to add the delay, delay timing, you can add here. It's going to work. So let's say the delay is 0.5 seconds. But I don't want to add the delay, so I'll keep it just like that. Let's see whether it does work just like before. Yes, it works like before. So now that you are familiar with transition, I want to give you a task here, which is going to be task number 6. I want you to add some sort of transition when you hover over this link. So I want you to add transition, and so that there this transition of the changing of this color and underline looks much more smooth. So I want you to add 0.4 second transition, and the transition timing function should be linear here. So take your time, pause the video, do the task, and then come back. If you cannot do the task, no worry, we'll do it together. But I'm sure you will be able to do it because you are confident enough and you are watching this video with more attention, I believe. So you will be able to do it for sure. But if you cannot do it, no problem whatsoever. We'll do it together. All right, I think you had done it already, but let me do it right now. So we are talking about like hovering this navigation thing. So this is the nav link we worked earlier, and when we hover over, right now we're changing the color of the text, and also we are adding the text decoration. But we want these hover things to be more smooth, and for this reason you have to work with the initial state of this nav link, not after hover. Before hover you have to specify the transition, what you want to do and how you want to do. So I want to select all the properties here that needs to be changed, that state needs to be changed after hovering, and then I want to specify here the time for the transition. I will say 0.3 second here as well, or I could say 0.4 second this time maybe, and I could use the linear function. That's all. That's all about the task number 6. And now let's check out. Yes, it's very smooth now compared to before. It is really smooth. All right. Now we are done with this transition property. Now we can move to the next one, which is the transform property. And this will be very handy when we are going to work with transition or animation. What is the difference between the transition animation? You'll see later on, but right now I'll give you a small idea about this difference. The transition happens once and it's done. It's not something continuous. But animation is something you can make continuous, and we'll see it later. But before going to the animation, we'll talk about the transform property right now. Now, what does this transform property does? It allows us to apply 2D or 3D transformation to any element. We can do rotate, scale, move, skew with any elements. Now let's see it in real life. We had enough theory about this transform. It changed the element into 2D or 3D way. We can rotate the element with the transform property. We can scale the element. We can make it bigger or smaller. We can move the element with this transform property, or we can even skew it. Let's see how to do it. So what I'm going to do, again, I'm going to play here maybe. I want it like something like this. When I hover over, I want to change the element size. I want to scale the element size. Maybe I want to make it a little bit bigger than right now. Of course, I can do it, of course. Or maybe I could try with this one. When I hover the link, after hovering over, I want to make it big so that I can see this is the one I have selected. So let's play with this transform property. But before even going to do anything, I just want to give you more idea about this transform property. So it has 4 important value. Remember, it has 4 important value here. We could use rotate function, or we could use here something called scale function. We could use something called translate, and this is something you have already seen. With the help of this translate function, we move the position of the element. We already did it, but we'll see again maybe. And then the last one here is the skew function. So these are the 4 things we can use with the transform property. Now let's use one by one. If I want to rotate, then I'm going to use this rotate function. If I want to scale the elements, make the element big or small, I can take the help of this scale function. If I want to change the position of the element from one place to another, let's say the position is here, I want to move it here, then I can use this translate. Skew is something you'll see anyway, but let's work with this now. So my first intention is that if I hover over this link, I want to make it bigger. That's all I want to do. Or maybe I want to rotate it. So let's play with this one. Where is the link that we are working? It should be at the top somewhere, here maybe. Yes, we are here. So what do we want to do? Right now this is the nav link, and this is the initial state of the link. So when we don't hover, they have their initial state, but when we hover, we want to do something with transform. So this is the place we want to work, because we are hovering over here, and we want to say, hey, I want to use the transform property, and let's say I want to make it bigger. So you can use scale. So if I say 4 times bigger, now do you see the change here? Of course you don't see that change. It's because navlink is not a block element, or even this is not an inline block element. You must remember it is inline element, and if we use padding or add some space with inline element, it's not going to work. So for this reason, we have to make it kind of a inline block so that it works. So I will say inline block, and then we hope it's going to work. So let's hover over. You can see, wow, it's working super duper. It's working fine. Now think about this. If the element is inline, then the scaling is not going to work. You have to make it block or inline block. That's all. And this is something we already discussed earlier, not something new. We have talked about what's the difference between block element, inline element, and inline block element already. So this time I will keep it just 1.2 times bigger. That's all I want. You can see. Now exactly I can see which item I'm targeting here, or which item I'm hovering over here. Now I want you to do one more task here. This is going to be task number 7, if I'm not wrong. I want you to do something like this when we hover over this one, so the skills card, and I want to change their size one time, let's say 1.2 times bigger. We did it already. Now I want you to do it. So pause the video, do the task, and come back after doing the task. All right, I think you were successful of doing this task. So let's do it together anyway if you have not successful. So who is this guy here? We have to figure out first who is this card and where is this card here. So I will see, this is the skill section we are talking about, and this is the skill card. So this is the div. This is the div, and which called card. And now when we hover over this one, we wanted to make it, we wanted to change something here of this element. We want to make it bigger, which is possible with the help of transform. And we want to say scale. Scale is something helps us to make bigger or smaller. So I'll say 1.2. So this time when we hover the card, its size needs to change. Its size needs to be big. So let's check out. Yes, it's working fine. And now the transition, you can see when it changes state. So this is the initial state. When we hover, it changes state. It gets bigger. And this is not smooth enough. And you know what you have to do if you want to make smooth? You have to add transition. So let's add the transition here, just like at the beginning, at the initial state of this element. And you know what you have to say? You can say all. then 0.3 second, and then you can add any function here. So I'll say it's a linear function. If I leave this function name, then it will be the default one, which is the easy function. So this time I'm not going to use the linear function. Let's say it's the default one I'm interested. So now you can see it's more smooth than before. All right, now that you have learned how to use this transform and also work with this scale, let's work with other properties. We have something called rotate, and this is something I can show you here as well. So I'll just comment out this one, I'll comment this one, and then I'll use the same property called transform, and this time I'm going to use rotate, so you can understand the purpose of this one by the name of the function. I'll say rotate 45 degree maybe, so it takes a value as a degree here, that's all. So I have assigned 45. When I'll hover over this, they will change, they will rotate for sure. But why they're not rotating? This is something I didn't expect. They should work. It's because I have missed the degree here. This is something you have to place. So let's say this time you can see they are working fine. So when I hover over something, it's rotating to 45 degree. It's working fine, as you can see, no issue whatsoever, and they are working really cool. Okay, now I can change the value. The value can be up to 360 degree. It's totally up to you. I'll make it 180 degree. Let's see how does it look. Oh, okay, it changed its direction. So okay, it's working fine. We can make it 360 degree as well, so that it changes position or direction and come back to this original one. Cool. I'm not going to play with this one because it will take my time and it will waste your time as well. So you have idea about the rotate now. If you want to rotate something, you can rotate with this one. This is completely good. Now the next thing what I want to show you here, you can use multiple function here at the same time. You could use scale and the new one that you learned right now, which is the rotate one. You can use both of them together. You can use all of them together maybe. So you can try it by yourself. Let's say I want to make it 45 degree. So first I want to scale it, then I want to rotate it to 45 degree. So I want to do two tasks now. So let's see. Yes, scale and rotate. Perfect. And they are working. Now you have idea about the rotate, so I will move on to the next one, which is the skew one. So I will keep this one, of course, and then I will play with the skew one here. And the skew one take degree value again. You could say scale X. This is valid. You could say scale Y, but we are working with the X and Y both exist at the same time. That's why we're saying scale. It happens same for others. You could say skew X, you could say skew Y, or you can just use skew if you are interested for both direction, for both axes. Now if we say something like this, it's not going to work because we have to define some degree here. So I will skew it 25 degree when I hover over. So you can see they are skewing 20 degree as we expected. Yes, fine. Now this is something probably we could do at the beginning. Maybe it will look much better, who knows. Let's try. So at the beginning or at the initial stage, I want to skew them 25 degree, not after hovering over. Yes, this is something we can do. So initially they will have some skew, as you can see, but not that much. Maybe I will keep it 10 degree and let's see how they look like. Okay, not even 10 degree. I will make it 5. So more better. Okay, this is good. So we have the scale section, you can see. Maybe I'll remove this 5 and I'll put 2 degree instead of this, so a little bit skew, nothing more than that, and it looks much better, to be honest. But again, we can add our transform, of course. So right now the initial one is skew, but when we hover over, we are transitioning two things: the box shadow one, so that it will be smooth, and the transform one, it will be smooth as well, and the size will get bigger, 1.2 times bigger. And you can see, yes, it is working completely fine. That's all for this transform things, but still we have one more property and I want to show that. So for this reason, I'm going to comment this one again, and then I will show you the translate one actually. So for the translate, we can use two value here. We can use value for x-axis and y-axis, but if you are just interested about x-axis, then you will use x. If you are interested about only Y, then you'll use Y, but I am going to work with both axes here. So it needs two value here, remember. First one is going to be like for X axis, so I will say 20 pixel here, and then I will say 30 or maybe 50 pixel here. So this means, you know, to the X axis, move 20 pixel on your right. And this means 50 pixel positive, which means go bottom, you know, to the Y axis. That's all. You could use negative value and it will change the direction. So this time if I put negative, it will go up to the Y axis. And if I put negative value here, it will go left to the X axis. Now after save it, you know, you will see the difference. When I hover, it changes its position. And this is something you can play around more and more. It's really nice. The transition and transform thing works so cool together. That's okay. Now we are done with the transform property. We can move to the next one and the final one inside this, you know, animation subcategory. So it's going to be the animation property this time. And I hope this will be more fun because you have already learned the transition. And when you have idea about transition property, you will see a lot of property just similar like transition. So in the transition, you had transition name, you had transition duration, you had transition timing function. Now this time you will have something like animation name, animation duration, animation timing function. So instead of transition, this time you are going to say animation, that's all. And of course there will be something different. As I said, animation is kind of something continuous, so it will just keep happening. You know, if you want to make it like continuous, you can do it. So let's give a try with the animation property this time. And maybe for this reason I can select any of this item and play with this animation thing. So I want this tutorial and I want to select this one and I want to do some animation with this tutorial. So let's give it a go, and let's first select the item that we want to add animation so that we can, you know, work with the animation. So first you need to select an item and then you can add animation to that item. So I want to select, you know, any div here, no problem whatsoever. I can select any div and then add, you know, animation. So we know these are all, you know, maybe card or tutorial. So let's go to the tutorial and select the tutorial. So this is the tutorial we have. Now we have added transition. There is no problem. We can add animation here, but I just don't want to mix things up here with transition and animation, and I don't want to make things complex for you. For this reason, what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a new section and where we're going to just focus on animation, nothing else. So let's create a new section. Let's go down below more and more here, maybe, yes. This is a nice place to do something. So let's say animation section, that's all, you know, animation section starts here. Okay, you can give any name, it's up to you. I just want to identify things, that's why I'm trying to make a comment, starts here. And then I'll do the same, I will say ends here. Now in between these comments, I'm going to create a section where I'm going to do the animation. So let's say the section, or I can use a div here, it doesn't matter, you know, you could use section or anything. I'll create a div called container. So it's going to be a container div here, just focus on this div, and it will have a div called circle maybe. So let's say it's a circle div, that's all. Now what we have here, we have a container, or you can say parent, and this is the child. So we are going to play with these two div, that's all. Now I can put some text here, at least so that we know that this is the circle div that we are working. So I will say h2 and I will say I am circle div. Let's say I'm circle, that's all. Fine. Now let's see whether we have this div here. Yes, we have this div and we have this container. Now I can name it something else. Let's say I will say parent div, maybe anything. It's totally depends on you. How do you want to name it? So I'll say parent div this time. Okay, this is the parent div and this is the circle div. That's all. Now let's select this parent div and give it some sort of height, and let's design them a little bit before start doing anything with animation. So this time I want to select the parent div first. So go to index.css, come at the bottom and do something here, because this is something we'll delete later on. So we just want to see how the animation works, that's all. So this is our parent div. And then we can do something here. We can say the width and height of the parent div. So I will say the minimum height, maybe minimum height is 100 vertical height. I want to take all this space vertically. And then I want to say, you know, maybe the display is grid. So I want to place everything inside of this parent div just at the center of the div. So I will say display grid maybe, or flex. I will say display flex. And then I can say justify content center and then align center. This is something we already created. We could use the class, but I will keep simple. So what we're trying to do, we're trying to give some sort of height to the parent, you know, this is the parent div, and we are trying to put the item in the center, you know, that's the div that we are working. Now the div name is child div, you remember, this is the div we are working, not child div, actually it was circle div. So this is the div, and we can, you know, give a background of this circle div so that we know this is the circle div that we are working. So you can give any color here. I will select the chocolate color maybe this time. Okay, so this is our chocolate color div, you can see. So this is the 100 vertical height we are taking here, and we have this navbar which position I think we use fixed, and that's why it's here always, but don't worry about that. So this is our parent div, and this is the circle div which is inside, like center of this parent div. Good. Now let's make it like a circle. It's not like a circle, and you know already how to do how to make a circle already. So it's going to be your task number 8. It's your task to make this div, which is the circle div. Can you make it a circle? So this is your task 8, and I believe you will be able to make it. You know, pause the video, finish the task, and come back after, you know, completing the task. If you cannot do it, don't worry, we'll do it together. All right, how did it go? I think you made it. Okay, brilliant if you have made it. If you could not make it, don't worry, we can do it together. So we know this is the circle div, and we want to make it, you know, kind of circle. Even though we are naming it circle div, it's not circle. So let's do it here right now. We can say the width of the circle. So you remember the width and height needs to be similar. And then we could say border radius 50%. We know this is something we can use to make circle, but it's not going to be circle exactly because the height and width needs to be similar. So we need another tool property to make it like a circle. We'll say the height, maybe this time you can say, let's say 12 rem. It's totally up to you. And for the width, I will say 12 rem. That's all. So height and width is same, and then you can apply the border radius 50%. Now it is a circle, you can see it's a circle, but you don't see the value of this divs, you know, circle div in center, you know, it's not center. So this is the circle div, but its value or its content not in the center. How can we make it center? Of course, you know the way to do it. You know what you have to do. You can use the display flags and these sort of things you have used too many times already. So for now, maybe I will remove this text and get rid of this I am circle. It's not necessary for our scenario, but you know how to circle this thing here. Now that we have a circle, we can start play with animation. I just want this circle to change its maybe background color after a certain period of time. Let's say when it is 0%, when the time is 0%, let's say the animation duration is kind of, let's say 5 seconds. So within this 5 seconds, when it is 25% time like completed, I want to change the background color. When the 50% time is completed, I want to change the background color. So we want to play with the background color only this time, and we can do it. This is very simple. Now you could use transition here. This is something maybe you are thinking, but remember the transition is just one time. It's not going to happen over and over again, because we are trying to do something like this. We will say 5-second animation, and within 5 seconds, I want to change the state different time. Let's say after 25% of time, I want to change something. After 50% of the 5-second time, I want to change it to something. So this is something we can do with animation. So it's just like before, as I said, you can say animation name first. So you should give a name for your animation. I will say circle anim. You can name it anything. So I'll say circle anim here. So this is the name I'm choosing for my animation that I'm going to create now. So let's create the animation here. And how can you create the animation? You will say keyframes and the name of the animation. Here you can see it's saying identifier, but the name we have given is called circle anim, so we can copy and paste here instead of this identifier. And this is how you created your first animation. Now it's not going to do anything, trust me. You will see there is no change whatsoever, because still there are a few things needs to be done here. First of all, we need to tell the duration of this animation, otherwise it's not going to start even. So let's say the duration of the animation is 4 seconds maybe. Okay. Now within this 4 seconds, what do you want to do? Of course you want to change something here. You want to show something definitely. You want to make some changes here for sure. And here you have to say everything about the changes. So I want to say, okay, when it is 0%, maybe the background color is still whatever the chocolate color, this is fine. But when this, it is 25%, I want to do something. So within this 4 second time, when it has taken 25% of this 4 second time, I want to do something. I want to change the background color. So I will say the background color is maybe, let's say orange, or maybe I will say green. And when the time is, let's say something like 50%, I will change the background color into something else. This time I will say B6 something, maybe there is a color called B6, so this one. And when it is, let's say 75% time, then I want to change the background color into something else. So I can say it's maybe green. So let's say not green is something we already defined. I will say it's blue violet maybe. And when it is 100%, I want to do something else. So this is something we can do here. We will say a different color name here. I can say yellow maybe, okay, or yellow green, that's okay. So this time let's see what happened. Yes, it's already working. You can see the animation is working, it's on your own. So there is nothing we have to do. And this is a difference you can think about between transition and the animation, because for the transition we had to do something and then it was like working. So maybe we had to hover over or we had to do something, but this time animation is working by itself, and it's working continuously the 4 seconds we have given. So if I reload it, you'll see within 4 seconds it's changing its state based on the value that we have provided, whatever we said here. Now you can keep your animation like infinite. It will just keep going on. You can do it with the help of another property, which is called animation, and then iteration maybe. So animation iteration count, by default it's just 1 time, but you can make it infinite. So now the animation will keep going. So 1 time animation, it takes 4 seconds for 1 round, then next round will start and it will just keep going on. So let's see how it works. If I go down below, you'll see it just keep going on. It is not stopping at all. You can see the animation. It's brilliant, isn't it? It really looks brilliant. Now maybe you want to change the position of this circle when it's like, let's say 25% or 50%, you want to change the position. You can do this as well. For this reason, you could say here, hey, when it is 25%, I want to say the top is maybe, let's say 100 pixel. So from the top, go to the bottom, maybe 100 pixel. And for the left, I could say, let's say 0. So what will happen this time? Let's see when we save, So when it is 25%, it should change its state, isn't it? That's what we said. It should change the top to 100 pixel, but it's not going to do anything because you didn't say who is this circle animation work with, who is the relative thing here. You must specify the position if you want to change its position. So it's the circle div that should work with this one. So, it should change its position relative to the circle div. So for this reason, we have to come in the circle div and we have to change the position. We have to say the position to relative, the default one is static and you want to change that. And now it should change its state and you can see it has changed its place. So when we said minus 100 pixel, basically it goes up. But when we say, positive 100 pixel, then it will go down to the y-axis. And we can now use this thing over and over for other percentage as well. Let's say for this one, we want to say anything. It's totally up to you. Maybe the way you want to make it, you can do it. Let's say I want to say the top is minus 100 pixel this time. And then when the percentage is 75%, I want to change it again. This time I will say again 100 pixel, and I will just change the value here again. So at the end, maybe I wanted to at the right place, so the top 0 and left 0, something like this. So let's see how does it work. You can play with this for sure, and you can see already it's working fine. It's working really cool. So it's totally up to you. How do you want to do it, and how do you want to play with this? Now maybe I can make it more smooth by adding one more percentage. So maybe I can start with 0% this time. I don't need any background color. I will just use the top and left one here. You can use right, bottom, anything is possible here. I will say top and left 0 at 0%. And when it is minus 25, I will say minus 100 pixel. Sorry, when it is 25%, I will say minus 100 pixel. I will keep the left 0 always. And for 50%, I want to make it again 0. When it is 75%, I will make it 100, and when it is 100 pixel, I'll make it just top bottom 0, top left 0. That's all. So this time it should go in a more smoother way. You can see. Okay, good. Okay, fine. So in between, it just stops somewhere. When it is 50%, it just stop here. So maybe I could remove this one, and it will go more smooth. Let's see. Yes. Okay, fine. Now you can play with this one. You can make it more smooth. I'm not worried about making it more smooth here, of course. It's totally up to you how you want to do it. You can do it, of course, for sure, and you will do more better than me, of course. So that's all about the animation I wanted to talk. But just like before, you can work with the shorten method of this animation here. You can add the animation time function as well, that one we worked with earlier with the transition. So animation timing function is available here, and we can use the linear one, so the speed will be like a constant every time. Consistent, as you can see. Yes, it is consistent, working fine. I could add more space, so maybe the top and left it is 0, but when 25%, I could say it's going to go up minus 150 pixel. And when it's going bottom, I will say 150 pixels, so it will go more top and bottom this time. Let me save it, and it should work more better than last time. Okay, yes, okay, yes, it is working fine. So no problem whatsoever. It's totally up to you. You will see the difference every time when you're working with this one. I will keep 100 pixel because maybe there is not enough space when it's moving. And maybe we have, okay, I have made this one as a negative, and also that one was negative. So this is something I did wrong. It should be positive, isn't it? What I was doing here. So now it's working perfectly, as you can see. Cool, very cool. It's a very good animation, as you can see. Now you can add this sort of animation anywhere in your project, anywhere in your web page. It's totally up to you. And let's go back to our transition animation properties and use the shorten method here, just like the transition one. So here we could create something like this animation, and then give animation name at first. So it can be circle anim. I will say the name here, circle animation, and then we can give something else here, which is the duration. So I will say maybe the duration is 4 seconds. And then I can add the timing function here as well. So I will say linear. So this time, instead of these 3 lines, I could use only one. Of course, this one here, I can paste it. That's all. And then what this animation has, we can check, the animation, go to the MDN and open it. You can see what does it have inside this shorten method animation one. You can see I can use the animation timing here, linear function here, not linear, it's easy in function. So this is the animation function. So there are a lot of different ways we can use here. Shorten policy, it's totally up to us. But I think you'll go through this documentation and you'll figure out more about the animation. So right now I'm done. I could use the infinite thing with this animation as well. So maybe I can cut it from here and paste it here, and it should be working just like before. So we have used the shorthand policy here, and made our things much more simpler. So let's see whether it's working. It is working perfectly. There is nothing wrong whatsoever. So we are done with the animation thing. Now we can move to the most attractive thing that you should learn when you are working in a company. Especially, you should follow a good syntax when you are writing your CSS name. So the naming should follow a standard that everyone can follow, and so that everyone can understand everyone's class's name well. So that it's not like that someone is saying class name, for an example like this, maybe someone is saying class 1, maybe let's say, I can give an example here, card title. Someone is giving a class name like this, another person is saying, okay, it's something like this, and then the other guy is telling the class name should be like this. So 3 different person giving the name, class name, like 3 different ways, and this is something you really don't want. You want to have a standard policy of naming these classes, and that's why we are going to learn the CSS architecture, which is the BEM architecture. But of course, there are some other reason of using this class, not the ID or not anything else. Why we're just focusing about class name? Why not we are focusing about ID name? So there are of course some sort of reason, and let's jump into this CSS architecture, the BEM architecture, and we'll also figure out one more important thing, which is the specificity when we are talking about this BEM architecture, which is very important and very relevant to many interview questions, on CSS. Now you know some reasons of using BEM architecture, but before I'm diving into this BEM architecture, I would like to go more detail about this CSS specificity. So you should understand what does this specificity mean and how does it work in real life. So first we are going to see some details about the CSS specificity, and then we'll move to the BEM architecture, because if you understand the CSS specificity well, then you know the reason of BEM architecture well. So let's start. I'm going to remove this thing from here, and then let's go to the index.html. Now we have many things here for sure, but I want to teach you only CSS specificity. That's all I want to do right now, and I don't want to do anything with this index.html, and I don't want to mess with this index.html. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create another file, and for this reason I'm going to open the VS Code folder structure. Here I'm going to create a new HTML file. You can name it anything, it's totally up to you, but I will say it's kind of demo.html, that's all. And here I'm going to create the basic structure. You can see these are the basic structure, of course you know very well. I will say the title is kind of demo, that's all. And then I will just create an h1 tag here, and I'm going to say welcome to specificity. Welcome to specificity. Okay, good. And now I just want to run this one. That's all is my intention. So let me run this one. Open with live server, and I can see the output here on a different screen, but I'm just going to move it here. Now you can see very well. I'm going to remove this stuff from here. Now we have 2 different HTML running right now, and of course we are getting the exact output that we are looking for. That's okay. I will move the Visual Studio Code a little bit here so that we can see the real-time output here at the same time when we were doing any sort of change here. Now I want to add some CSS with this in demo.html. So let's go and create another file for the CSS. I will say demo.css this time. So demo.css. And this CSS I want to link with my HTML file. So of course you know how to do it. You have to use the link one. So link.css, this is the one we are going to use, but here of course we are not going to use the style.css. We are going to link the demo.css. Now definitely our demo.css will be linked here, and I'm going to move these sort of things from here so that everything looks very minimal and it's very simple. We are working with demo.html, and this is the demo.css. We linked with this demo.html. And what we are trying to learn here, we are just trying to learn about CSS specificity. That's all. What is CSS specificity? How does it work? We are going to learn in more detail. Now, this is something, if I want to change the background color of this H1, we know we can do it. We can just come here and we can say H1, and then we can change its background color for sure. We can say background color, and then we can assign any color that we want. So I can say something, let's say maybe coral this time, and of course you can see the output of this one. And it's very much easy to understand for you how it's working, definitely you know. But let's say this time I assign a class here, with this H1, and I can say the class name anything, it's up to me. I will say heading, that's all. Now I'm going to select this heading and change the background color here. So I will say heading. So this time we are selecting the element with the help of class, and we are going to change the background color. I'm going to put it anything, it's totally up to me. You can do the same thing, you can choose any color. So maybe I will say this deep pink, and you can see right now we are having the background color of heading class. So H1 is overridden, the last one, the background color is overridden here. Why? Because it has more capability, it has more power than this one. And how CSS understand about this? Because CSS already put some score for maybe element, it's scoring some value, maybe for class selector it is assigning some value, and based on that value it's like giving priority for any style. So if you think about this H1, you will see here something, it's saying H1 selector specificity 001, which means it has 1 score. Let's just think like that, the score is 1 for this selector. And what about this selector? How much score we have? We have 010, which means it is much more bigger than the last one. Last one has 1, and think like this one has 10. So of course this has more score than the previous one. And the one with highest score will be applied here, and you can see the result. Now you could say, okay, we know that CSS normally start from here, then goes there, and that's why we can see the background color is this one. So this is the one overriding. But let's say if I put something like this, then still you will see this one is applied because it has more score compared to this one. Now how do you understand about this specificity? We can calculate this specificity and we can tell which one is going to get highest priority here. But before even going to do anything, let's play a little bit more with this stuff. So let's say this time I want to use ID here. But before ID, one thing I wanted to tell you here is this H1. So this is the element tag and this is the class. So class has more priority than H1 or than element tag here. So class is bigger than the element tag or the element of tag, whatever you can say, you can say here. So class selector has more power than the element selector. Fine. Now let's see what about the ID. How does it work? So let's assign an ID here this time, and I can give it any name here. I will say, let's say title. And with the help of this ID title, we can assign, we can use it anywhere. It totally depends on us. So here I'm going to set the title background color, and at this time I want to say green. That's all. Now what do you think what will happen? Which background color will be applied here? We are selecting the H1. Okay, we are selecting this element. Then we are selecting heading tag class. We are selecting still the same element. And then we are using an ID for selecting the same element. And what do you think? Which selector will get priority here? Let's see. It should be the ID selector. And of course you can see it's true. The ID selector is getting the highest priority here. And the reason is ID has highest priority than the class selector. And of course if I hover over, then you can see it's saying 100. The score is 100. So definitely it has highest score than class and also the element selector. And now let's play a little bit more now. Well, I want to use inline style here and want to see what happens if I use some inline style. So for inline style you have to use style property, And then here I'm going to say background color red maybe, or maybe I could say some other color, maybe orange. So let's say orange. Okay, but this needs to be, not here inside, before the semicolon. Okay. Now what happened, we can see the inline styling has the highest priority compared to others. So we can say inline styling has highest priority than ID selector, class selector, and also element selector. Okay. Now I want to go one more step further and want to show you we have something more, superpower than this inline styling. We have something called important. Now this is something we can use in CSS here, and we can say anyone like, okay, you are the most important one. I can say something like this. Now this one will has the highest priority compared to anything else, you can see. Now so that we can say this important one has the highest priority of anything here, definitely, and we have seen it practically. Now you can add this important to anyone and you'll see that selector has the most power. So I can use it here. You'll see the color is coral now. Okay, now you understand about this priority thing, and you have seen how the selector behave here. Even though you are selecting the same element, but it depends a lot about the selector priority for getting the styles. Now that we understand about this selector priority, it's the right time to learn about this specificity calculation. How can we calculate this specificity? How does it work actually? So I have some tips for you here. I can maybe just copy and paste here so that it saves my time here. Now we are thinking about specificity calculator, and we have this A symbol for number of ID. We have this B symbol or B letter for number of class or pseudo class or attributes. And then finally we have this C symbol for number of elements, pseudo elements or attributes. Of course the attributes should not be here. This is something mistyped, so I'll just keep like this, that's all. Now with the help of this formula you can calculate specificity. So first you need to think about something like this. Let's think A, then think about like B, and finally think about C. So what does this A refers here? Number of ID. So you have to calculate how many ID you have. So you'll say, okay, I have 1 ID, then I will say 1 here. If I have 2 ID, then I will say 2 here. And then the B refers to number of class, or it can be number of pseudo class, or it can be attributes. And you'll say how many of these things you have here. And same goes for number C. But I want to show you a good example. Let's think about this. This is the heading. So think about this ABC. What is this? This is class, and there is no ID, so we can say there is no ID, 0 ID for that one. And we have 1 class, so B related to the class, so I'll say 1 class. And there is no C, there is no element tag or pseudo element, so we'll say 0. And that's why the heading class have 0, 1, 0 specificity, and you can see it. If you hover over, you will see 0, 1, 0. Now of course you can say something like this. Let's say if we put together something like this, so let's say h1 dot heading, something like this, and then we want to play with the background color. We can use any color, but we want to calculate how much the specificity for this one. Now, do you have any ID here? Nope. So we can say 0 ID. Then let's check, do you have any class here? Of course, we have 1 class, so we can say B has 1 class, so that's why B is 1 still. And do you have any element here? Of course, we have an element, which is H1, so we can say C has 1 element. Okay, and now the score is 0, 1, 1. Let's see, is it true or not? If I hover over this, you can see it's saying selector specificity 0, 1, 1. So now you know how to calculate the specificity. I think you can play more about this specificity thing. There is a calculator, I guess, CSS specificity calculator. I think we can check it, whether it exists or not. Of course, there should be a website where you can calculate things. Like you can think about this one for an example. what is going to be the specificity for this, and I can make it a little bit bigger so that you can see well. So how many ID here in these selectors? We have one ID because ID can be identified with hash, so one ID, and that's why they said A is 1 here. So first one is for A, second one is for B, and the third one is for C. So we have one ID, that's why 1 here. Then we have to think about classes, attributes, or pseudo classes. That's going to identify B, that's going to refer B. So do you have any classes here? Of course we have pseudo class, not class but pseudo class. You can see this dot active here. So we can say yes, we have one class here. Then do you have any element here? Of course we have element. This one is gone, so this one is gone, and also the ID is gone. So under the list is an element, and of course list is an element. So there are two elements, and that's why the specificity is here 112. Now let's check this one. What about this one? Is there any ID? Can you see? Nope, no ID here whatsoever. That's why it's 0. So A is 0 here. Then what about pseudo classes or attributes? Do you see anything like that? Of course we have pseudo classes, which is the hover one. So the class number is 1 here. There is no other things like attributes or pseudo classes. Or actually this is the pseudo classes we are talking here. There is no classes. So for this thing we have only 1. What about the elements? A is an element here. Nav is an element here, and we have one pseudo elements as well. So we can say 3. The value here is 3. So this one has a specificity of 013. Now that you have a good understanding about specificity, we can move about, we can move to the next topic, which is the BEM architecture. Now we can start learning about BEM architecture. All right, now we can start with this BEM architecture, and let's see what we can do with this demo HTML. We can remove the things from here. I'll keep it clean so that I can start explaining the BEM methodology or architecture here. And also I want to move everything, remove everything from here as well. So we have a very clean thing here, and we are going to start from the scratch. Now, before even going to, see the practical example of BEM, I just want to tell you a few more things about the BEM. Already you know quite a lot. So BEM, it actually stands for block. So I can write it down here so you can see block, element, and modifier. Okay. So basically, if I say in one sentence, BEM is a methodology or a standard for writing your class name. Now, why do we need any standard for writing the class name? This is a big question. Why do we need the BEM? We can write our class name like anything. But as I explained earlier, you remember, if you are working in a company and if different people using different standard or the different way of writing CSS name, class name, then it's a problem when we are working together. And that's why we need a standard way of writing classes. But that's not all. There are some other reason of using BEM, and I'm going to show you, practical way. First, I'm going to create some problems, and then we are going to solve this problem with the BEM architecture. So let's start. First of all, you know that we are going to work in this demo.html. We are not going to work in our index.html because this is not something we want to do right now. We just want to learn BEM methodology, and that's why this is the best place, because we don't have too much code here. And I'm going to remove this one from here, and we can just focus on this one, the demo output here. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to add a container that has maybe a div. So, I'm going to add a div that has the ID of container. That's my plan. Okay. So you can see I have a div here, and the ID name is a container. Now I'm going to create two div. Let's say one div here, and this one is going to be just a normal div. Inside the div I will have h2 tag. It's saying card title maybe. It's like just some dummy data. And then I'm going to add a paragraph here saying card description. So maybe the card description will be here. Card description goes here. And then finally, I want to add a button, of course. So let's add a button. Okay. So basically, I'm trying to create a card. That's all. I will say learn more. Fine, everything looks good. Now I can see the output here, but I want to create one more div here. And this time maybe this is not for maybe card, maybe this one is for any feedback. So yes, I can say the feedback title and then feedback description. That's all. These are the two things I want to change here. That's all. Okay, fair enough. And we can see the output here. Absolutely okay. Now I want to design them, and how I'm going to design them with the help of demo.css file, because we have already linked that file here. Now before we are going to do anything, I want to use some reset thing here, so we know what to do, how to do reset our first CSS thing or HTML border box, margin padding, these sort of things. We can do reset here. So let's say box size border box, this is something we have used a lot already, and then I can use the list style type maybe, which is basically none I want to say, and then I want to say the margin is 0 and the padding is 0. So it's just nothing related to our this topic here, which is the BEM, but it's just for styling. That's all. Now they should be on the left as much as possible. You can see there is no margin and padding between them. Okay, that's good, fair enough. Now for all the div, I want to add some styling, some basic padding. So I will say 1 rem, and then maybe I want to say some margin as well. I want to add some margin, top and bottom. It going to be 1 rem, and left and right is going to be 0. Okay, now I can see this is the card one and this is the feedback one. Now for the button, I could add some style as well. So these are some basic thing I'm doing. It's nothing related to this BEM yet. So let's design the button, button a little bit. So for designing button, we normally say border none. This is something common. First, we remove the button border, but for that reason, maybe we have to add, the class called button here. So how to add the class name? Of course, already. We can say class button. But before going to do this, I'll just keep button just exactly as it is. Later on, we are going to style this button for sure. But for now, just keep it like this. Okay. So for the button, we could say border none, border radius, and padding and cursor, those sort of things. But I'm not going to focus on the button. Suddenly, I realized this is not something really important here. Okay. Now, let's say you want to select the H2 of this card. So this is something I want to select and then change its color as a green. This is my intention here. So I know that inside the container. Okay, let's go to the container. So here is the container. We can say the container has this H2 tag, and I can select it for sure. So let's say something like this, container, and then let's say H2. I want to change the color of this H2. I want to say green. But of course, remember, I'm trying to set the background color or color of this one only. I'm not bothered about the other one. So I'm saying, okay, inside the container, go for the H2. But this is not going to work like that. You can see, actually, this one was paragraph. It was my mistake. So we are trying to select this heading. Okay. But even though we wanted to select the first one, it chose both of them. And why it is like something like this, it's because, when you said this something hash container H2, it is trying to select everything inside of this container that has a H2. Now, probably this is not something we wanted. We wanted to be very specific with this one. Now, when you use, let's say, class here for an example, you can use class, of course. But when you use class, like for each selector, there is different specificity value. So maybe I can use some class here at the top. Let's say I want to create a class here, and I want to say, for an example, this time I want to say class, and then maybe let's say C. That's the name of the class, let's say, for an example. Now we know there is a conflict between the ID and class, specificity value. ID has highest priority than the class. Now, even though, let's say, if I say hash container H2, or maybe I could say .c, that means the class name, and then I could select H2, but there will be some unexpected result, because if you have different specificity thing going on, then one thing will take over other thing. And that's why you want to keep your specificity value always same, so that one style doesn't take a priority over other style. So you want to keep like everything balanced. So maybe I said hash container h2, and later on I'm saying hash container or hash c h2, and I want to some background color here, or maybe color, and this time I want to say red. But even though I did this one, let's save this one, even though I did say it color needs to be red, you don't see it here. It's not red, and you know the reason already because you have learned about specificity. This one has highest specificity than this one. You can see it's 0, 1, 1, and if I move here, you can see it's 1, 0, 1. So this one has highest priority. Now this is something you don't want when you are working with your CSS. Of course, you want to keep everything balanced so that one is not taking priority over others. So okay, I wanted to say this one, or maybe later on I changed my mind, but this one should be applied now. So how can we do this, get rid of this problem? So here, problem number 1, remember this? I want to mention here the problem number 1 is the specificity issue. So when we are working with this styling, we can have some problem with this specificity. So I will say specificity issue. Now for this one, we could avoid ID or tag selector. We can just use class. So class is a good option. If I use class, then their priority will be same, or specificity will be same. So I'm going to do that, but before I want to give an advice here: avoid ID or tag selector as much as possible. That's my recommendation to you. So this is problem number 1, and we can fix this problem with the class selector. Let's say this time maybe we are not going to do anything like this here, maybe, and we can say, for an example, class here. We can give a class name called title. It's fine, it looks okay to me if I use this class maybe title. No, it's a class of card actually. We don't want to make any unnecessary name here. So let's say this is the class, and here we had an ID. Instead of that ID, we could say container maybe. So I want to use class for all of them. So this time I want to say here one more class, and I want to say feedback. Okay. Now we have all the classes here, class, 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 and all the class normally have same specificity. So it helps us to avoid that, specificity thing right now. Okay, this is good. So we are avoiding the ID selector. Now, what is going to be the next problem? Let's say I want to select the, maybe this one. I want to give a class here, of course. Before going to do anything, let's give a class. It's called title. And we can give a class for this one. We can say description. And again, this looks same. This one can be named as a class title. So this is the title of this div, and this is the description of this div. So we can say class description. And we could do the same thing here. For the button, we can assign a class called button, and then we can assign a class button here. That's okay, nothing wrong here. And this is a good time we could add button style. But before that, I want to show you one more thing. Now that we have assigned everything, everyone a class. Okay, this one has class, this one has class, 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 everywhere class. Now let's see what's the problem is going to happen this time. Okay, if I say title here, and if I say, any background color here, it's totally up to you what property you want to use. But for an instance, I'm going to say here, maybe, let's think like that, color brown. Okay, cool. Now I am selecting this title and putting the color as a brown, but maybe I wanted to make the brown color for only this one, not this one. Or maybe I wanted to make the title, as a brown for this one, but not for that one. Now, this is a problem here we can see. And what's the problem here? Is the CSS class name clashes here, because we have class name title here, we have class name description here, and again in this situation we have the same class name. So the problem is, even though the naming was not bad at all, because we thought this is the title for this div, this is the description for this div, and also we thought the same way for this div as well. So our idea wasn't bad, but we can see the problem here. The class name clashes here. Okay, so this is the second problem we face here. Class name clashes. And the third problem, you could say, not a standard name. So not a standard name for class. This is something we already talked about earlier for class name. So maybe someone could say, you know, the class name is title. Someone could say, okay, it's a title of something H1 or H2. So anyone can give the name as they wish. So this is not a standard way to name, you know. If you are working in a theme, you need a standard. Okay. So far we have these three problems. And these problems can be solved with the help of BEM architecture, or you can say BEM methodology. Now, BEM is not the only one here, you know, for naming class. There are some other options we have. If you see here, we have OCSS, and then we have SMA CSS, and we could use them, but BEM is the most popular one, and that's why we are learning the BEM here. Okay, and now that we know the reason of using BEM, now we can understand, or we can start learning about BEM. What is BEM? You know already. Now, how to, you know, use BEM? This is something we need to know. Now, before going to start, you know, before starting this BEM thing, I want to design the button a little bit. This is something I already promised. So let's design the button. Now, all the button, they have a class called .bdn, and with the help of this one, we can design our button. So I will say border none. This is something I always do for the button. So you see the border is gone. And now I can design anything the way I wish. So I will say the padding here, 0.5 rem. I want to make some space around this text, and you can see it's there. And then maybe next I want to say border radius. Okay. So the border will have some sort of shape. I will say it's 0.6 rem. So it will be a little bit carved, as you can see. And finally, I can say the cursor maybe as a pointer. So when I move, you know, when I move my cursor to this button, it will give me the pointer, you know, shape. That's all. And also I could add some color here. Man, it's totally up to you. It's totally depends on you what color you want to want, but I will just leave the button just like this right now. Okay, cool. Now let's move on to this BEM thing, BEM architecture, how to write BEM, how the BEM works. Let's talk about this sort of stuff now, because we know the problem. Now we have to solve the problem. Okay. Now BEM refers to block, element, and modifier. You have understand that already. So I can write it here. BEM refers to block, element, and modifier. Okay. Now, what is this block thing? Let's start with this one. What is block and how does it help us here? So block is a meaningful container. Just think like a parent. It is a meaningful parent. Now, what do you think? Do you have any parent here if you look at this example? Yes, I think card is a parent for this stuff. Feedback is a parent for this stuff. And finally, I can say card and feedback is a children of this container. So you can think this one as a parent. So block is referring to the parent. And now how can we, you know, write this block class name? For this, we have some rule, and I can share the rule here even without typing. I can copy paste and save my time here. So the rule for the block naming is here. So what is block? Of course, you have understood. Block is a parent, or block is a container. And how can we name block? We can use something like letters, digits, dashes for naming block. So these are the things are allowed when we are naming any block. Now we have a block here and I named it as a container. Do you see anything wrong here? Does it goes against the rule? Of course not, because we said we can use letters. Okay, it's allowed. We can use even digits. So if I use something like this, container 1, container 2, it's okay. There is nothing wrong here. So digits is allowed. What is the next thing? I can use a dash here if I have more than one word. So yes, so if I have something like this, let's say container 1, then probably I will use dash here. I will say container 1, so there are 2 words and I can combine them with the help of this dash. So dash is always something you can use if the word is more than 1. Okay, so it makes the readability better. Now we have understood about the block, and I think we already named our block really well. There is no issue with the naming of block. Now let's move on to the next one, which is the element one. It's really easy to understand here. If block is parent, then element is referring to the children. Okay, it's very simple. And what is the rule for this element? Let's see this time. Okay, how can we name the element? So can you see what are the elements here we have? Well, if you think this one as a container, maybe you can think this one as a children or element, but we'll keep this one as like a parent because we have some other elements and we really don't want to make too much nesting here. So think this one as an a block or parent, and these are the element or children of this block. Now, how can we name this element? How can we name the class name for this element? And also, what should be a good class name for this one as well? So we can understand, we can start learning about the naming procedure of element. Now again, I need to tell you what is referring this element here. It's referring the children of a block or something really meaningful, directly meaningful to the block or container. Now the naming policy is something like this. Again, we can use letters, we can use digits, we can use dash just like before if we have more than one word, but something is new here. It's called underscore for naming element. So we can name our block already. We have learned that. Now for naming the element, you can use these three things, these few things: letter, digit, dash, and underscore. Now, what is the syntax of this element writing? I can show you the syntax. So whenever you want to, use some sort of class name for any element, use this syntax. First, write the block name that you are working under, and then you will say, underscore, underscore, and the element name. Okay, that's all. So first, you need to write the block name that you are working in, and then you are going to name the the element. So you are going to use some name for the element, and that name should follow these few things here: letters, digit, dash, and underscore. So let's now use this syntax and we can practice here. We can say this time, instead of title, we can say card, because this is the block name, and then underscore, underscore, and then you can name anything for the elements. So card title is a good name here. For this one, it belongs to the card container or card block. So we can say card underscore, underscore, then give a name for the element. And same thing we can do here as well. We could say this one is the card button, something like this: card hyphen hyphen then button. Now this button class is something like common for all the buttons, so I will keep this one, but I'm adding a new class name which is following this BEM methodology. But one more thing, when I'm talking about this BEM methodology, I will show you one more extension that is going to help you. But let me finish this one. Here, what can be the name of this class? Can you think about this? I think you can fix this problem, and I will allow you some time, and this is going to be your task number 9 here. So you have to name these children, and you have to use this BEM architecture. So take your time, pause the video, and finish the task, and then come back. Now, how was that? I think you were successful with this assignment or task as well. So I think you said feedback, because this is the block we are working in. This is the block name, and then we'll say underscore, underscore title. And again, we will do something here: feedback underscore, underscore description. And we can add something here: feedback underscore, underscore button. That's all. Now that we have a good naming here, I can show you, I can make it a little bit small. Now, no class name will conflict here. It's really beautiful. If you look at all the class name here: container, unique, card title, unique, card description, unique, card button, it has a unique class name, feedback title. So no class name is making any class clashes here. So there is no problem with this specificity thing, because we are using only class. All of them have same specificity. There is no clashes of class name. because we have unique name. So this is kind of like modular CSS. They are like unique. No one is clashing no one. And there is a standard way we're writing the class name because we are following some syntax, some structure. And that's why we are not facing these three problems here, which is good. Of course, so far we did very well. Now this is it. Now I can work in this CSS file this time, and maybe this time if I'm interested to selecting this one, I can select this one directly. Now this time I can say card title. So I have the unique thing here. I will say card title, and then I can assign any color here. Maybe this time I will say, let's say maybe it's green, and it should be working. I'm going to remove this title one because this is not something I'm interested right now. And these are some like common styling that we use. So these are not our concern, but our concern thing is here. And you can see the card color is now green. And something is really interesting here. You can see when you're writing card, you have card body, title, card button. These are few things, card description. So you can work like this, card title, then card maybe description. Then I can work with the card button. So you can select everything, they have some sort of structure, card, and then it has some different name. Okay, cool. Now that I have discussed about this element, it's a good time to move for the modifier. So what does this modifier means? When you want to modify your block or element, when you change the appearance or when something changes in the state of the element, then the modifier naming is important. So let's say when I hover over this button, maybe it will change its background color. So there is a modifier. Maybe it will change its size of the button. So we can say it's kind of a modifying things. Yes, for this reason, we have this modifier naming, and we will learn how to name the modifier. Now this time it's going to be same just like others. So we'll, I'm just going to copy paste the naming policy for modifier, and I will show you the example, of course, don't worry. So we can use letters, digits, dash, underscore, just like before, just like element. It is okay. But the naming here, remember you can add modifier with block or even element. So you can add modifier with block or element, no problem. That's why I said block or element. So block or element name will be here, and then you have something different here. So it's a dash dash modifier name. So this is the structure for modifier. Now let's see it in real life, and we'll try to add one modifier here. Now you can add modifier anywhere, but let's say I want to make button large. So all the button I want to make them large. I want to modify them. So how can I give the name for modifier here? Now think like this. This is the card button that we are working. This is the element name. And now we are trying to add some modifier with this element. So you remember the syntax was the element name first, and then add dash dash modifier name. So here I will say dash dash large maybe. That's all. And this is the modifier name here for us. And of course, I did made a mistake. I was, selecting this one because I wanted to add this one. That's all. I did remove this one, unfortunately. But now it's here. This is the modifier. And I want to say the modifier name is large. Okay, cool. Now let's try to, use this modifier here in the CSS and change the button size. So I could select this modifier, card button, then you can see this large one here, the modifier here. Now I can say maybe the width is something, let's say 5 rem this time. And I can see the button is large now. I can say it's 20 rem maybe. It will be more large, as you can see. This is the button we're talking here. Now you could add, let's say, button green, button maybe some other color. So you can add modifier as the way you wish. So remember, modifier is something that changes in appearance or states. And naming modifier should follow this syntax. You can start with you can add modifier with block or element. It doesn't matter. You can add anywhere. But remember, with the name of block or element, you have to say, this dash dash, then modifier name. Now let's say I want to add a modifier for this one. So I want to make the card large. Now how I'm going to name the modifier here. I'm working inside the block, so I'll say card. So this is the block name, and then I will use the modifier, let's say large. That's all. So we have a modifier called card large, and we can go to the CSS and we can select it maybe from here, and you will see it's here. And now I can, use the style. So maybe this time I will say, a background color, give it any background color like this one, and I will say the width of this one, I will make it bigger. So the width that I want to select, and I want to say 20 rem maybe. But before that, I want to do something here, and I want to add semicolon here. I will say 50 rem. So now this one is much bigger than this one. I could add, the background color for this card, and then you'll realize why it's big, because we have added modifier. That's why it's big. So I will say feedback. So that one was feedback. That next div is for feedback, and I will say background color, maybe background color, and I will say it's a different color from here, basic. And of course you can see, wow, because we have assigned some, width for this one, but for maybe, for all the div, we could say a default background color. So let's go to the div and we'll assign width 20 rem for all of them. So now all the div will have 20 rem, but for card we have used some modifier like card large, and we said that large modifier will change the appearance. It will make it bigger. That's all. Now that you have understand about this BEM architecture really well, I want to give one more example for the last time so that we can practice together. So let's play more this time. I'm going to remove everything that we have here. So let's get rid of this thing from here. Good, very good. Now let's think like that we have an unordered list, and then we have a list inside the unordered list. And inside the list, maybe I'll keep it just like this. So I will create one list here saying item 1, another one maybe item 2, and the last one maybe is going to be item 3. Okay, now we have unordered list. How you are going to use your BEM architecture here? Maybe let's say instead of this item 2, I will use some sort of image here. Okay, so after item 2, I want to add an image just here. So I will add an image here. Let's keep it just like this. We don't have any source this time. And for the alternative, I'll say just image. Okay, good. Now, how you're going to name, use your BEM architecture policy for naming classes here. So first of all, this is the parent of everything. So we can say this is a list maybe, okay? But before even starting anything, I want to give you a task. Maybe the last task, who knows? This is the task number 10 for you. Can you use your BEM architecture knowledge for giving them a class, for giving them a name, for giving a name for the classes of this structure or this code already that you can see here? Take your time, and then you finish, come back here, and maybe you can see how the way I'm doing. All right, I think you were successful, but let's see how it goes with my one. So I will say the class is list here because this is the list I can see, and this is the parent, and this is our block. Now inside the block we have many elements. We have few list element. So here I'm going to say class name. I'm going to select all of them together, so all the list I have selected, and I'm going to assign some class name for them. I will say list, so I'm naming the element. For naming the element, you have to start with the block name, and then you have to say underscore, then give a name here. I will say item, that's all. So we have list item, and these are the element name. Fine, they are fine. And now let's talk about this one, this image one. How can I give it a class name here? Now you could say something like this. Let's say class. And then you could say, okay, for this one, this is the parent, okay, list item. So you will say list item, and then maybe you are going to say, okay, this is an element inside a parent, inside a block. So I'll say again, maybe image. But this looks too much nesting, too much deep, and it makes things complex. So if you have something like this, instead of this sort of, making things complex, you could say just list image, which is perfect here. Nothing wrong here. Still you belong to the same, parent, and still you belong to something that you are already in. And then you could say this is the image, that's all. You can make your things simple, and this is perfect. There is nothing wrong. So try to avoid too much deeping or too much, nesting, I will say here. Right, so that's all about our BEM architecture. But before I'm going to, finish this one and move to the project, I want to say one more thing. I want to show you one extension, very helpful extension that is going to help you when you are writing your BEM classes. And the extension is going to be BEM Helper, if I remember correctly. So I'm going to, install that BEM Helper. You can see it's here, but before installing, let's see why do you need to install that, how that's going to help us. I want to show you that first. And let's see if I want to name it something like this, list item 1, or maybe I want to name it something like this. Let's say, I want to make a mistake here intentionally. So this is something, for modifier, but you are working inside something called, let's say, this is the block, and inside the block this is an element. It's not a modifier, of course, but we are trying to say this is a modifier. Maybe we'll say list 2 more item, then it doesn't make any sense at all. But no one is helping us, no one is telling us this is not the right way to write, your element name, element class name. So let's use this BEM helper and let's see how does it work. So I'm going to install this BEM helper. And now let's check out, like, is there any instruction for us or not? All right, so if I select it, maybe you don't see anything. Okay, good. Now, if I keep it like this, you don't see any error this time. Okay, nothing is wrong. Then maybe our BEM helper is not helping us. Let's check this out. How come our BEM one is not helping? So it should help us. And let's read the documentation. Where is the problem? What's going on? Maybe I could close this one and open, or maybe I can reload. So yes, let's see. Let's come here and give something, unnecessary name. So list item. Yes, it is here. Okay. Now you can see when I'm trying to make it too much nesting, it's telling me, hey, this is not going to work. So let's say, item 1 maybe. And you can see already there is some sort of, line here. I think it's YOLO, and it's telling us classes must only consist of block and element. So this is not the right way to write down your element's name. And this one is perfect. There is nothing wrong here. So the previous example wasn't right for, showing the reason of using this extension, but now you know how it's helping you. So that's all for this BEM architecture, and we are done here. We can close everything, and then let's open the README, and we can follow that whatever we have learned so far. We have done quite many things already. We have done with our, the category 1, which was the fundamental. Then we have done the category B, it's about advanced CSS. We have done so many things already, and I think this journey was really, really cool so far for you. Now it's the next category, which is the projects. So we are going to build a website now with the knowledge we gained so far, and it's going to be a blog project website or blog websites. Let's see how it goes this time. Okay, let's start with this blog project. Before we are going to start building this blog project, I want to show you the output of the final project. Here is the demo. And you can see this is a header. Inside this header, we have some navigation option. And then we have this section here, which is basically a banner section. And then we have another section, which is about me section. And then we have another section, which is archives. And then the next one is the blog post section. And finally, we have this contact section here. And at the end, we have the footer section here. Now you can see in the header section, we have some menu options and also the icon. And of course, this page is very much responsive. You can see it's changing its position based on the width, of the screen. So it's working perfectly. And this is something I have added for the JavaScript part, which is very simple things to do. We'll do this with the help of JavaScript, but it's not going to be that much hard. You'll see it at the end. Okay, let's start building this project. So first of all, what we are going to do, we are going to set up the project. We'll do some basic things like adding Google font. Then we're going to add some font awesome icon. We are going to add the CDN for the font awesome icon. And then we'll do some reset code adding to the CSS. So whatever we're going to do right now is going to be just a basic project setup for any project. Okay, so let's start. First of all, we need a project folder that I have already created, and I am saying it's block project. You could say anything, it's totally up to you. Okay, and then what we are going to do here, we are going to create some basic file, index.html, and then we are going to create the style.css for styling, and finally we're going to create index.js for JavaScript. And this is going to be very simple, so don't worry if you don't understand anything from JavaScript part. We'll see how to do this one. Now let's create the basic structure for our HTML. So we know how to create the basic structure already because we have learned quite a lot already. And now here is the basic structure. I will say just welcome to the block project. That's all. Welcome to block project. Fine. And I'm going to save this one, and let's see if I run in open server, how does it look like? All right, welcome to the block project. So it's working fine. There is no problem whatsoever. So we'll make sure that we are following our demo, and then we are building everything perfectly. Okay. Now I want to change the title of this project. So I will say block project maybe, or just blog. That's all. And of course you can do whatever you want, in your CSS. You can add as many sections as you want, but I just want to keep it simple, and I want to make sure whatever you have learned so far, you are practicing those things here. That's all. Okay. Now what I want to do here, I want to add some basic setup for my HTML and also CSS part. Okay. We have we have created the project folder. We have created our HTML basic structure. Now we can, set our Google font here and also the font awesome icon, so that later on when we want to use the font and this Google fonting or font awesome thing, we can use. So that's why we need to add the CDN and get everything ready here. Okay. So let's see, where is this thing that we can use? So first of all, I need the Google font. So I'm going to say Google font. That's all. And I'm going to go to their website. From there, I will choose this Roboto one. That's the one I'm looking for actually. So I'll pick up this one from here. And for Roboto, I will take, let's say, 401. It's already selected here, I can see. But I don't want their, bold. Yes, I want the bold. So I want all of them, These four things I want: 400, 500, 700, and 900. So they are selected for me. Maybe it's not going to be selected for you. You can select manually if you want, but let's just copy this one from here. That's all I wanted. But if these are not selected for you, what you can do, you can go to this font Roboto, and then you can start selecting one by one. It's totally depends on you. You can see they're here. You could select regular, 400 italic, but I'm just selecting the 400 one. Then the medium one, and then bold one, and finally I'm selecting this black 900. That's all. Okay, so I have my font. Now I can use this inside the Google, inside the HTML file. So I'm here. I'm going to add it anywhere. It's totally depends on me. And now I know I'm going to add it here. That's all. Fine. So I have the Google font. I will just make a comment here so that I know this is the link or CDN for Google font. That's all. And then I'm going to add the font awesome CDN as well. That's so that I can use font awesome icon later on. Okay. And if we search, we'll get the cdnjs.com website, and from there we'll just select the first one, copy link tag from here, and then we can post it. You can paste it here. That's all. Okay, let's paste it here. This time I'm going to say this is for font awesome, so I will say font awesome CDN. I will make a comment so that I know this is for font awesome. That's all. And then I'm going to make a link between my CSS file to index.html, and for this reason you know how to do it. Of course, you are going to say link CSS, that's all, and it will link your style.css file. That's all. Now we have made our basic setup here, whatever you wanted. Now let's go for the next step where we want to set the reset code for style.css. We want to do some reset thing, and also we want to get ready with some common codes here as well. And for this reason, we can start with the first one. But before doing anything, I want to make a comment here saying that this is the reset code and common code start here. That's all, so that I know what I'm doing here. And I will end this comment like this. So this is what it's trying to say, that reset code and common code start here and it's end here. So now I'm going to put these reset code and common codes here inside these comments. First of all, I'm going to select this. This is the one, universal selector. It's not something new to you. And now let's see, where is our output? I really don't need these sort of things. And of course, I don't need this one. I know that I'm going to use Roboto or sans serif. These are the things I'm going to use. Okay, cool. Now this is the output. Please make sure that you know what I'm doing. So that's why I'm keeping it on the left. Now you know what to use for the universal selector. Of course, you can say margin 0. You can say padding 0. These are something we do always. And then of course we use the box sizing, and the purpose of using the box sizing already from this lecture. And then I can say here, I don't want any list style type. So if I use any list style, so that doesn't have any disk symbol or anything, I want to keep it none. And then what I can use here, I want to make sure there is no underline for any link tag. So at the beginning I will say it's none. And then I want to say the outline is none as well, so there will be no outline outside the border. And then I want to make sure the font weight is kind of like light, so I will say it's 400. That's well, now you can see the font weight is already light here. That's enough for this reset code. Now let's see what are the common code will be. Well, of course there is something for reset code as well. I will say the HTML part, it's background color. I want to set a background color for my website for this HTML. So I will say FA, and FA. And you will see the background color should be applied here if everything goes okay. Yes, it did applied. And then I want to say here the scroll behavior. So if I want to scroll the page, it needs to be smooth. So that's why I'm going to say the scroll behavior needs to be smooth. And then I'm going to say the font size. Normally when we say 1 rem, it means 16 pixel. But I want to, make a way so that I can say 1 rem is 10 pixel. So this is how I want to calculate, because 10 pixel is something easy for me to calculate. So if I say 1 rem, 10 pixel, then, 10 rem is 100 pixel. You could easily say that. But, working with those 16 pixel, it's kind of difficult. And that's why we're going to say font size should be 62.5%. And now if you calculate, this font size 62.5%, if you are not using 100%, which means here 1 rem equal 10 pixel. That's all we are trying to do here. Okay. But you could, put anything here. It's totally up to you. You can control your website the way you want. Okay, fine. Finally, I want to use the font family that I have downloaded from the Google font, and this is the one, the Roboto that we have downloaded. And then we are going to say sans serif if somehow, the Roboto font family is missing. Okay. And we can see the changes. It's looking already good. Now let's do some work in the body tag as well. This is going to be, the reset code as well. This time we're going to set the background color for this body. So let's check, select the background color here, and then give it any value. That's totally up to you. I will say #FFF. I'll make it white. And then I'm going to use some width here. Maybe I will say 100 rem this time. Okay. And then I want to make it in center. So I will say here, but before making it center, I want to make sure when the width is maybe less than 100 rem. So I wanted to make it 100%. So it take the entire screen for that reason. And then I want to say margin auto, so that the screen or the width of this body come to center. And then finally I want to give some box shadow here. So let's say the box shadow things, how much you want to give here. 0.1 rem for x-axis, 0.1 rem for y-axis, and then 0.1 rem for the blur. And then we want to give a color here. I will give a C4, C4, and C4 color. And then maybe for one more box shadow, I want to add one more box shadow here. I will say 0.1 rem it's minus 0.1 rem for sure. So let's put 1 here. And then for y-axis this time it will be 0 rem, and then the blur will be 0.1 rem as well. So now I can add the color C4, C4, and C4. It's going to be the same one. That's all. Okay, we are doing really good. You can see the box shadow is already here. It's appearing here. And of course, when I said the width of this body is 100 rem, maybe as you can see, it's the body here. And then we said it should be in the center, and it is basically in the center. It's taking margin from both sides and making sure it's the body is already in the center. Okay, then we added the box shadow, and we can see the output of this box shadow as well here. Okay, now of course this is something we could do. We can use the CSS variable and we can put it at the top. So let's do it here. I want to use CSS variable, so root, and then I'm going to say the box shadow maybe. Okay, box shadow. I want to give a name for this variable, so I will say box shadow. And then I could use I could give some value here. But one thing I realize, I'm not going to do it for box shadow. It's because the box shadow has different values, you can see. So first time maybe it's plus, but next time it's negative here. So that's why I'm not going to use it. I will just leave it just like that. Okay. Now let's go with something else. We are done with HTML. We are done with the body property, selecting the body element, and also we have done the universal selector. So we are done basically here at this moment for reset code and common code. But later on in our project, maybe we'll have some other common codes and we'll put them here inside the. Now that we are done with the basic setup of this project, we can start building our project very well. The first thing we are going to do is to get done with this header part. So we'll go step by step. First, we'll set up the HTML for this header part, and then we'll do the designing, and then we'll move on to this banner section. So we'll go everything step by step so that we know everything how it works and we can understand every single code that we write. Okay, so let's start here. Go to HTML and start building the header part first. So I'm going to make a comment here, going to say header starts here, and then this is the comment that we want to use. Of course, we know the format of comment. This is the comment, and then we are going to say header ends here, and in between this comment we are going to create the header. Now for creating header, this is the tag that we can use. Of course, I want to add an ID here so that I can identify this header later on if I need. So I will say block header, that's all. And then I want to use a logo, you remember? And for the logo, I'm going to use the figure tag. So inside the figure tag, I'm going to create the logo. Now the logo I want to create is something from Font Awesome. And you know already how to use Font Awesome. So I can write down the code here, Font Awesome brand I want to use, and then Font Awesome auto prefixer maybe. So let's say auto prefixer. That's all. And now you see there is something I have typed, and it's not something I memorized. It's something came from Font Awesome website. So if you type auto prefixer, you will see this icon, and this is the code for this icon. You can copy it from Font Awesome as well, Font Awesome website. And we can see the output is here already. It's because I can make it big, so you can see the output. The logo is already here. It's because we added the Font Awesome CDN already. Okay, now that we are done with this icon, at least I want to add one more class here so that later on I can modify the style for this logo. So I will say logo for the class name. Okay, now we are done with the logo part. If you have a look, we are done with the logo part. Then we need some navigation option. So let's create this navigation. I can say nav here. So this is the nav tag that we want to use. And I want to give some ID maybe so that I can use it later on if I want. So I will say it's menu icon. And then, I can give some class here, but for now I'll just leave it like this. Then I want to add another list. Inside the another list, we'll have a lot of lists, and each list is going to have a link. And link needs some text or link, so I will just put the link as a hash right now. Later on we can modify this one. And here I'm going to say home for the first one. So let's see, the output is changing. Yes, the home is here. The text is very small, is because we made it like that much small. Now you can see. So I will keep it just like this for a few minutes and then we'll change it. Let me create few more links here, at least 4 maybe. It looks better. I can make the screen a little bit bigger so that you can see well. Now instead of home, maybe this time I want to say about, and then maybe I want to say, let's say, archives here, and then the contact one or the blog post one. So I will say blog posts, and finally I'm going to say the contact here. That's all. So our link should be ready now. I will say contact here. But later on, when I'm going to design the link, I want to give a class so that I can design the link. So all of this link should have a class, common class, so that I can design them. So I'm writing the name of the class here, and I'm going to say it's going to be the nav link. That's all. Now, of course, we can use the BEM architecture here, and this is something, of course, it's recommended. So let's say, it's going to be the nav link, something like this. Okay. And then here, for this one, I could say here nav, of course. This is something definitely we can do. So we can say this is the nav. Okay, but it doesn't make sense. Here is the nav. We have something already, something similar. If I say nav here, maybe it doesn't make sense to you. So you can avoid this if you wish. But I need this nav link later on so that I can design. I don't need any class for another list right now. So I'm just interested about designing the link. That's why I'm saying the nav link here. That's all. Okay. Now that we have created our basic structure for these headers, so let's go and design the header and let's get the overall output of this header that we are looking for here. Okay. So first of all, what I'm going to do, I'm going to make a comment here that header starts here, and then I'm going to say header ends here, and I'm going to put all the codes related to the header inside these comments. Okay. So let's just select the header and start designing. First of all, I want to put them, on both sides. So, logo will be here and all the menu items will be on the other side. So right now they are basically, you can see we have two things in the nav. If you come here in the header, actually, we have two things. One is figure and another one is the nav options. So if you use a flex layout, we can separate them very easily. So let's say display, this is the parent for nav and also for the logo. So let's say display flex, and when we'll see when we'll say display flex, they are already side by side, but I want to put them like one here and one another side. So for this reason we have something, justify content. This time we're not going to say center, but we'll say maybe space between. So this is something we want to use, and there will be, you can see there is space between. That's all. And then later on we could use the align item center so that they are center, vertically this time. And yes, this is the center vertically. That's great. We are doing good really so far. And I want to make the header looking kind of black. So I will say background color should be black, and it is black. Now I need to change the foreground color so that I can see what's happening, So this time I will say white. So the text color should be white. I should not make any typing mistake. Now I can see they are here. But the link is something you can see. This is something we'll be working on later on, but right now just keep it like this. Now, one thing probably you have noticed, we don't have enough padding here. So why don't we just add some padding? I will say the padding is 2 rem at the top and bottom, and maybe left and right it's going to be 1 rem. Now we have enough padding here because I made the screen too big, or maybe I zoom in too much in the browser, and that's why you can see they are too big. But at least now you can see they are not that much big actually. Okay. And then later on, what I'm going to do here, of course, something I want to do that is something in the demo. You can see when I'm scrolling, still the header is like kind of sticky. It's out there always. So let's make it sticky. I could make it fixed, but I think sticky looks better. So I will use the sticky one position. Okay. And you know how to use this position thing already. So let's say position sticky, and then use the top property. If you are using positioning thing, then top, bottom, left, right, you must use any one of them. So I will say top 0, but I don't need to say anything about bottom. So I'll just keep it like top 0. and I want it to float on, over every single div or section that I'm going to use later on. So I want to make it Z index 10, I want to say. So if I add any other items here later on, when I will scroll, it should be always on the top of everything. That's what I'm saying, the Z index 10. I already discussed about Z index a lot in this video, and I think you have understood about this. Now let's say minimum height. I want 5 vertical height for this nav, okay, for this header. Now I think we are really done here, but at least I want to design the logo a little bit, and for this reason I can come here and start designing the logo. But one thing I want to I think I forgot to do here, for the figure I want to give a class, and I will say it's a logo figure. You can say anything because I need this one for designing purpose, so I'll say it's a logo figure. Okay. And one thing you need to remember, designing is totally up to you. The way you want to do, you can do. Of course, if you know the CSS, then you can do a lot of way to do something. You can accomplish something with many ways. Okay, so let's do logo figure here. Let's select this one, and then we can maybe set the border for this logo. So we could say 1 pixel, and then solid, and then we can say the color of this border. Now you can see there is a border around the figure, and that's why I have created this class here for the figure, so that I can create this border shape. Now let's go and select this logo class that we want to work with and design the logo a little bit. So this is the logo class I want to use, and here I don't want to do too much things, just I want to make it big. So I will say font size 4 rem, and it is quite big now. It looks better. Okay, so we are done here with this logo thing. Now let's go and design these things. Right now they are not side by side, as you can see very well, they are not side by side. I want them to bring side by side. I want to see like that. Right now they are top bottom. I don't want that top bottom things here. So for this reason we can come down here and we can say, okay, I want to select the nav, and from the nav I want to select the list actually, because the list, they are not right, side by side. By default, list is a display block, and that's why every single list start with a new line. So here I can say this time I want to change the block to inline block, so that they can come side by side. I could use display flex thing here for sure, and it's totally up to you the way you want to make it. Okay. Then we are going to say here margin right. I want to add some margin, so I will say margin right. But why not, let's just use it display flex and keep it very simple. So let's say display flex here, and is it going to work? No, because for saying display flex you need a parent, and the parent for all the list is another list. Now if you make it display flex, you can see they are side by side. Now we want to add some space so that we can say gap, and then we can say 1 rem here. So all of them will have some gap exactly the way we want it, and it's working fine. Well, I could add 2 rem gap maybe. Let's see how does it look like. So this time I have added 2 rem. It looks better. Nothing wrong here. And then we are done with this nav, but at least maybe I could add some padding. Why not? Let's add some padding, or maybe padding is not necessary. Let's just leave it for now. Now I want to select the list, and when I hover over the list I want to add some effect. So yes, why not? Let's do it. So let's say navigation, another list, and then list. Let's select it. And here I want to say, let's add some padding for all the lists. So let's say padding is 1 rem maybe. So they will get more space. All the lists are getting more space. That's good. And finally, I want to say here the transition property when I will hover over. So the transition should look very smooth. And that's why I'm going to say all 0.4 second. Now, what is going to happen when I'm going to do hover things? Let's say that here. So I'm adding this hover effect with list, not with the link. You can see it. So we can do it many ways, as I said. So when we'll hover over, I want to change the background color. So let's change the background color. Right now I will say it's just brown. You can change it the way you want. And then I want to make the border radius, so the border should be kind of a little bit curved. I will say 0.6 rem. So when I'll hover over, you'll see the effect. Now you can see the effect here. That's good. That's really good. But we have already worked quite a lot here. I think everything looking better. At least what I want to do now, I want to fix the link, the look of this link. Right now it's blue. I want to fix this. And we have a class here for all the links. It's saying nav link. So let's select the nav link here. Nav link. And here we can start working with our link. But maybe link is something we'll be using quite many times in this project. So we could, take it at the top, inside this reset code and common code. And we can have some, let's say, a tag and fix some basic thing that everyone is going to use. So we could write some common code for the links here. But anyway, for this project, maybe it will be not necessary. So I will just keep it like this. Now what we are going to do inside the nav link, maybe not too many things. At least I want to make the font size a little bit bigger. So I'll say font size 1.8 rem. Okay, cool. So the font size should be bigger than before. Yes, it is bigger. And then what I'm going to do here, I'm going to change the text color. So the color of the text will be FF or white. You could say anything here. And then the cursor, I want to change the cursor. It should be pointer. So when I'm going to hover, it's going to be pointer. That's all. Yes, you can see they are like kind of pointer. And I can, go 100% is the normal size of the screen. You can see it's looking already better. So we have done good job so far. Now that this part is done, we can add responsiveness for this part so that it looks better next time when we want to make it better, So how can we make this web page or this header section responsive? You know what you have to use for making things responsive? Of course you know. So let's do it then. And I'm going to add a comment here for responsiveness. Responsiveness starts here. And I will say responsiveness ends here. That's all. Now, for making your things responsive, you need to use media screen, you remember, and then here you're going to say and then maximum width. So this is something I'm going to use. You can use maximum, minimum, it's totally up to you. So I'm going to say for 992 pixel, what I want to do, I will do here. And then maybe for 768 pixel, if I want to do something, I'll do it here. And then for the last one, maybe for 600 pixel, if I want to do something, then I need to create that 600 pixel here. So inside this, if I want to do anything for 600 pixel or small screen, I'll do it inside this block. Now let's say for 992 pixel, do you really want to do anything here? I don't think so, because for 992 pixel it looks okay. Now let's talk about 768 pixel. Well, for 768 pixel, at least one thing I will do for sure, that's the font size of this HTML. I will change that definitely. And I don't think so I will do anything with this header section, of course. So I'll leave the header exactly as it is. But inside this 768 pixel, I will change the font size for this HTML. So I will say it will be more smaller because the screen size will get smaller. So I will say 55 maybe. It's totally up to me. I will say 55.5%. So it was 62.5 before. Now I'll make it 55.5. So when the screen size will be small, you'll see the text size gets small here. Exactly, this is the thing I wanted. And now for 600 pixel, of course, I will do the same thing. I will play with this HTML one. I will change the font size, and I will say it's totally up to you. There is no standard. You have to fill it and then make the value here, change the value here. Now that it's okay for HTML, now here, of course, when the screen size is 600 pixel, I want all of this list or all of this menu option not side by side. I want them, top bottom. So for this reason, what do you have to do? Think about this. Now here we said unordered list should act like, display flex. But I want to say this time, hey, I want you to change your direction as a column, because the default one is row, that. So let's change the position for this one. So I'm here, and that's what I want to change. So I will say maybe the flex direction only. I don't need to say those things. So I will say flex direction column. So when the screen size, small, it is like column based, it's working. But they are inside the header, you remember? And I want this one at the top and all of them are at the bottom. So now we can select the header as well. And you remember inside the header we use flex. Let's go and check it again. So this is the header. We said display flex for the header, but the direction was the row, which is the default one. Now we can change the direction for this header as well. Okay, so let's say flex direction. Here is column, and this should fix this issue. Now they are side by side, not side by side, they are at the top and bottom, as the way we wanted. They are working really, really good. Now they are not in the center. Maybe this one is in the center, but they are not. Is because we added some space. You remember? We can check it. Where did we add this space? Maybe this is the padding that we added. Now let's see how they look like. Okay, maybe we added some gap. So don't worry if it doesn't look really straightforward right now. Maybe later on we can fix this. There is not going to be any problem here. Okay. Cool, now we are done with the header, we are done with the maybe unordered list. We can also fix the icon here a little bit so that it looks better. So let's select the icon, and how you're going to select the icon. Do you really need to change anything? Let's have a look and think about this. So I think I will just leave it like this. Let's see the demo one, how does it look like? Okay, it's cool. I really wanted to make, it's kind of a straightforward, but right now I'll just leave it like this, and maybe later on we can fix it. This is not a big issue here. We can change the margin or maybe padding as well. So right now I think I'm kind of, for the unordered list, I want to use some padding left so that at least they, they are straight. I am really, not happy about the padding left right now. So maybe I'll add 2.5 rem so that they, have some padding on the left and looks straight to this icon maybe. Yes, okay, they are better now. This is something I wanted. And then what else we can do here? I think nothing else we can do here. So that's all for this header. When we'll make the screen bigger, yes, it's look good. And we have made also it's responsive. You can see it's working fine. There is no issue whatsoever. Now that we are done with this part, we can move to the next part, which is this blog banner section. This is kind of a banner section for our blog, and we are going to work with this section now. Now, if you want to work with the blog banner section, you already seen there is some sort of image here, and throughout this project we have to use some other image sources as well. So I have the image sources that I want to use. Maybe you can use something else from the Unsplash website or from any website. You can choose your images. And here is the project folder of this source code of this blog project. And here all the images are available. So what you can do, you can click here and download it as a zip file, a folder, and from there you can extract the images. So I have done it. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to bring all the images that is needed for this project, and I'm going to put it here. You can see all of them are here. Now that we have the resources that we want to use, let's start building this blog banner section. So just like before, what are we going to do? We are going to create the HTML part first, and then we are going to design it. Okay, so here I'm going to say blog and then maybe banner section starts here. And this is the comment, and then I'm going to make the ends here as well so that I know where should I start and where should I end. So all the blog banner related code will be inside of these comments. Now, before going to do those sort of things, I want to say this is the main section of my website. So this is the main tag I want to use. And inside the main tag, I want to create one after one sections. Like first one will be blog banner, maybe second one will be about me section, and then it will continue for other section as well. So all the section will be inside this main tag, and then we'll have the footer tag here as well. So I'll just leave it like I am footer right now, then we'll change it later on. Okay, so we have the header, we have main section, and also we have the footer. So we are following HTML5 basic structure of a web page here. And now here I can start working with my blog banner. When I'm done with the blog banner, then I will start maybe about me section here, and then the archive section. So everything will be inside this main always. Okay, right, let's start with this blog banner section. I can say I want to create a section here, and I want to give an ID for this section. It's going to be blog banner section. You can name anything, it's totally up to you. You can choose anything. And then later on I want to create an article here, because if you look at the banner section, let's go to the banner section and let's see the demo. This is the article I'm talking about. Here is the article, and this is something I'm considering aside. You can name it anything. So basically this section is divided into two parts. First section is the article section here, and the second one is the aside section. Now inside the aside we have an image, and if you look at the article, what we have h1 tag maybe, and then we have some paragraph. That's all. So let's create the article and aside tag first, and then we'll do one by one. So this is the article I'm talking here. So this is the article, and then we have the aside. So we have two parts. That's good. And now we can use some class name for the article so that we can design it later on maybe. So I will say here, or maybe let's leave it empty right now. Maybe we can change it, or we can do something later. So we have two sides. One side is the article side, another one is the aside. Now let's think for this article what we have here. We have h1 and paragraph. So let's say h1 here, and let's add some text here. It's totally up to you what you want to use. I will say it's maybe web development. And then I need some paragraph, so I'll create the paragraph. I will add maybe, let's say 30 lorem ipsum text here, and they should be visible. Let's check out. Yes, we have those text here. That's good. Fair enough. So far so good. And then for the second part here, we need the aside, and inside the aside we should place some image. Okay, so let's create the image here, and inside the image we know we have to select the source. So from the images I want to select the cover photo. That's all. And for the alternative I will say maybe cover photo, nothing, just leave it like that. And then later on I'm going to design this image, so I need to say some sort of image. I will say banner image for now. You can say it anything, it's totally up to you. So maybe let's consider, this is the banner image here. I can say something like this. And if they are inside the banner, so this time maybe instead of saying the blog banner section, yes, I can keep it the ID like this, but class name I will say banner. And the article should have some class so that later on we can design, because we want the heading and paragraph not side by side. Of course, you can see there is some design for heading as well. So we need to use some class so that later on we can design it. So I'll say banner. So I'll use the BEM here. I'll say banner heading. That's all. So far so good. And for the description, I will add one more class. I will say banner description here. Description. Brilliant. We are done here. Now, if you see this text here, they are kind of, formatted like justify here. So I will add one class maybe later on, and you'll see the effect of that class. But right now, we are done so far here, and I think now we can start designing this blog banner section. So let's go to the CSS, and at the top after the header ends here, I can say banner section starts here, and then I can say banner section ends here. We are doing really good here. Now let's select the ID or the banner class. I will select the banner class here maybe. And I could select the ID as well, that for sure. So let's say padding, and I can say the padding is 5 rem at the top and bottom and 1 rem at the left and right. So let's see how it's changed our blog. Okay, yes, we have some padding at the top and bottom as well. Now the image is looking really weird, you know for sure, and the reason is the image size is really big. We can do some stuff with the image right now, of course, if you want. But for now, maybe we can focus on other things inside this banner. So let's say we want the banner to be divided into two parts, you remember? So we can use the display flags, of course, so that they come side by side. But before I'm adding that thing, if I don't fix the image, then you will not see the real output here properly, okay? So how can we select the image? Of course, we can say banner, then we could say image here. And now let's say the image width will be kind of something static here. I will say 55 rem. The height will be 55 rem as well. And finally, I want to add some border around the image. So I'll say border 0.3 rem and I'll make it solid. That's all. Good. Now you should see the images here and also a text here. Now this is the article and this is the aside one. Now we want to make them side by side, not like top bottom. And for this reason, their parent needs to be used display flex. And then we can, bring them side by side. So the parent is the banner. Now, if we say display flex here, the default direction is row. So they should be in a row basis. That's brilliant. We have done quite enough good job. Now, what else we can do here? We can align them into center, vertically. So the image is already good, but the text needs to be vertically centered. So for this reason, we can say align items center. Good. Now let's see what is changing. The output is changed or not. Yes, of course, we can see the output has been changed. And what else we could do here? We could set a minimum height for this section. So I will say minimum height is kind of 95 vertical height. So now it's taking enough space. That's all. Okay, good. If it is need more height, then it will take more height. But the minimum is the 95 vertical height. This is something we set here. We could use the justify content center. So they are horizontally centered well enough. And this is something we can use here. Now we are done with this banner class. Now let's move with the article. What we want to do with the article. For this reason, we have to select the article, of course. So let's select the article, banner article. And we could, name the article with something like banner article, maybe. We can give some sort of class, but let's avoid that for now and let's keep it like this, okay? So what do you want to do here? Maybe I want to divide them like 50%, 50%, so that they take, so this article takes 50% and also aside take 50%. This is something I want to do. And of course, this is something we can do with the help of flex basis. So basically you are setting the width of the one flex item here. So I can say 50%. And the other one needs to have 50% as well. So what was the other one? It's the aside one, you remember? And we could say here, banner aside, it should take already also 50%. Now they will take 50%, 50% width. Now I want, this article should have some margin around it so that the text doesn't, touch this border of the image. So I'll say banner article should have some margin here around every side. So I will say margin 1 rem. Now you can see there are some margin as well. It is looking much better. Now what else you want to do here is totally up to you, but I will leave the banner article just like this. And also the banner aside, maybe I will use text align center. So the image maybe will come to the center a little bit. Let's see. Okay, it's better now. It's much better than before. Now what I'm going to do this time, we have this heading and also we have this description. So let's see what are the classes we have used, this banner heading and banner description. So let's select those class and start designing a little bit. Okay, banner heading. I'm going to say banner and then heading here. But the class name was __ because we are following this BEM. And inside this banner heading, I'm going to design the banner. And later on, I'm going to select the banner description as well, so that I can select the paragraph and design it. Okay. So this one is for heading and this one is for this paragraph tag or description one. Okay. So here I'm going to do some styling for sure. But first of all, I want to make it inline block. So I will say display and I will say kind of inline block. And then I will add some padding, 1 rem maybe. The reason why I said inline block, so that it doesn't take the entire width when I will add some background color. So it should not go all the way there. It should be just this far. That's what I'm trying to do here. And that's why I said display inline block. And then I'm going to add some background color here as I expected. This time I will use the black background for this. So let's see what's the output. You can see it's just taking this far. It's because we said it's inline block. If I wouldn't say that, then the background color would come this far. Okay. Then you want to change the text color for sure so that it's visible. I will say hash FFF and the text color is white now. And then I want to add some margin bottom here so that text description or the banner description goes have some space between the banner description and also banner heading. So let's do that. I will say margin bottom here, and of course I need to type it right, and I will say maybe 1.5 rem bottom. That's all. And now they have some space. As you can see, they have some good space. I can make it a little bit bigger here so that probably you can see. Okay. And what else we want to do is totally up to us, but I think I will not do anything. I will just leave this banner heading right now. And I will go for the banner description. Now, what I want to do in the banner description, I want to make the font size a little bit bigger, at least I will say 1.8 rem. Okay, it looks good. But one more thing I wanted to do here, the text right now, they are not exactly aligned, just like the demo one. It looks justify. So the text align is not center, it's justify. And this is something we can do, of course, here. But this is something maybe I'm going to use later on, too many times. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create something, a class that I'm going to use over and over. So it's something common. So where I'm going to do it inside my reset code and common code, I'm going to type here. I will say if I want to make a text justify, I'm going to create a class. It's totally up to you what class you want to use. So I'll say text justify, and then I will say text align not center. Maybe this one I'm going to use the justify one. And here, one more thing I want to create right now, I will create another class called text white. This is something maybe later on I will use. And I want to say the color is white. That's all. So these are two classes that I created so that later on I can use them. That's the purpose of creating them here. Now let's go to the HTML and let's use at least one class for making these things justified. So where I can use, of course, in the description, you can see this is the description. And here I can say the text should have justify. And now you can see it is justified. So we are done with this banner section. But what happens if I want to make it responsive, when the screen size is different? So for this reason, I have to use the media query, So let's go to this media query part now and do some changes. So when the screen size, maybe let's say it's 992 pixel, what you want to do here, you can ask question to yourself, and you can probably, it's like you can check it like this, what changes I want to make when this size is 992 pixel. So for this reason, maybe at least I will add some margin bottom, maybe when the screen size is 992 pixel. And I will say the width is 50%, and also I can do like the flex direction thing, but at least let's check out here. How does it, happen here? If the screen size, let's say 992 pixels. Now, how can I check the screen size? I can go to the inspect maybe, and here I can select the 992 pixel, or even, let's say if you don't want to select anything, for an example, I'll just, close this one. Let's say you want to check how it looks on different size. So you can come here and you can go like this, and you can check at which pixel it doesn't look better. You can check, and then you can work the way you want. So this is something you can do. Fine. Now maybe what I'm going to do here, let's say when the screen size is 992 pixel, I want to do something with the article of this banner. So I'll say banner, and then I'll select the article, banner article. And what I want to do, let me do it here. Of course, let's see what we have already done inside this banner article. So this is something we have done. I can copy and paste it here and then make some changes when the screen size is 992 pixel. So the flex basis is 50%. I think there is no problem with that. And then the direction is here column for sure. The margin bottom, I don't see any problem, to be honest, for this size. 992 pixel, nope. Okay, we are checking the wrong one. So here, okay, I don't see any problem, so I'll just keep it like this anyway. I don't see anything we need to do here at this moment. Maybe later on we'll do something here. But how about the other section as well? Let's see how it goes for other section. Other screen size maybe 768 pixel. So what we want to do when the screen size is 768 pixel. So this one, I will select this one for sure. And for 768 pixel, of course, maybe I want to do something. So let's check how it goes when it is 768 pixel. So 992.8 pixel, no problem still now. But for 768 pixel, I think there is something we have to do here. At least you can see they are very close. So I want to make the width of this one a little bit bigger. So for this reason, I can come here for the article and I can say the width needs to be changed. So let's say this time 80%, and let's look how does it look like. Okay, do you see any changes when we say 768 pixel? Because we are not still to that level 768 pixels. So let's make it 768 pixel and then let's see how it works. Okay, fine. And it is working fine. Yes, this time it's taking enough space. That's good, but we could make it like this. Let's say when the screen size is 768 pixel, we want to make them like a column. So this one will go up and this image will come down. And for this reason, we are not going to select this banner actually. Banner article, we are going to select the banner, and here we are going to change the flex direction. I will say, hey, the flex direction this should be column. Okay, let's see whether it does work or not. So when the screen size 768 pixel, it should be column. And why it's not working? Now we need to find out the reason why it's not working for these, flex direction things. Okay, what I found, I typed it wrong here, and that's why it's not working. Damn, we should say just banner. And of course, this should be the right, spelling for our banner maybe, and that's why it didn't work. Well, I wanted to say, when the screen size 992 pixel, I want to say the flex direction column. So I will change it before even 768 pixel. And let's hope this time it works when the screen size is 992 pixel. Yes, it's working fine. So last time, because of, that typing mistake, it didn't work, so it was my fault. I do apologize for that. Now let's see what else we can do here. So I just said the flex direction should be column when the screen size 992 pixel, but on that time, I want to bring them in the center maybe. So let's do that, and for this reason we have to come here and we have to select the banner article, and we need to do something with this banner article this time. We'll say I want to take width 50%, so I don't want to allow this banner article to take 100%, so it's taking 50% of the screen. You can see they are already in the middle. And then maybe I want to say something else here. Let's say the display should be flex, and why I want to make it display flex, so that everything I can align the way I wish. So I will say display flex, and then I will say flex direction column, because I want them in a column basis, not like a row. Now they are column wise and they are fine. And then what else I want to do here? I want to say align items should be center. So I want to align all the item in a vertically center as well. Yes, they are now centered. Good. And the last thing maybe what I want to do here, I want to add some margin bottom, and I will say margin bottom. I can use anything here. I will add maybe 5 rem bottom, and that's working great so far. Now that we are done here with the article for 992 pixel, let's see whether we can do something with 768 pixel as well. So at least I want to work with the banner article. I have no issue when the screen size is 768 pixel. I have no issue with the banner. I have issue with the article, and that's what I'm selecting here. Now what I want to do when the screen size 768 pixel, I want to make the article width a little bit bigger, not like 50%. So I want to make it maybe 80%. So it was 50% for 992 pixel, but this time I want to make it a little bit bigger when the screen size is small. So I will say here, again, I'm saying here, totally design is something up to you. You can add anything here. So I will say 80%. That's great. And it should be bigger when we'll make the screen size small. Let's check out. Yes, it is working fine. So there is nothing wrong. Everything is working the way we expected. It's good. So far, we are doing really, really good. Now, what else we can do here? Maybe for 600 pixel, we can make some changes. So let's see what else we can do for 600 pixel for this blog banner section. So let's come here. This is the 600 pixel. and the header is done here. After the header, we want to play with the block banner. And what class or what ID we use for block banner section, you can see this is a block banner section and this is the banner class we are using. So I want to do something with the banner class this time. Maybe this time what I want to say, the minimum height should be auto here. It's because, you know, it needs more height to adjust everything when the screen size is small. So yes, we could say minimum height auto here. Okay. So when the screen size is 600 pixel or less than 600 pixel, it will take automatic height. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay, cool. Is there anything else you think you can do? I think I can, you know, make the width of this article a little bit bigger. Right now it's 880%. I want to make it 90% when it is 600 pixel or less than 600 pixels. So let's select this article here, banner article, and then we can say anything that we wish. I will say just width is 90% so that it gets more width, and you can see it's taking more width than before. And finally, maybe the banner image can be a little bit bigger this time. So I will say the same thing for the banner image. So I'll select the banner and then I want to select the image. I will say your width should be 90% when the screen size is 600 pixel or less than 600 pixel. So let's put 90% here. Or maybe we could say maximum width 100% for the image. You know, it's totally up to you the way you want to say anything here. But I think the you know, the image should take the full width here. So I'll say, you know, width is maximum 100% here. That's all. So it can take 100% width. That's all. So now it looks better than before. It is taking maximum width because we allowed some padding around the image as well. Okay. Before we're going to move on to the next section, which is the About Me section, I think at least something I want to do with this heading. Even though I have used this banner heading class, I forgot to make the font size a little bit bigger because right now it's too small. So let's say the font size is 4 rem maybe, so that heading will be a little bit bigger, that like we are expecting, just like the demo one. Okay, fine. Now we have done everything here. We can move for the next section, which is the About Me section. Okay, if you look at this About Me section, you can see it's very easy section, and this is something you can do very easily, I believe. What we are trying to do here, we are trying to create 3 similar type of card. So if we focus on designing one card, then we can copy paste other 2s. Now here, when we hover over the card, you can see it's getting scale. This is something, of course, we can do. We have learned with the help of transform, and we'll do it together, don't worry. Now let's start building this part. First of all, we are going to create the HTML part of this section. Then we are going to design just like as usual, and also we'll make sure that it is like responsive. Okay, so far we have this output totally, and now we are going to add this About Me section maybe. Okay. So let me make it a little bit bigger so that you can see well. Here you go. Let me go at the end, and after this block banner section, I'm going to add one more section or one more comment. Let's say it's going to be About Me section starts here, and then I'm going to say About Me section ends here. Fine. And then here I'm going to say the section has an ID. You can say it anything, it's totally up to you. I'll say blog about, and then I'll keep it just like this. Later on, what I'm trying to do, I'm going to add one heading for sure, so it's going to be h2, and here I'm going to say About Me. So right now I'm not assigning any class, but definitely I will assign some classes here. And then I know I'll have 3 cards, so I want to create a container for cards. So I can say something like this, maybe cards, and then I can go like this, let's say card. So this is the individual card we are talking here. We'll have 3 different cards, of course. So let's focus on creating one, and then we can, you know, copy paste the other. So inside a card, what we're going to have, can you see here? We are going to have a heading, paragraph, and a button. That's all. So let's focus on this thing. I'm going to create h3. I'm going to say it's education for the first one, and you can change the text later on. And then we are going to have some sort of paragraph, and here I can add as many paragraph I want. I'll keep it lorem 20 maybe. And then at the end, I'm going to add a button. That's all. Okay, and the button will say something like maybe read more. That's all. We are done here, and we don't want to do anything right now about the classes or about designing. We just want to make sure that we get our initial thing that we are looking for. Now I'm going to run it again because maybe I stopped it earlier, so I have to run it again, and let's see what's the output right now. Okay, these are the output. I can see it's very tiny here, so I have to start do the designing here, of course. But let's give some class name right now. So we have a section, and the section ID is blog about, and then I want to bring everything in the center, for this section. So I could add a class. So the class name can be here section center, and this is something I'm going to use maybe over and over again. So that's why I'm creating the class called section center. And then for H2, I can assign a class here. It's totally up to me. I will design it later on. But if you look at this output of the demo one, you'll see that here we have this heading in the center. So all the heading kind of in the center. So we can use some sort of class for this heading. So similar type of class will be applied for all the headings, and this is something we can do at this stage. So I'll create a class here, and I will say it's a section heading. So this section heading will have all this similar design for all the heading as well. So I will say it's a section heading. That's all. And what next we are going to do here, maybe I will make the text white and I will change the background later on, but let's keep it just like this at this moment. I will change the background or the text color white later on. What we have inside the card, let's see, this is something we can say card header maybe. So I'll say card header, fine. And then we have the paragraph here. I can say it's a card description. Sounds good. So I'll say card description. And then the last one, I can give a class here for designing this button. So I'll use the button class here. It's going to be something similar for all the buttons. And then I'm going to add the design for this card button. Okay. Now at this moment, there is nothing much we can see here. Of course, I don't see anything that sort of style because we have not applied the style yet. So let's go to the CSS file and start designing this banner section, this about me section actually. So first of all, we need to select the about me. So where is it? Which ID we're using? You remember the ID we're using is called this blog about. But before even doing that, we have only one card right now. So I want to make at least 3 cards. So let's do that. I think this is the first card we have. Yes, this is the first one. So I'm going to copy and paste another 2 times. So all together now I have 3 cards here, as you can see, even though they are not designed yet, but we have created these 3 cards. Now we can start designing. So where you are going to do, we are done here with this banner section, and we can start from here, of course. And here I'm going to say about me section. Sounds good. Let's make a comment here. Starts here. And then I'm going to say about me section ends here. Okay. So let's edit the text here. Ends here. And now let me select this about me, which I have to select, of course, if I want to do something. So I will say hash, and then the blog about is here. Now, before doing anything, I want to change the background color of this section. And here I'm going to use hash, maybe 4C, 4C, 4C. This is the value I'm going to use here. So let's see whether is there any change. Yes, there is a change. We can see the background color. Well, now we can start select the cards container, because all the cards, they belong to this card container, which is the cards class. You remember the plural one we assigned? It has to be here. Yes, you can see all the card that belongs to these cards. So we can do whatever we want with the help of this class called cards. And here what we're trying to do, of course, we want to put them side by side. So definitely we are going to use display flex, and now they will be side by side. Let's have a look. Yes, they are side by side. And what else we can do here, of course, we can align them center. So align item center, this is something we can use. And then for each card we can do we can start our designing. So this is not something I wanted to use here. It was my mistake. I wanted to inside these cards. Now let's start designing the individual card that we assign for each card. So this is the individual class that we assign for each card. And here I'm going to say all the card will take 1 flex, so everyone will take the equal space. And then I can make the border radius here at least let's say 0.6 rem, so that they get some sort of round shape. and then we can add some padding or margin, but at least I could give some space here. So I could say the margin gap, or the gap for each grid layout, each flex layout should be 1 rem, and they will have some gap. As you can see, they are having some gap. Now before adding any background color, you won't be able to see the difference, so I'm going to add some background color here. This time it's going to be A09, so I do know what color I'm going to use. It's totally up to you. You can use any sort of color here. Right, I can see them. They are visible now. All the cards are visible. Let's start doing adding more design here, and let's make our cards look better. I'm going to add some padding, of course. So the padding is going to be, let's say, 3 rem at the top and bottom, and 1 rem left and right. And then margin, I'm going to add like around 2 rem. And I think it's making better. And I want to use some sort of display flex so that I can align them exactly the way I want. Because if you have a look at this output, you can see the alignment. They're kind of like in center, and they have like kind of equal space, let's say. So let's design this one with the help of a display flex. So I'm going to say display here, and I'm going to use the flex layout. So here is the flex layout, and then I can say the flex direction. Definitely it has to be column, because the default one is the row here. If you don't use the display column here, a flex direction column, then everything will be side by side. And okay, now you can see they are kind of center. Even though the text is not in the center, we can make it in the center. For this reason, we could say align items center. So I wanted to use the align items, and then finally the center. That's all. And hopefully now everything in the center. Yes, they are in the center. It's look good already. It's looking better. And then finally, I want to add some transition or hover effect. So when we hover, card hover, what do we want to do? We want to scale the card. So transform, scale. Let's say it's going to be maybe 1.2 times bigger or 1.1. It's totally up to you. And then when it's going to be scale, I want it very smooth. So transition all 0.3 second. That's all. Fine. So when we'll hover over, you can see it's changing its style, isn't it? That's good. It's looking better now. Now we have card header, and also we have card description, card button. Let's start designing them. So here, I'm here, of course, inside the card. So I'll say card, and then I'm going to select anything that I want to design. This time I want to design header. Then I'm going to design the description. So I'm just selecting here the card description. Oh no, this is not something I wanted. So let's just select it, card description. Card description, this is the one. And finally I'll design card button. So I'm just writing their class name so that I don't forget. Okay, so let's start with this card header now. How you're going to design the header? First of all, you have to say the font size here, maybe around, let's say 3 rem. This is what I want, so it looks bigger. Yes, it is getting bigger. And then after that, I will say the margin bottom here. I want to add some space maybe. So I will say margin bottom, or I could like use equal space for all the items because they belongs to card, and the card is using display flex already. So I could add some gap for all of them. This time I'm going to say maybe 0.6 rem. So equally all of them will get 0.6 rem space. Good. Now that we assign the margin bottom, we don't need that margin bottom anymore because we applied 0.6 rem space between all the items inside this flex layout. Now I'm going to say text align center so that they are in the center. Maybe it's not that necessary because we already use align item center. So yes, you can avoid this for sure because we already use that text align. Now let's go to the card description. Here we are going to add some padding maybe so that it looks better. I'm going to say, let's say 0.8 rem here. And what else I could do? I will say 0.48 looks too much, I guess. 0.4 at the top and bottom, and left and right 0. That's good. Now I'm going to make it a little bit side by side so that at least I see one card and see the output of the design. Okay, fair enough. What else we can do? We can change the font size, maybe a little bit bigger I can make. So 1.6 rem, it will look a little bit bigger. Yes, it is. And what else we can do in the card description? I think I can add some margin bottom, but margin is something we have already used with the help of gap. But I want to add more margin, for the text. So after the paragraph, I want to more margin, so that the button goes much more bottom, you know, of this card. So I'll say margin bottom maybe 5 rem this time. And now I can see here, it's here. Okay, maybe it's too much, so I'll avoid that. I'll say just 1 rem. Good. Fine. And now the text, it doesn't look like, you know, justify, and this is something we can use because we have created a class, you remember, called text justify, and this is something we can use here as well. So each description can use that justify thing. So let's do it here, or, you know, I could just add here maybe. Okay, text justify. Now I need to do it for all of them, and let's do it. Don't worry, we can do it. So where is the next paragraph? I think it's here. We'll say text justify. What about the last one? We have to do it, right? So here I'll say text justify. Good. Now you'll see them, they are kind of justified. If you don't like this style, then you can get rid of that. And of course I am personally not liking this style, so I'll just get rid of this thing. But as I wanted to do, maybe I think text here at the bottom, let's come to the style again. Where is the description that we are working? I think this is the one we are working. So maybe this time we could say text align. Yes, we could use the justify here for sure, so that all of them will get this style, or we could say text align center even. So it's totally up to you, the way you want to use them. Okay, good. Now what else we want to do here? Maybe now this time we want to move with the card button, and for the button, let's say what you want to do, we want to say the width of the button. I'll make it kind of bigger, so it's like 80% big, as you can see. And now we need to create that btn button class that we said is going to be common for all the button. You see here is the btn class. So this is something I want to create now. It's going to be common for, you know, later on if someone wants to use this button, they can use it. So I want to make it a common class. So where I can do, of course, this is the reset code and common codes part. So I will say here it's button, and then I'm going to add styling for this button. So background color, maybe this time I'll use RGB, and here I can use some predefined value, 230 for the red and 159 for green, 8 for maybe blue. So red, green, blue, that's all. And now I can say the border is going to be none. So I'm going to get rid of the initial border of the button. So I have to say none. And then I'm going to say border radius, so that I get some round shape around the button. It's going to be 0.6 rem. Now the button start to look good. We can add more design here for sure. I'm going to say the cursor is the pointer here. So let's say cursor pointer. And then what else we can do? We can say the font size here. So the font size is going to be 1.6 rem. Cool. Then what next? What else we can do here? We can say the padding maybe. So let's say the padding is 1 rem at the top and bottom, and side 0 rem. Then we could use some box shadow things here as well. So let's get some box shadow. I'm going to say 0.1 rem, 0.1 rem, and then maybe 0.1 rem as well. But the color I want to give here is 222. That's all. So this time the button has some box shadow, as you can see. Yes, they have some box shadow. So I think for the button we could use some letter spacing, maybe 0.1 rem is good. So there is some space between the letter of this button. Okay, let me save it first, then we'll see the design. Yes, there is some space now. And finally, the last one I will use is the text transform, so that the text goes uppercase. Now I can change the case of the text with the help of this property called text transform, and you can see they are like capital letter at this moment. Well, we have done well enough here, but of course the heading, you know, the section heading, we didn't create that class yet. We said it's going to be a common class. So let's go there, and you see this is the section heading we are talking about for the H2. So let's create the section heading inside the common code. Here we are going to create this section heading. And for section heading, first of all, I want to make the font size maybe too much bigger. I would say it's 8 rem kind of. So it is, no, it's too much big. As you can see, it's really, really big. I don't want that much big, but let me make my screen, zoom out my screen a little bit. Okay, I can see it's good. So I'll make it 4 rem. 4 rem, maybe it's too much small, so at least 6 rem is better to me. Okay, and we are going to bring it in the center of our screen for sure. So for this reason, we have to do some task here, and you know what you have to do. Let's say display flex. Then let's say justify content center, and finally align item center. Okay, and now it should be in the center. I'm just sorry here because I did click on the right in a wrong place. Now here is the text we have, and then what else we want to do with the section center thing. At least I want to say the here the align item center already I did, but I think for this is the section heading that we are working. Font size is good, text align is good. Well, why did I use this one? I think I wanted to use this one for this section center class, so that all the element of this section come in this center. So I wanted to select that class for this sort of task. So I will just get rid of this thing here, and I will use the section center that we didn't create yet, and I will just put everything here. And we are going to start design with that for sure, but let's finish this section heading here. And in this section heading, we will have one more thing here for sure. I'm going to use the text align center so that the text goes to center. And the last one is going to be the font family that I wanted to use. It's kind of carp, you see, kind of Italiano. So this is something I want to use, Italiano. And then I want to say it's a cursive, maybe if that's not found then. Okay. And now you can see already they are side by side, but we wanted to them top bottom because inside this section center, you can see we have only two child. This is the H2's child and this is the card div child. So we have two child inside this section center. And right now when we said, the display flex, they become like a row basis, but we want our, direction should be column. So they are not side by side, but they're at the top and bottom. And then what else we want to do here, at least I will say I want to use justify content, not center. I want to say space evenly, so that take space evenly. And for this heading, the section heading, section center, because I'm using inside this section. So all the style is going to be applied for this block about section. So this section, I wanted to take 95 vertical height. So for this reason, I could say height, minimum height, I will say, so that it can scale if there is any need. So I will say minimum height 95 vertical height. Okay, good. Now that we have a beautiful about me section here, and I don't think so that we have to do anything else here. It's already looking very good. Now, of course, we have to make it responsive, and of course, you know what you have to do for making your website responsive. You have to play with your media query. Now for 992 pixel, I don't see anything we have to do here because it's always good, even the screen size maybe 992 pixel, and we can check it by checking the inspect, and you can see this is 902 pixel. Let's see how does it look. So if we make the screen size here 992 pixel, it's better. There is no problem. It can hold all these three cards. What about 768 pixel? Maybe for that reason, we'll change this card's width that we have right now. So let's check what is the overall width the cards container have right now. Where is that? This is the blog and this is the cards. We didn't assign any width, of course, so we don't have to change the cards then, we don't have to change the cards width then. So let's keep it just like that. Okay, there is no problem, but maybe, yes, for 768 pixel, maybe I'll, put them not side by side. I will put them like top bottom. So we can do it, of course, sure. So let's go and let's select the cards class when the screen size is 768 or less than 768. So we can come here, select the cards, and now we can say something here so that we could say maybe flex direction. And we could say it's a kind of column. So when the screen size is 768 pixel, you will see here, look at these values, it will be like column based. Yes, it is like kind of column based. Now I want to, minimize the width here so that it doesn't look that much big. So let's come to the card class again here, and I will reduce the width a little bit here. I will say width is 80%, not 100%, and you will see the change for sure. So it's okay for 768 pixel. There is nothing else I want to do. But maybe for 600 pixel, we want to do something with these cards or with this block about section. I think, yes, I will do something with this card. I will make the width 90% when the screen size is 600 pixel or less than 600 pixel. I'll increase the width this time. So let's select this card and let's take it to this 600 pixel at the end here, and I'm going to say 90%, but I don't want to change the flex direction because I already did that, so I don't have to repeat. Now when the screen size is less than 600 pixels, you will see the cards get more width. Cool, it's looking better now. Now what else I want to do here, I want to do something with the block about section here, of course. So I will select this block about section with the ID. So this is the block about section and this is the ID we're using. Now this time I will say the height should be auto, so whatever the height is necessary, please take the height. And then what else I'm going to do here, I'll make it display flex, and then I will say justify content maybe, or flex direction column. So flex direction column, but they are already column, so I don't have to say that here, I guess. So let's check, are we happy with this? Of course we are happy. There is nothing wrong. I don't see anything wrong here. So let's keep it just like that. We don't have to do anything else here. That's good. Now that we made our blog about section responsive, we can move to the next section, which is the archive section. And this one should be much easier compared to all other sections that we did work, because we have just some few images here and we are also using the scaling things as well. So let's just do it. Now you can see this archive section has basically an unordered list of images here. So let's start building this archive section, and we are going to create an index.html file, the structure first, then we'll go for this, the designing part. Right now we have some cool looking already. The website is looking cool, but I wanted to change the color of this text for sure. This is something we discussed earlier. So I can make the text white, and maybe for this reason we created a class called text white at the beginning. You remember, here is the class text white, and now let's apply that class here for this heading. So here is the heading class that I'm going to add with the h2. So I'm going to say text white, and this should make our text white. Yes, this is something really cool now. Great. Now it is already better, but we have to add one more section, which is called archive section. And now we are going to start building this section. It's called archive section. So let's say archive section starts here. This is the command for starting, and then we are going to say ends here. I'll make it a little bit bigger so that you can see well. Right, now I think you can see it well. So here I'm going to start working with this archive section. Now, as you have seen, it's going to be very simple. First of all, we are going to create this section, the entire section for this archive one, and I'm going to add an ID here. This time I will say archive, and then this is it. This is the section we have. Now inside this, I'm going to add the heading for this section. So it's going to be h2, and I'm going to say archives here. And I want to make it plural as well, so I'll keep it archives. Here I want to make it like the section heading, the class we created already. So let's use that class and say section heading. That's all. I think it should be visible here, inside the website. Yes, it is visible there, but we really cannot see it well. Maybe I'm going to run it again, and let's see if there is some sort of issue to sort out. Okay, yes, I can see the archive section is here. It's working fine. Now what else we want to do here? Of course, we said we need a container so that it contains all the images inside of this archive section. So I'll make a container class. Container class here is this going to be archives container. You can name it anything. This is the div I want to use. Inside the div, I'm going to use the unordered list. So unordered list will have a lot of lists. Let's say right now one list, and inside the list I'm going to have one image. And where is this image is going to come from? It's going to come from the images folder. Now we have a lot of images here. Let's say I want to use the first one, image 1, and then I want to give a, let's say, alternative a name here. So it's going to be image 1 for this one. Okay, right, let's see we can see the output or not. Of course you can see the output is quite big, and we'll form it, we'll set it up so that it looks nice. Okay, now I need to give some class name here so that later on I can design them. So let's say for unordered list, I'm going to say class, and then I'm going to say archives. So archives, and then container, archives container, and then I'm going to say list. So it's going to be list. And then what else I want to say here, maybe for all the items of all the list, I'm going to say just list. So for under the list, I'll keep it plural, and for all this list item, I'll say archives list. That's all. Okay, so give a class name here, and I can copy and paste it. I'm going to copy and then I'll just paste, but this time I'm going to say list. That's all. Now I can copy paste few times, but before doing anything, I want to select the image here and want to design it later on. So here I'm going to add one more class. This one is going to be archives image maybe. So it totally depends on us. We could keep it like this, archives list. Then we could say archives list here. So we can keep it just like this so that it looks much better, And now that we have one list, we can copy and paste few times, at least 4 times. That's what we need here. So I will use here the next item. Now they look very messy. I'll make some space so that you can see what's happening here. This is the second list, and this is the third, and the last one is there. So this time I'm going to use image 2, and here I'm going to say image 2. And for the next one, it's going to be same thing, image 3. And the alternative attribute value I will change into image 3. And the last one is image 4. Here it's going to be image 4. Looks good. Already it's looking better. We can have all the images now here. But we need to format them, you remember, and we are going to start formatting very soon. I think we are done here with the class names. Later on, if we need some class name, we can add some class name. Well, I want to use the section center class that we created. So basically it will put everything in the center. So let's just use that class that we created, section center. So center, that's all. And we said section center, everything will be center, but your image is too big, and that's why nothing is working exactly the way you want it to work. So let's start designing this part, the archives part, and we are going to move to the CSS file this time. Here is our CSS. Let's see, where did we finish last time? This is the about me section ends. Now we can start from here, and this time we are going to say archives section. Right. Here I'm going to say ends here, so that's all. I am going to start designing from here. Let's select this archive one that we used ID. This is the archives ID that we gave for this section. And we can say display flex, and then probably we could say justify content so that they space evenly. And finally, I could use the align item center. Good. And what else I can do here? I can add some padding. Let's say 2 rem padding. And finally, I could maybe give some border top. So border top style, it's going to be 0.1 rem, and then it can be solid. Now what I'm trying to do here, just focus on this. I'm working on this archives container. Did we assign this class called archives container? You remember? I'm actually trying to work with this container, but I selected the wrong one, the ID. I'm trying to do everything with this one. So I'll select this one. I'll select the class, and here it is the archives container that I'm trying to work. But now the image is too big. You don't see anything, whatever I'm working. So let's just fix this image first and then do anything else. So I need to select this image. How I'm going to select this image? It's the archives image. That's all. Here, what I'm trying to do, I'm going to give its width 100%, and then I'm going to give it a height called 100%. Now here I want to use the percentage symbol, not this damn symbol here. So let's get rid of this 5 and give it percentage. Now height is going to be something like 100%. And finally, we're going to use this border radius thing here, at least 0.6 rem. And the last thing I want to use here is the transition property. So when we hover over, it goes very smooth. I'll say all, and then 0.4 second maybe this time. Okay, so I'll say 0.3 seconds. So for all the transition, I want to apply this transition 0.3 seconds. Now when I said with 100%, they're already inside the whatever the border we are using, so it's looking better. But it doesn't show the image 4, so there is something we didn't do right for the image 4. Let's figure out what's happening here. So this is the image 4. It should be visible. Let's check out whether we have this image 4 thing. No, we don't have any image 4. So let's use the image 3 one more time here. So just think as an image 4, but it's not image 4 anyway. I can use different image. Let's say image 1 again. Okay. Now that we are trying to, set up this image style, and I told you that this is the transition all 0.3 second, and this is something I'm going to use over and over again. Why not just put it inside a variable and reuse it? So this is the root, and here we can create the variable called transition, and maybe I can use this all 0.3 second. Now this variable has the value of all 0.3 second, so we can use this transition everywhere now. So later on, if I need to change the timing, I can do it for everyone. So let's see whether we have any transition here. Nope, 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 no transition here. Let's check it out. No, not at all. We don't have any. Yes, we do have transition here. So here, as a value of this transition, I could say variable, and then I can select this transition. And I can do the same thing for others if there are transition available. Let's check it out. Is there anywhere else is available? Yes, here. So here I'm going to say variable, and then I'm going to use this transition variable. That's cool. Already we're applying it many times. Here we can use it again. So variable transition. So you can, define your variables up there, and you can use it just the way you want. I'm just trying to keep it simple, so I'm not using that many variables. Even it's better for using like that, So that's all, and for the image we are done. Now we can work with the hover effect of this image. So let's say if I hover over this image, what I want to do. So now it's completely depends on me. I want to scale it. That's all I want, to be honest. So here I can say the transform property, and the scaling should be 1.1. Now you can see this is something we are using like quite a few times maybe. So it's a better idea to put this one inside a variable. I will say transform or scale maybe. It looks better if I say scale. And here as a value of this one, I will just write this value. And now I can use it whenever I wish. So where we can use it, of course, we have used at least 2 times, I will say. So let's check out whether we have used this when we hover over something. Of course, we did few times, I guess. So not here, of course, not here. Just checking out, you can take your time and you can fix this issue. So there is nothing wrong here, the value of this scale. So I'm going to change this with the help of my variable. This time I will use the scale. Okay, I think we have one more time to scale something here. Okay, good. And we are going to say it's here. That's all. Fine. And finally, we are done with the image stuff. Now we are done with this archives, container. So yes, we have selected our container. We did whatever we wanted to do. Now let's focus on this archives list and then each item. So archive list and archives list. So singular and plural thing. So let's work on this thing here. Above the image, I'm going to select this archives. So I have to say archives and then list maybe. Yes. So this is the one I want to use, the plural one. And then I will use the singular one. Archives and then list. Okay. So list is the first one, is the unordered list, and these are going to be the list item that we are using. So what we want to do here, we want to, we know that inside unordered list, we have many lists. So we want to use display flex so that comes side by side. Here you go. I'm going to say display flex because right now they're the top and bottom, all the list of this, archives, unordered list, they are not side by side. So when I will do this and save, they will come side by side. Now you can see the output of this line already. And then what else we can do, we can keep them in center. So we can say text align center, or we could say justify content center. Now let's go with this list. Now what I want to do, I just want to add some margin. So I could say here margin 2 rem, or I could use the gap property here. So I will say gap 1 rem maybe this time, and this should give us some gap. I will say 2 rem. I'll make the gap a little bit bigger here. 2 rem. Let's see how it looks. It looks better. Okay, fine. So there is nothing wrong. I think we have done quite enough things here, but we have this border at the top, not at the bottom. And why is that? Maybe this is something we forgot to add here. The border top is available, but border bottom is not available. So let's add some border bottom style here. I will say it's 0.1 rem, the same thing. So at the top and bottom, we have some border, and it's looking always good. It's looking already better. So is there anything we want to do for responsiveness? Of course we can do, and we are going to do, and you know how to do it. So let's do it together. For 992 pixel, I don't think so we are going to do anything here. For 768 pixel, yes, maybe I will change the height maybe. So let's see what is the output. For some reason yes, I can, do it. Okay. So what I want to do when the screen size is 768 pixel with these cards, that's the container of all the card. So let's come here and let's say, it's not something cards actually. This is the archive list we are talking about, because this is the unordered list, isn't it? So we need to select this one and we need to do something with this, or which is the archives one. We can also play with this section as well. So let's just select these archives and work on this. So here I'm going to select the archives, and then what I want to do, I want to take its a minimum height. If it's necessary, then it will be auto. That's all. So whatever height is needed, it can use here, no problem whatsoever. And now for 600 pixel, definitely I want to do some task here with this, this archives container list actually. So I want to wrap them. If they don't have enough space, I would just want to wrap them, and we know how to do it. Let's do it together. So 600 pixel, it's here, and here I am going to select the class that I want to use. I'm going to select the archives, and then I'm going to select the list. So it is the list that I need here. I will say archives and then the list, the plural one. So this is the unordered list I'm picking up here. And I'm going to say flex wrap, and here wrap. So let's see what happened this time when it is 600 pixel or less than 600 pixel. So now when they don't have enough space, you can see they are taking all the width, or they're wrapping here. So they're coming each of, just top and bottom style here. So they are wrapping when it is 600 or less than 600 pixel. Now here probably I could add some margin, or I could add some gap. So let's add some gap here, and maybe this time we are going to say 1 rem gap. Let's see how does it look like this time when I make it less than 600 pixel. Okay, now they have some gap. Good. Nothing is wrong here. And what else I wanted to do here, to be honest, I wanted to use the flex direction column, so they come kind of a column basis. Okay, and I wanted to change their width maybe. So I will say the width is, let's say 80 or 90%. Okay, let's see how does it look like. Okay, fine. Now you could add more margin here or more gap. So let's add more gap here. I'll say 1 rem gap, or maybe 3 rem gap. Okay, fine. Now when I hover over, it doesn't block others, so it looks better. Good. So we are done with this container one as well, archives one actually. So let's see which one is next. I'm going to make it a little bit bigger so that you can see well. Now the next part is the blog post, which is the toughest one at this situation maybe for you, but I know you can fix this problem, because if you can design one div, then you will be able to design other divs, and you know that very well. Now inside one div you have 2 parts. Let's think like that. You have 2 parts. In one part you have an image, and in the other part, just think like that, you have a heading, subheading, text, and then button. That's all. So first you need to divide the div into 2 parts, then work with the first one, then go for the second one. And when you're coming to the second one, again, think like that. You are using display flex here, maybe, and you are going to use, justify content or align content, something like this. And then you are going to design your things, of course. Okay, but let's start with the blog post now, and let's see how things goes. Let's start with designing the blog post, but before that we need to create our HTML part first, so that we have some sort of structure that we want to design. Here I'm going to make a comment. Let's say it's a blog post section starts here, and then I'm going to say blog post section ends here, and get rid of this comment. Okay, that's all. Now we can start creating our HTML part inside this HTML, inside this comment actually. So let's say section here, and then I'm going to use some ID here so that I can identify it later on if I wish. So I'll say blog posts, and here is our section. And of course I want to put everything in the center of this blog post section, so I'll use the class that we created earlier, which is the section center. Basically it's saying display flex, justify content center, align item center. That's all. And now here what I'm trying to do, first of all, I want to create a heading for this section, so all the section has some heading. This section has as well. So let's say h2, And then here we are going to give some text for this h2. I will say blog post. That's all. And this text should be visible. Let's check it out. Yes, it is here. It's visible. Now it's already in the center because we have used this class section center, you know. And then what else we can use for this h2? We can make it like a heading, you know. We have this class called section heading. You must remember this class name because we created this kind of a common name for a common heading, you know, for all the headings. It will be a common design it will follow, you know. That's the section heading is all about. There's some style that needs to be followed for other headings as well. Okay, cool. Now we are done with this h2. Now let's think about our blog post again one more time. Let's think about the first one, this one. Let's consider this is a div, and the div name can be anything. Now they are individual divs, so we'll say blog post, you know. So we have 3 blog posts here. I could use some sort of container for the blog post. So yes, let's use a container here. Blog posts, I will say it's blog posts. Okay, so this is the div. This is going to be the container for all single blog posts. So let's create a single blog post now. Okay, and for this reason I'm going to give a class called blog post. Now what we have inside this single div, we have, you know, 2 pod. Let's think this one is the aside pod, which has an image, and this is the article which has some content. So let's create these 2 things here. So first one, I want to create the aside, and this aside is going to have some class. So it will say blog post maybe, and then I'm going to say aside. Okay, now inside this class or aside, I'm going to create the image. So the image is here. You can use whatever image you want. I will use the image, maybe image 2 this time. That's all. And I'm going to give a title here or alternative value here. It's totally depend on me what I want to give. I will say block image 2 maybe. That's all. Now we'll have the output here for sure, and you know the output is going to be something very big because we have to transform or select the image so that they can be like formatted. Now I can use a common, you know, something common so that it format the image always. So where is this common thing we are using here? So all the common things are here. And just at the end, I will say the image always should be like, you know, width should be 100%. So whatever the container they are in, and their height should be 100%. Maybe our height is going to be auto. And then we'll say the object fit is something cover. So these are something you can use for making your images kind of responsive, you know, no matter whatever the screen size is, they will be always fit there. Yes, you can see it's here. Right, now let's move on to this file index.html, and let's see whether we are missing something or here not. Now we are thinking about the section heading. Okay, the section heading is done. Then we have done the blog post one. It's okay, there is no problem. Now we have a single blog post here. Inside the single blog post, we have the image inside S side. Now we have another section which we can consider like article. So this part is the aside one, and this part is the article one, the right hand side one. So let's create that one here. Okay, let's say article, and then of course I need to type it well, and then I have to assign some class for this one. So I will say blog post, and maybe I can say it's a content. So all the content of this blog post will be here. Okay, good, fair enough. Now what else we need inside this, you know, blog post or content? We have a h2, then maybe we have an h3, then we have some paragraph and then button. So let's add this thing here. So first I'm going to add the h2. I can assign a class here. So I will say maybe blog post, and then I can say anything. It's totally up to me. I will say heading here, blog post heading. Fine, and I'm going to add some heading here. This time I'm going to say blog 1, some dummy data is here. And after h2 we need a paragraph, and this paragraph can have also some class so that later on we can design it. No, actually after this one we'll create a subheading. So h3 dot, and then I'm going to say blog post and subheading. Okay, that's all. It's looking always good, you know. So far we are doing really good. And here we can add some text. So this time I'm going to say this is subtitle here, whatever. So just dummy value, and they should be visible here. Yes, we can see the heading and subtitle here. Now I can add the paragraph and button as well. So let's add the paragraph after the h3. So here I'm going to say the class name is going to be blog post description. Okay, description, that's all. And then I can add some lorem ipsum text here. I will say lorem 30 maybe, which should be fair enough for our situation. Let's see. Yes, I think this is enough. Fine. And then I need to add the button, which is the last one inside one single block. So here I'm going to say the button tag, and inside the button tag I'm going to say learn more, but I need some class for designing the button, so I'm going to use the button, that common style. You remember the button class we created, and then I could say this is blog button, so that I can design later on. So blog post, and then I'm going to say button here. That's all. Fine. And let's check out whether we have successfully created one block. Yes, we did. Now we can copy paste it a few times if you wish. So at least I want like 3 times. So this is the blog post. This is something we started, and let's see where it does end. So we are still going. I think it ends here. Okay, so I'm going to copy and paste another 2 times, and I have done it. So I'll just change the text so that I can know that they are actually different blog posts. So this is the one that we created at the early. I will make it a little bit small so that I can see well maybe. Okay, good. Now where's the text? This is blog post, you can see, and then we are creating all the blog posts inside this blog posts. So this is the container, and here we are going to create the blog 1. So this is the blog 1, now we can see, and then we have the blog 2, and finally maybe we have the blog 3 here. That's all. Okay, good. Now we should have 3 items here. Of course we have 3 items. Now let's design them so that they look like something like this. Okay. And of course for designing, we know we have to go to the CSS. So let's move on the CSS file and let's start designing them. Now, before going to do anything, we always create the comment so that we know which one we are working with. So I'll just select one, and maybe I don't need this one. I will say here which one I'm right now working is the blog posts section, start here and ends here. That's all. Now let's select this blog post section that we want to work. First of all, I want to use the heading one. I want to select the blog post heading, and I want to add some margin maybe. So I could select this blog post heading and add some margin bottom. At the bottom I want to add some margin, not at the top actually. So margin bottom 5 rem. Now this is the class blog post heading, and you will see the output of course. And if I show you here, just give me a second. So I'll move to the HTML file and I will show you which one I'm talking about. This is the blog post heading. I want some space after H2. Now even before doing this sort of stuff, maybe we could come up and start working from here, from the container, or maybe from here. So let's start working with this blog posting, and then we'll go forward. I think this is something we could do later on. So let's start with the blog post, individual blog post. So here is the blog post, and I'm going to set a width for each blog. I'm going to say the width is 70%, and each blog should be divided. So they should come side by side. I will say flex, and then I want to add some margin, 1 rem for the deep, and 0 for the left and right, and for the top and bottom it's going to be 1 rem. Then I want to use the box shadow. That's something I have used earlier. So let me go up a little bit up. There is a box shadow I have used. Surely, I think this is the one. So I can copy it. So this value I could assign into a variable. Then I could use it later on. So anyway, it's totally up to you. Now you know the way to work. So of course you can do it the way you wish. Okay. So where we are basically inside this blog post here. And here I wanted to add some box shadow things with the blog post, the individual one. You can see that's the individual blog post. We have assigned the width for this one 70%, and that's why it's taking 70% width. Right. Now that we are done with the blog post, you can design it more better, but at least I want to add some transition. So later on when I hover over it gets bigger. So I will use the variable, the transition that we created earlier, that one. And when we hover, we want to do something. So we can do it right now. Let's do it here right now. So we just want to scale it, that's all. And I'm going to say here, It's going to be transform here, and then scale. I have created a variable for scale, so let's just use that scale. So when I hover over, it goes like 1.1 bigger. Yes, it's working fine. Now let's work more with this blog post. We are not done yet, of course. Now we can work with the left side, which is the aside one. Okay, so let's select it here, blog post, aside, and let's do something here. I want to make it flex 1. Okay, and if I do flex 1, do you see any changes? Of course, you don't see any changes. Of course, the image is gone, but the thing is, we wanted to assign some value for the left side and also for the right side, so that they get some sort of proportion, so we can divide them, based on some value. So I can select the other one, which is the, you remember, the article one, so blog post content one. So we have two things here inside the div. One side is the aside one. Let me show you again. This is the aside and this is the article. So we have selected the aside and said it should take 1%. And this time I can say this should take 2%. So let's think like you have 3% here and you're dividing the screen into 1% for the aside and 2% for this article. That's what you want to do. So let's say here, flex, this one should take 2%. Okay. So maybe 2% is not the right way to say it. I will say it's taking, if you divide the entire width into 3, then this one is taking 2 part and this one is taking 1 part of those 3. That's all. Now, if I save it, there should be some change of our output. Yes, it has changed. You can see it's taking 1 portion out of this 3 portion. Okay, that's good. Now that we are already done quite good job, now let's figure out how we can work with this blog post content, rather than focusing on the aside, because the aside is done, the image is there, it's already looking better. Now for the content, I want to do a few more things. I want to assign all the items. Let's say I want to use flex and I want to, justify content them well. So I'll say justify content space evenly. I want to give some space between them, but they are not like vertically. They're right now horizontally, so we can make, vertically with the help of flex direction column. Thank you. We are done. Now let's add some padding. I will say padding 1 rem. And finally, I'm going to say margin left. I'm going to assign some margin on the left. I will say 2 rem, so that there is some space. Okay, yes, you can see it's looking better, but the subtitle is quite, coming down. This is something I really don't want it. So I think I've done something, unexpected things. And where is that thing? So let's say the padding 1 rem, margin left 2 rem, and okay, I don't see any problem here right now. Let's get rid of this space evenly and let's see what happened with our subtitle. And our subtitle is too far because maybe we have done something here silly. I'll keep it 2 rem. Okay, yes, now it's better. Fine, I will keep the space evenly. There is no issue with that one. Now it's looking much more better. Let's see what else we can do. Maybe we can work with the block image now. And yes, we could work with the block image, but the image is already good and there is no issue with the image, so I will keep it just like that. Then I'm going to work with the block heading, the heading we have. Let's see which heading we had here, the blog post heading, and we did work with that blog post heading. And I think there is nothing else I could do here. I'll make the margin bottom 1 rem, unfortunately, because there was too much margin, and I'll make the font size 2.5 rem at least, so that it goes bigger. Okay, yes, the font size is bigger now. Good. And what else we can do? We can play with the subheading this time. So I'll say blog post, and this time I want to use the subheading one. So subheading. And what I want to do here for the subheading, I want to make the font size 2 rem. That's good. And then maybe the margin bottom here as well. Now, instead of adding this sort of margin bottom again and again for each one of them, we know that this blog post content has the display flex. We could add some gap here for sure. So I could say gap is 1 rem. And they should have some gap between them. You can see it's already here. Fine. And we are done with this subheading. Now we can move to the description, which is the paragraph one for this blog post. So let's say blog post and then description. What else we want to do in the description? Maybe we want to change the font size a little bit. I will say 1.6 rem here. It's always already looking better. And I will say text align justify here, even though I could use the class justify. It's totally up to me. And then finally, maybe I could use the margin bottom, but this is not something needed because we have said already the gap is 1 rem. And then now last one is the button one. We gave some sort of class for the button. Let's select this class here, blog post button. And then we are going to assign some width for the button because it's too big right now. So I'll make it 30% and it should look better. Okay. Now that already everything is good, but they are not in the center, you see. So how can we make them center? So all the divs should be in the center. We assign them some sort of width already. Let's check it out. Where is this blog post? This is the blog post. And I want to move them. Each blog post should move to the center. Now we could select our blog post, which is the container. So let's select that container, blog post one. Blog posts, it should be blog post. This is the one I'm talking. It contains all the blog posts, and we can use here display flags. We could use here justify content, center, and finally we could use align item, center. Now this is something we're using over and over again, you know this, and you can keep these sort of things inside a class. Let's say you could create a class called center and then you could use that class again and again. It's totally up to you. But now they are like horizontally, but this is something we didn't want it to do. We wanted to make them vertically centered. So flex direction, maybe we wanted to do column. And now they are exactly the way I wanted. Now, if you look at this, let's look at these classes, display flex, justify content, and let's have a look whether we use something like this already. So let's go up for the section center class, something we created earlier. Here, display flex, column, space, align item, everything just like this, probably. So instead of, recreating this class, we could use that section center. So I'm going to get rid of this class here, and then I'm going to this section. I'm going to select this section center class, copy everything from here, and let's do it for this blog post. I'm sorry that we have already this class property. Why we're selecting the class property? Just select this class name, section center, and use it. That's all. Now that we are done for the normal screen, now let's make it responsive and let's see, is it okay for 992 pixel? Is it okay for other screen as well? Okay. So I think for 992 pixel, there is no issue here, and we don't have to do anything. But for 768 pixel, maybe we can do something. So let's go to the style.css. Let's come here. And where is the 768 pixel? It is here. And for 768 pixel, I wanted to select the each blog and I wanted to change its width because right now we are assigning 70% width. So when the screen size is small, I want to make the width of this blog post, individual blog post, kind of bigger. So here I'm going to select the blog post, and this is the blog post I want to select. I want to make it width a little bit bigger. I will say this time 80%. Previously it was 70%, you remember. And maybe the flex direction things I could change inside of this blog post. Each blog post has two parts and they are currently side by side. So the image on the left and the content on the right. So there are two child inside each blog, but I want to make them column wise, top bottom, when the screen size is 768 pixels. So I would say the flex direction, change it. It's column now. That's all. That's all I wanted to do here. Let's see whether it works or not. So when I will do something like this, when the screen size 768 pixels, you can see they are not side by side anymore. Now image at the top and the content at the bottom. Okay. And one thing you notice, they are like, overflowing each other. And this is something I really don't want it. So I'll add some margin. I'll add some margin here. I could add this display flex thing, I think here at the top, or maybe I'll just add some margin. Everything is inside the blog post container, you remember? So inside the blog post, we could add some gap at the beginning when we created this thing, for normal screen here. I'm just selecting the blog post. And I know I'm using display flex here because the section center class already have the display flex things. So let's add some gap here. At least I will add 2 rem maybe, or 1 rem. So it doesn't matter whether it's like horizontally or vertically, there will be some space, but still there is not enough. I will say it's maybe 1.5. So let's give it 1.5 or 2 rem. Okay, 2 rem. Now, even if we make it scale it, if you scale it, still it doesn't, overflow each other. So there is no problem whatsoever. Okay, so we are good with a 768 pixel, I guess. Now, should we do anything for other, like for 600 pixel? At least I will change the width for this individual blog post. So I'll select it, screen size when 600 pixel. You can see what we want to do. Let's go down below and do something here. I'll make the width 90%. I don't have to use it because I have already done this flex direction column for the bigger size of this one. So now the screen size will be bigger, which is kind of 90%, as you can see. And basically we are done. We are done with this blog post section. Let's see. Yes, we are done. Now, which one is the next section? Of course, you know, is the contact section. And this is something not going to be very tough for us. So let's do this one now. Now, if you look at this, contact form, then what we have the input field for name, we have the input for email, we have also a text area for the message, and then at the end we have a button here. And this is the section title that we are using quite many times already. So let's create this one. Let's go start with the index.html first. So we'll create the basic structure of this contact form, and then we'll start designing. Okay, I'm going to copy this one and make a comment here, just like always. I'm going to say it's contact section. So contact section here starts, not ends. Maybe I'll say starts, and then I'm going to say ends here. Okay, cool. So let's create the contact section. Now we are going to create the section, and then we'll use a class here. Maybe ID is better, so I'll say the ID here. So contact section, that's all. Cool. Fine, and then I can do other things here. Of course, I want to do a few things. Let's say the H2 first of all. I want to add the heading, and there is a class for heading that we are using so far. Is the section heading. Okay, and inside the section heading, I'm going to say contact me. So let's see whether we get the output already. I'm going to check it. Yes, I can see the output. It's here. Contact me. That's good. And of course, there are some other things we'll do here, but let's keep it just right now like it, exactly as it is, and then we can change it. Now, what I'm going to do next, I'm going to create the form. So this is the form, and I can assign some ID for form, but I'll just leave it like this, and there is no need for any action because we are not sending any data from here. But of course, from my HTML video, you know how to send the data from an HTML form, and you have learned how to deal with the sending option, how to get the data from the form. So you can use that knowledge here if you wish, but I'm not going to use those sort of API things here for sure. Okay, let's create the form. First of all, I will create a div for each input field, so form control maybe, and then I will create the level. First one, it's going to be for name, and I'm going to say name here. Good. And then maybe I don't want to use this colon. I will use the input field later on. So let's do the input field thing. I will say it a text, of course, and the ID is going to be for name. And then what else? I want to make the autocomplete thing here for name. I will say name. And finally, I want to make it required so that no one can submit the form without giving some value to this input field. Now I can copy paste this one and change the value for the for here, and also here, and maybe here as well. So I'll change them into email, and of course I wanted to change the type of this one. It should be email as well, and instead of this name, I'm going to say email text for the level. Now that we are done with this div, let's select this div and copy paste later on here, and we are going to create the text area. But the message should be here, message, of course, and for it's going to be message. Now, instead of this input field, I'm going to use text area. That's all. It should have a name, so we are going to match with this label value. And here I'm going to say message as well. And you can give the column or the row things. It totally depends on you, but I'll get rid of them because I'm going to assign some width maybe later on. Okay, so let's check out whether we have this input field. Yes, we have, but currently they are not that sort of stylized, and they are not better looking. Now, whatever class I wanted to use already, I think I have used, but for the text area, I could use some class, or I can select it directly. It's totally up to me, but I need a button at least. So let's select this one here, create a button, and then we can say submit. We can select the class for button already. You know, we have a button class, something very common for everyone, but then we can say contact button this time, maybe for this button. Okay. And what else we could do here, we can add something here, let's say form button field, so that maybe if I want to change something here, I can do that. Okay, so I'll keep it form button field class here. So later on, if we see we need to select this div, we can select this div with this one, because other div has the same class, form control, and form control. So if individually we want to select this div, we have some sort of option here. We are leaving some sort of option. That's the purpose of using this class name here. Now that we have everything, let's go and start designing this form, and let's play more with this form, so we can make it much better and give it actual style that we wanted to give. So here I can create a comment at first and then start designing. So this is the blog post ends here. I'll create a comment here saying contact section ends here and starts here. These are the two things I need. Finally, I can start working here. So this time I'm going to say contact section and selected the section. Here I'm going to change the background color. For sure it's going to be #4C4C. This is the color I want to use, and I will assign a minimum height, at least 95 vertical height for this section. So this section should have enough height, and you can see we are here. It's looking better. Now, of course, I wanted to use, I wanted to bring them in the center here, of course, and I know I can do it with the help of the section center class. Whether we didn't apply that class here, okay, it's something weird that we didn't use that class. So let's use the class section center and bring everything inside, center. So section center. Now everything should be in the center. Yes, they are in the center. That's good. It's looking now much better. Now, what else we could use? We can design, we can make the text as a white, and for this reason, we can select the text and use one of our existing class called text white. It should make the text color white. It's looking better now. Great. Let's work in the form now and design the form more and more so that it looks better. So select the form control. So we want to select each div of the form, that we created, and we put the level and input field inside this form control. Now, what I want to do, I want to add some margin bottom. So each div has some margin. That's what I want to do. Margin bottom, and let's say 1.5 rem, so that there is some sort of space, as you can see now, each div has some space at the bottom. That's good. So far we are doing really good. And what else I want to do, I want to make display flags. Why I'm using this display flags? Because I want to position them kind of the way I want. So that's why I'm putting this display flags. I want to put them in the center. So whatever I'm going to do inside the div, they should follow this structure: justify content center and align item center. So they will be horizontally and vertically centered. Let's see. Yes, they are already good. And now what else I can do here? Maybe let's say I'm going to select the form control level. So form control, this time I'm going to select the level, and I'm going to work with that level. I will make the screen font size a little bit bigger. I'll make it 1.6 rem, and then I will say the flex. Maybe I'll change the flex of this level into 0.3. So inside this row, I want to give some width for the level and also width for this input field. I will give 0.3 width for level and 0.7 for the input field, so that they, I'm dividing one flex value into 0.3 and 0.7. Okay. Now let's select this input and text area. Inside the div, we have only one input and text area, and we are selecting those input and text area. Here you could use form control, and then you could use that, input and text area from that form control. So let's say it like this. And here, now I want to say the flex should be 0.7 first of all. So we are dividing 1 into 0.3 and 0.7. So think about one row. This part will take 0.3, the level, and the input field is going to take 0.7, also the text area as well. And we are going to assign some width, maybe, which wasn't that much necessary, but I will say the width is 40 rem. Okay, it's looking much better now. What else we can do? We can add some padding, and we could say 2 rem at the top and bottom, left and right is 1 rem. And finally, I'm going to say there is no needed for any border. So I'm going to get rid of the default border, and then I'm going to add the border radius 0.6 rem. Cool. Now they are all already looking better, but of course I think I'm missing some background color, and that's why it doesn't look that much good maybe at this stage for the form, but let's just leave it like this. Don't worry about this background color. We can do it later on. So now that we are done with this input and text area, I think at least for text area I wanted to do a few more things. So I'm just selecting the text area. I will say the resize option should be none. There should not be any resize option for text area. And height I want to change for text area, because right now it's not that much height that I want. I will make it bigger, so it will take 12 vertical height. It's good. Now the next thing, I want to select the button, and I want to work with this button a little bit. And you know we have created an extra div class. It's here. Now from here I can select this button as well. So let's work like that. Let's select this div form button field, and I'm going to use display flex so that I can just work with the button. So it's going to bring everything in the end. I just want to, you know, put this button at the end of this flex. So at the end of this div, that's what I'm trying to do. Yes, it is at the end. Now I want to make the contact button a little bit bigger this time. So I'll say contact button, and let's make the width 30% at least. Okay, let's see how does it work. Cool. It's already looking better, but the background color is not something exactly the way I wanted maybe. So I could add some, you know, box shadow here so that it looks better. So let's add some box shadow for the contact form. And now I have to use that box shadow that I used earlier here maybe. So what I can do, you know, I could copy this one, cut the value from here, and create a box shadow here, variable box shadow. And then I'm going to assign the value. Now this time I'm going to use this variable wherever I need to use this variable. So first of all, I need to use it here. I'll say variable, then box shadow. Let's see whether somewhere else I need this value. Of course, there's somewhere I have cut it the value, so I have to assign the value there for sure. Otherwise, that's not going to work. Yes, here. So I'll say variable, and then I'm going to use the box shadow. What about the final one? Where? We should use this box shadow now. We decided for the form, right? So where is the form? It should be a little bit up. Here. Okay, I think it's here. Okay, good. Now we need to select the form. We didn't select the form yet. Okay, so let's select the form and do work with form. Where is the form? It is the form here. We could add some, you know, ID or class, but I don't think so we need that. Just select this form here. Let's say the box shadow for the form, and we are going to use the variable and the box shadow. Now let's see how does it look. It looks a little bit better than before. We could use different box shadow here, but I'll just leave it like this. Then I'm going to add some padding, 1 rem. I'm going to change the color of the text. Right now it's black. I want to make it white, so FFF. It should be better now. Yes, it is already better. And then what else we can do here? We can add some margin at the top and bottom everywhere, 1 rem. And then what else we could use? We could say display flex. It's kind of not necessary, I guess. You know, I think I am doing something unnecessary. You can avoid this, you know, flex direction. It's like I love to play with the flex direction sometimes unnecessarily. It's one of my problem maybe. Okay. And now it's always, you know, just like before, we are saying it's looking better. So let's get rid of this thing, you know, we don't need this thing, you know. So inside the form, we have many things, and maybe, yes, that's the reason I have added these things, I guess, because inside the form, we have few divs, and all those divs should be column wise, you know, that's all I'm trying to say. That's okay. We are done. We are doing really good here. Now that we have done the basic designing, we want to make sure that it's work for other screen size as well. So for the 900 pixel, I don't see any, you know, 992, I don't have to do anything. But for 768 pixel, maybe I will change the height of this contact section, you know, I'll give it like auto height. So let's do it for 768 pixel here. Inside this 768 pixel at the end, I will say your height should be auto, not 95. So whatever height you need, just take that. Okay, good. And what else? Is there anything else we can do for 600 pixel? I think so. For 600 pixel, we can do few things. At least for the contact form, I will make the, for the form, I'll make the width kind of 90%. So let's go down below here and let's select the form, not here, just under the blog post. So for form, and then I'm going to say the width should be 90% when the screen size is 600 or less than 600 pixel. So let's see whether it works. Yes, it is working perfectly. That's good. That's good. Exactly as I expected. And then what else I can do here? Maybe you can see it's better this time. I'll make it a little bit smaller. It's not too big here. Okay, good. So inside the form, we have many things. At least I want to use the form control div, and I want to select it and do something here. So the form control should have the flex direction, column. So maybe right now they're row wise. Yes, they are row wise. Let's think like that. You can see this is row label. Inside one row, we have this label and input field. They are side by side. But when we are 600 pixel or less than 600 pixel, we don't want them side by side. And that's why they are not side by side, because we said the flex direction should be changed when the screen size is 600 or less than 600. Now let's select the input field we have. I could go up a little bit and select the form control we are using here. I think this is the one. I want to work with the input and text area. So I'm selecting everything from there, and I will make some changes here. This time I don't want to do anything here, but of course I want to change the bottom, margin bottom. This time I don't want to give like 1 rem like before. I want to reduce the margin bottom here when the screen size is small. Okay, now fair enough. And that's all for the contact. Now we can move to the last section, which is the footer section. Let's get done with the footer section now. Now, if you look at this footer, then you will see it's basically divided into two parts. On the left, you have this copyright text, and on the right, you have some icons. But my plan is to add one more icon so that it will have something like home. If I click the home icon, then it will take all the way up here. So if someone comes down, I don't want that person to like scroll and go back to the first position. I want that person to click the icon and it will take that position. That's all. Okay, so let's start doing work with this footer. Here we have this footer tag already, and inside the footer tag, first of all, we are going to create this paragraph, and then we'll create all those these icons inside a nav. Okay, so let's do it. First of all, we need the paragraph, and for paragraph I'm going to add a class here, which I'm going to use later on from CSS. It's going to be copyright text class, and let's add some copyright text here. Now it's totally up to you what you want to add. I'll say copyright, and then let's create the copyright symbol with the entity, and then I'm going to say by Anisul Islam, and then I'll say all rights reserved, something like this. Okay, let's do it. All rights reserved. Cool. Fine, and then let's add those link here. I will say nav, so this is the navigation one, and here maybe this time I'm going to create the link very straightforward. So I could use another list, but this is not something I'm going to use right now. It's totally up to you what you want to use. So the link value will be here hash, so I'm not giving any address right now, but later on I will change the address. And of course, something else I want to say here is target blank. So if someone click the icons, I can show you in the demo. If I click this icon, it will create a new page, so it's not going to replace my web page. Okay, and you can see the addresses here. So I can do something like this with the help of this blank. And now that I have opened this Facebook address, so at least I'm going to select this and going to paste here. That's okay. And then inside this link, I am going to create or use and font awesome icon, which is going to be the Facebook icon here. So how you are going to get that? You can say fab.fa Facebook. That's all. Okay, so FF Facebook, I guess, Facebook. And this is something you don't have to memorize. You can go to Font Awesome Icons website and you'll get this code for sure. So if I save it, I should see the output here. Of course, yes, I can see the output is here. That's good. It's already good. Right, now we can copy paste few times and we can get all the icons that we want. So let's do it here. Okay, this one is going to be for FA YouTube maybe. So FA YouTube, and then we need another icon for maybe FA GitHub. So it's going to be GitHub. But remember that we are not changing the address. We are going to do it later, of course. Then I'm going to say FA LinkedIn. LinkedIn. Yes, it's here. Now I should have 4 icons. Yes, I can see they're here, but they're not that much big so that you can see it, but we'll fix these things later, don't worry. But I need some address for other icons, so I'll select here, and then I'm going to select here, and finally I'm going to select here as well. So these are some links that I need. I'll click this one and I'll take the link from here. And so now that I have the link, I can paste it for the YouTube. So I'll paste it here. That's all. Fine. And then the final one, maybe this GitHub one, I'm going to select it and then paste it somewhere. For the GitHub, I think this is the one for GitHub. Yes, this is the one. So let's just paste the code, the link, and final one is the LinkedIn one. Okay, let's get it. Fine, I'm going to copy and paste. All right, we are done. Good. Now if I click the link, it will open in the new tab, which is good. This is something I wanted. And now how you're going to select this link and design them if you don't assign any class. So let's assign some class. I could say something like this class here, and I could give a unnecessary class, maybe footer, and then I can say here footer link. So let's add something for the link. I will say footer link. And I could do the same thing for all the links, so I'll select them all together. So selecting all the link, and I'm going to say class footer link. So the reason why I'm creating this class, so that later on I can design the link if I wish. And I want to do the same thing for all the icons here inside this nav, and I want to give them a class, so I'm going to select them all together. So let's do it here and here, and the final one, which is here. Okay, so I want to create the class inside this class attributes value. So of course I have to do it just like this and here. Now I can add some space and can say anything that I want. I will say footer icon. Okay, so now I have some classes that I can use later on for designing my navbar for the footer. Okay. Well, one thing we're missing here that we talked earlier, I want a home icon. So I'm going to copy paste down below, and this time it's going to be home icon address here. So I don't need to put any address. And we are going to fix this later on. We don't need to use this target blank because we are not going to open in a new tab. Now for home icon, I can say here FAB, not FAB. I'm going to say FA and then FA home. That's all. Okay, it should be working here. So let's say FA home and save it. Now we have the home icon as well. Now how are you going to do it? Let's say if someone click the home icon, you want that person to bring all the way up. How you're going to do it? And this is something of course we are going to fix very soon, but let's style this footer first so that we can see what's happening in this footer. Now I know you cannot see the footer well enough, so I dragged it a little bit at the top. Now you can see the footer. Let's start designing the footer. So let's go to the style.css, and we know what we have to select. First of all, we need to select this footer, and you can see I have already created the comment footer studs and footer ends. So I'm going to put all the footer related code here. So I'm going to select the footer class maybe that we created, and here we are going to say the background color of the footer is going to be black, so maybe #22, not that black exactly. And then I'm going to say the color should change for this footer, so I'm going to give anything. It's totally depends on me what color I want to use, so I will say at least white color I want to use for footer. And you can see already the text is changing. And then what I want to do, I want to put everything side by side, so the paragraph on the left and all the icons are on the right. And for this reason, we know what we have to use. We have to use display flags. So let's just use that display flags thing. I need to type it well, so correct, so that it works. And then I have to say justify content. This time we are going to say space between. Okay, so if I say space between, you'll see both of them are taking on the left and right. Here all the icons, and these are the text, but the height is very low, so I'm going to make it at least 5 vertical height. This time I will say minimum height 5 vertical height, so that if needs some height, it will take that height. Okay, now the footer is quite good. Now let's place them horizontally centered, no, vertically centered. Okay, for this reason we can use align item center. Okay, good. Now there will be align vertically centered. Okay, good. So far we have done enough here, and now at least I want to add some padding. So add padding. I will add 1 rem padding so that they can take enough space. Good. What else we can do here? Maybe right now I don't see anything footer, but at least for copyright text I could select the copyright one and start designing the copyright text. I will give the font size, let's say 1.5 rem, so the paragraph looks a little bit bigger. Okay, yes, it looks bigger. And then what else I can do? Well, 1.5 rem it's too big. I think it's 1.2 rem, it's better. Okay, good. Now for the copyright text I don't want to do anything, but I want to select those footer icon at least. So before footer icon I want to select the footer link, and I want to make their color something maybe white. So let's say color, and let's give a white background. White, yes, now we can see all the icons here. Now if you think about this icon, where they belongs, so who is the parent of all the icons? Let's check it here. This is the footer. We have all the icon in the link tag, and all this link tag belongs to this nav. So we can select this nav and we can place this all of this link, you know, kind of a display flags, and we can add some margin between them. So the parent for all this link is nav. So let's select the nav. Now this nav needs a class here because we may have other navbar in this, you know, web page. So let's say it's a footer nav. Okay, footer nav, which is good name. So now that we have this footer nav, we can select this footer nav. I'm going to select this footer nav here, and maybe I'll, you know, cut it from here and bring it down of this footer link. Good. And here what I'm going to do, I'm going to say display flags, and then I have to do some other task. I will say, let's say gap should be at least 1 rem between each nav, each this link, and you can see the gap, but the icon size is too small. So we can select the icon here, footer icon. I will say at least font size is going to be 1 rem maybe. Let's see how big they become now. Okay, they're not that much big. I will say maybe 2 rem. Hopefully they are now big enough. Yes, they are now big enough. Now we have all the icons here, but I could add more, you know, gap between them. So I could say 1.5 rem. Let's see how big now gap. Yes, it's good. It's good. It's already looking good. But I don't know why I think the fonts, the padding is not well enough here. So I'm going to say the padding is something like maybe 2 rem. So 2 rem at the top and bottom, maybe left and right. I don't need any padding, so I will add 0 here. Okay, I will add some padding for left and right, at least 1 rem. And for top and bottom, I will add 3 rem. That's all. Good. Now we should have enough space, and we have enough space. And now the thing is, we can click the link and it will open the page that I added the link there. For Facebook, YouTube, every single thing is going to work, but for the home it's not going to work. And how can we fix it? Even though it's taking you to the right place, but this is not the way you can do it. Let's check out. If I click this link, I want to take it to the banner section. Now, is there any ID we assign for the banner section? Let's check that out first. So this is the banner section and it has an ID here. Now this is the ID we can use for connecting or for coming to this banner section. So let's use this ID, as a link address. So where is this link address? Here's the link address, and we can assign this value here. Now what is going to happen if I click this home icon right now? It will take to this address, which one has this ID. Okay, so let's check out whether it does work or not. So if I click here, it will take me to this banner section. But since we are using an ID, we could say here ID, then it's going to work. Now let's try again. We have used this ID. If I click this one, it will take to the the banner section. Okay, that's all. It's working fine. Now we can do the same thing for others as well. Let's go all the way up here, and here we have the home. For home, hash is okay, there is no problem. But let's say if someone click the about section, about link, so for that person, if I click the about, I want to go to the about section, and here's the about section. So I want to go there, and how can I go there? I need the ID of this place. I need to identify this place some way. So if you go to this about me section, then you'll see the ID is block about. So we can copy this ID and then go to the link and use this ID as a link address. So here, use the hash, and then you are going to use this value. That's all. Now this time, if I click the about, it will take me to the about me section. You can see it clearly. And the same thing we can do for other section as well. So we have this archive section. I can select the ID and I can use this ID as a value of this link address. So this is the archives one, and that's all. Now we are going to do the same for blog post. So let's see where is the blog post that we created and what ID we gave for this section is the blog post. So I'm going to copy it and then I'm going to paste as the link of this, as the address of this link. And the final one is the contact one. So let's see what we have for the contact. Go all the way down. Here is the contact section. So I can copy this one and then I paste the value, of course. So let's do it here. That's all. Now we are done with linking and we can check this out. About is working fine, archives is working fine, blog post is supposed to work, yes it is working, and the contact one is also working. Now if you're in the footer section, if I say go to home, it's going home all the way there. Now you know how to link these sort of things inside your HTML page as well. And now one more thing I want to discuss, even though it's right now just a single page web page, we can create more pages here and then we can work on those pages as well. So you can create more more HTML files. Right now we have one file which is index.html. Let's say I'm going to create one more file for contact. So I can say contact.html. And here I'm going to create the basic structure. So this time it's going to say contact, maybe, let's say, for an example. And here I'm going to say h1 contact page. That's all. Okay, now that we have one more page, which is the contact page, let's open with the live server. But I don't want to open this contact.html with live server. I want it something like this. If someone click this contact, this link, then I want to open the contact.html page. So for this reason, you could say something like this here. The address can be changed. So I'm going to say I want to go to something like this. Let's say I want to go to this contact.html if someone click this contact link. Okay, let's see whether it does work. So if I click here, you can see your contact page is here. Now you can start designing the contact page. Now let's say you need all of this, a header, all of this, navbar and footer. So what you can do, you can copy your index.html header and footer. So I'm going to do this. I just want to show you. So I'm going to, copy this header part. Let's copy. And then I'm going to paste in the contact.html. And maybe for this main, I will add something later, but right now I will say I am contact. I will use this h2 or maybe h1, I am contact page. And I need the footer for this one, so I will go there and I will select the footer part only. And where is the footer? Let's see. This is the footer that we are talking here. Good. And I'm going to paste the footer definitely here after the main. Now if we go to this contact page right now, we have some header. You can see we have this navbar and also we have the footer, but they don't have any design and we cannot see what's happening here. And why they don't have design is because they're missing those style.css file that we created. So we have to link our style.css. So we need the header, most of the things from header. We need the font awesome icons CDN, we need the Google Fonts CDN, we need this sort of stuff. So let's select from here. I'm going to take the Google Font Style, the CDN, and also I'm going to take the Font Awesome CDN, and finally I could take this link for style.css as well. So I'm going to copy this thing and then I'm going to paste in the header of this contact.html. And now you can see they have the design that we designed earlier. Now inside this main tag, you can add whatever you like to add. It's totally up to you. So let's say we want to take our contact from index.html part to the actual contact.html. So we want to take this form. So where's the form? Let's check out. We have our contact form somewhere, sure, and this is it. This is the one I'm looking for. So let's say I want to cut it from here. So we can take this out and take it to this contact.html file. So let's take it here. We have the main here. Instead of this I am contact page, I'm going to paste it here. So all the form is here now. Good. Now you can see this is the form. Okay, now that we know how to create different pages for different link, we can link them together well enough. Let's say if I click the contact, it will take me to the contact page. How about this? If I click the home, it is supposed to take me to the home page, but right now it's not going to do this, because in the contact.html I have to tell it here that which page it needs to take me when I click this link. So here I have to say index.html. So you can have different HTML pages for different link, and you can link them here just like this. So if someone click the the contact link, it will take to the contact page. If someone click on the HTML file, it will take to the index.html page. So instead of this /, I could just keep contact.html, something like this, and also same thing here, because we are in the same directory, so we don't need to say something else. Now if I click contact, it will take me to the contact page. If I go home, it will take me to the home page. You don't see any contact here right now. So now you know how to create multiple pages website, and I think you can practice it more. But before doing anything else, I want to make my footer responsive, and for 992 pixel there is nothing to do. Also for 768 pixel, I don't think so anything I'm going to do here, but for 600 pixel definitely I am going to do something with the footer. Especially I'm going to change the flex direction, because when they are, let's say 600 pixel or less than 600 pixel, I want them like top bottom, not side by side. And we can do it very easily, because this is something we have done quite many times. So this is the footer that we want to select. Where is this footer class? This is the footer class that we want to select for 600 pixel. So let's go to the 600 pixel pod. Here is the 600 pixel, and at the end of the 600 pixel I'm going to select the footer class, and I'm going to say the display direction needs to be changed. So flex direction needs to be changed. Let's select this flex direction and say column, and that's all. I think there's nothing else I can do here. That's great. Let's check it out. Yes, they are not side by side, but at least let's add some gap. So where is this footer class? When we created it at the beginning, we didn't add any gap for this display, so let's add some gap now. Gap 1 rem is good, I guess. Okay, now let's see, we have this space. Yes, we have the space, 1 rem space. Now it's looking better, but if you hover over its style needs to be changed, so we can continue designing this footer a little bit more. Let's go all the way up. Where it is, I think I'm too far. I have to go down here. Okay, this is the footer icon, or this is the footer link. We could add the hover effect with the link, which is good. So let's add some hover effect here. And this time we're going to make the color as orange. So if someone hover over the link, it will be orange. Also we want to add the transition for smooth state changing. So I'll say transition all, and then 0.3 second, but this is something we can use from our variables that we created. We can say variable and then transition 1. Okay, also I want to use that scaling thing here as well. So transform, and then let's use the variable and use our scale variable that we created earlier. Okay, let's see how it works. If I hover over it scale a little bit, but we cannot see that much maybe. So this time I'm not going to use that scale that we created earlier, but this time I will say maybe 2 times bigger. So I want to make them really big. They scale a lot. You can see they are scaling. That's good. Okay, we are nearly done with this website, but one more thing I want to add. You remember when we make our screen size small, I don't want to show them at the beginning. I want to add an icon here. I want to display an icon, and if you click that icon, you'll see this menu option, just like the demo one. Right now you can see when it is big, let's make it big, there will be no icon, but when it is 600 or less than 600 pixel, then there will be icon. And then if I click this icon, our menu option will be visible. That's all I want to do. Where you want to add this icon, we are going to add this icon in between the figure and also this nav menu. So I'm going to do it here. I'm going to add the icon that I know what I want to do. So it's going to be FA bars. This is the font awesome icon I want to use, and of course it should be visible here if I'm not making any mistake. The way I wanted is FAS actually. So FAS, FA bars, and it should be visible. So let's check the icon. Yes, it is visible, and I want to make it big. Of course the font awesome has some classes for that, so I will say 4 times bigger, FA4X, and now you can see it's here. Now at the beginning, you don't want to display the icon. So for that reason, maybe you will keep it hidden, or you'll use the display none. So it should not be visible at the beginning, or maybe when the screen size is large. You want to display it only when it is 600 pixel or less than 600 pixel. So for this reason, we can use something here, some sort of class or some sort of IDs, so that we can use it in this style.css. So this time I'm going to, let's say, use some sort of class here, and I'm going to say, it's totally depends on you what name you want to use. I will use maybe fa bar, or just bar. I'll say it's bar. That's all. This is something I want to use for right now. So let's select this bar in this style.css. Remember, you are saying it's bar, but you could give a good name as well. Let's say you want to give an ID with menu icon, you can do that. So I'm going to say maybe ID menu icon 2. It's completely depends on me. Menu icon 2. I'm going to use something like this because I can see already I have this nav with menu icon, so I'm not going to use the same one. So let's just come here inside the header. This is the header we are working. I'm going to select this menu icon 2 that I just created, and then I'm going to say display none. So it should not be displayed at the beginning or when it is less than more than 600 pixels. Now I don't see this one, but I want to make it visible when the screen size is 600 or less than 600. So I have to select this one again, and I have to go to this media query part when it's 600 pixel, and it should be somewhere here is the 600 pixel. So let's go to the header section here, and in between I'm going to say this time it should be visible, so block. That's all. Now if I make it the screen size 600, you can see it's here, but I want to add some margin at the top and bottom maybe, so I could say m top, so margin top here, and you can add any height that you want. So I'll say 2 rem. Now there is a good enough distance. I'll say margin maybe on every side, top bottom 2 rem, and for left and right it's 0. Now I have the equal the margin between top and bottom. Now it's good. So far we are doing good, but one thing you must remember, at the beginning the menu options should not be displayed. They should be hidden. If I click here, then I can see it's okay. Now how can I hide the menu option at the beginning? This is something we have to do. When the screen size 600 pixel, I don't want to show them, but if someone click, then I want to show. Okay, for this reason what we have to do, we have to add one class here, and the class name, it's totally up to you. I'm going to use it like a hidden class, so I'm going to say hidden. This is the class I want to use for 600 pixel or less than 600 pixels. So let's go to this 600 pixels code again. So this is the media query, and this time I want to use this hidden class. So let's say hidden. This is the class I want to use, and I want to hide this navbar. So what property you have to use? Display none. That's all. So when the screen size is 600 or less than 600 pixel, we will be able to see the icon but not the navbar or nav options. So as you can see, we don't have that navbar now. So when the screen size is bigger, we will not see the icon, but we'll see all the navbars option like nav menus here. But when the screen size 600, you lost this menu bar, and now you have only icon. Now of course, if you click the icon, then you want to see the navbar, and for this reason we have to use JavaScript here, because you are clicking it, and if you want to do something with the click, then you need to use a JavaScript here. So first of all, let's create the JavaScript file, and I think we already created the JavaScript file. It's here. Now before you're going to do anything, you need to link this JavaScript with your HTML file. So let's do this linking things right now. And how can you do it? Of course, you can go all the way down, all the way down, and here the body tag is the ending. So before ending, you can add the script tag, and it's going to help you to add JavaScript inside your web page. Now the JavaScript file that we want to use is index.js. Now this is something we are doing in the index.html. This sort of code we can copy paste to this contact.html so that everything works there as well. So this is something you can play around later on, but right now we are just focusing on the index.html so that everything works here fine. Now that we have linked to our JavaScript, we can start working here. So what do we want to do? It's very simple thing. When someone click the icon, we want to display the menu bar, otherwise we want to keep it hidden. That's all we want to do here. For this reason, I have to select this menu icon that we are clicking. So if someone click here, I want to know that the person clicked here. So I have to find this, element first, this icon first, then I have to say, okay, if someone clicked, then I want to do something. So let's just find or select this icon first. And how you select in JavaScript, it's something you'll learn in the JavaScript series, but at least I'm giving some idea here. You can use this document and then .get element by ID. It's because I want to select an element by its ID from the document. Which document we are talking about is the index.html, and here of course this is the icon that we are trying to select, where it should be somewhere in the header, right? Okay, yes, this is the icon we are trying to select, and the ID is menu icon 2. So let's just select, copy it and paste it here. That's all, but you need to use this string double quotation. Now that we have found this item that user selecting, we want to select also the menu bar, this one, because we want to keep it hidden, or if someone clicked the icon, that maybe we want to display it again. So this is something we want to control, and we have to also select this one or find this one as well. So let's just find this one. Let's say menu. And how can we find this one? We can find this one with the help of this ID. So I will say menu. I'm not going to say menu icon, it should have menu. And now I'm going to do some renaming things here. I will say menu icon, because menu icon wasn't good name here, of course. Now let's make the change in the style.css. Instead of menu icon 2, we are going to say menu icon. And what else we're going to do? Maybe at the top, we said somewhere menu icon 2. So this naming was not a good option for us, and we are changing it. That's all. Okay, good. Now here we are not going to say menu icon 2, we are going to say menu icon, and instead of this menu icon we are going to use this menu. That's all. Now it has a good naming. You can see this is the nav menu, and we have the ID menu for finding the item, and this is the menu icon we are using to find this menu icon, which makes sense. Now if someone click the menu icon, then we have to display the menu or not display the menu. So let's say if menu icon is selected, so it's kind of a add event listener. If someone do some event, and what event if someone do, it's going to be click event. So if someone click the menu icon, then we want to do something, and what that thing you want to do, you have to tell here inside this function. So I'm going to say if the menu already has the class, let's say class name, if the menu has the class name hidden, if the menu already has the class hidden, then we want to display it, so if it is hidden, let's say if it is right now hidden, if I click it, I want to display. So, and if it is already displayed and someone clicked, then maybe you want to hide that one. So how you're going to display it right now? So I'm going to say remove that class that already here. So menu.classlist .remove, you want to remove the class which is the hidden one. Now this thing can be a little bit tricky because you don't know JavaScript yet. So when you learn JavaScript, you'll see it's very easy, but I'm trying to explain a little bit at least so that you know what's happening here. Now remember how things work here. We said in index.html, this is the class hidden, and it's not going to work until the screen size is 600 pixel or less than 600 pixel, because the style.css in the media query part, we said when the screen size is 600 pixel, then we are going to use this hidden class, and we're going to say display none, otherwise it's not going to use. Right, and now in the JavaScript, what we're going to say, we're saying that if the class name hidden is available already, linked to this menu, then we are going to remove that one. Otherwise, we are going to add that one. So let's say else, and this time we are going to copy this one and paste here. So one time this class will be added, another time this one will be removed. That's all. And this time we're going to use the add. That's all. And we are done here. Nothing else we have to do. So let's see whether it works. If I click, you can see if I click again, then it's gone. That's how it's working. Fine. Now that we are done with this project, we need to know how to deploy, or how can we share this project with others. Now it's completely something depends on us, and we can start doing this one. But before going to do anything, I'll just remove all these things from here. It's kind of not necessary at this part, so I'll just leave everything from this contact. So if I go to the contact, I have only one thing. It's like home page, and I can go back to that page. That's all. Of course, you can have now you know everything, and you can add more menus, and you can play with everything that you want. It's totally up to you. I don't want to spend more time here. I already did spend quite a lot of time in this video, and it's kind of really hard for me at this stage, so keep the patience to move on. But I think you have learned a lot. Now the last thing I want to show you how to share this web page with everyone. Now you can create a URL and you can share the URL, and for this reason you have to deploy this web page somewhere in a server, and that server will give you a link, and that link you can share with everyone so that they can access your website. For this reason, we have to, let's say, create a GitHub repository, and let's just put all this code in the GitHub repository. First of all, it's going to be much easier for us. So I'm going to create a new repository, and I can name it anything. I will say block video, maybe block website video, block website video. Okay, fine. And then I'm going to create the repository here. So you can see I'm creating this repository. Now I need to push all this code to this repository that I created just right now. So for this reason, I have to say, maybe I have to open the terminal. I'm going to open the terminal, and I know where I am in. Let's see what are the files I have here. I have this blog project folder that I'm working. So first of all, I want to go to this blog project folder, and I'm typing it right here. I am inside this blog project folder, and now I want to add all the codes that I've done so far. But first of all, I need to initialize the git here. So git initialize, and then git add everything I want to add. So git add dot, and then enter. And then now I want to make the commit. I will say git commit m, and then give a message here. I will say it's a blog project in the double quotation. Now I already have one video. It's a complete video for beginner to advanced level, so you can start Git and GitHub from scratch and learn a lot. Can be an advanced Git and GitHub user. So you can watch that Git and GitHub video and then come to this CSS video for sure. Right, now I have done everything here. Let's connect this remote repository with our local repository. So I'm just copying that link that I got and pasting here, and finally I'm going to say git push u, it's like a -u, and then origin master. That's all. So now all this code from this local repository is moving to this remote repository. They should be available here when we are done here, and we are done here. We can see that. I'm going to close this one. We don't need this one anymore, and let's do everything from here. If I reload it, you'll see it's here. All the codes are here. Now let's deploy this code from GitHub to Netlify. Netlify is a website where you can host your website, where you can keep your website so that others can access very easily. So let's do that. I'm going to open the Netlify website, and I have already created one account, so it will be automatically log in if I just click here. But for you, maybe you have to create the account first and then log in. Now I want to add a new site, so I will click here, add new site, and import an existing project. I will click this one because I have created the project already inside the GitHub. So I'll click here, import an existing project, select the project from GitHub, and now it's going through some authorization and asking which GitHub repository I want to use. Now I know the blog project one, so I will select this blog project, search it from here, and I hope I will see it very soon here. This is the blog project, but what name we gave there? Let's see. Blog website, actually, not project. So I will say blog website, and let's say search just like this. So it should be available here, something related to this blog website. Yes, this is the one we're looking for. Now I have selected, and all I have to do, I have to click this deploy site, and it will be available for sharing with others. It's taking some time. It's saying site deploy in progress. Now in the meantime, you can change the name of the domain or name of your website. You can come here, select this option, edit site name. You can say anything. I'm going to say blog website video. That's all. Now if I save it and then let's reload it, it should be available already. You can see there is the link I can use, and if I click here, our website is here. Great, absolutely great. And now you can share this website with everyone just sharing this Netlify link here. So this is the link you can use and you can share with others so others can see what you have done in this web page. Now I want you to finish this project and share your link with me. Of course, you have to deploy your website and then you can share the link with me in the comment section of this video, so that I know my 10 hours video or more than 10 hours video help you a lot, and I'll be very happy person to see the link. And I will, of course, I want you to do more things here. You know, you can design more beautifully for sure. I don't have that much time to spend here, but definitely when you are learning and practicing, you have that time, so you can make this website more beautiful. So let's just share the link of your website that you have created with all of us, and we are going to see how beautiful you have made your website.